Chapter 313. If it was Chu Tian, then so be it. He had always been known as a genius, but Li Qingshan was a school disciple they had mocked for a very long time. He was a clown that satisfied their sense of superiority. Perhaps it was because of the three of them, but no one treated him as a genius. At this moment, reality told them that Li Qingshan was a true genius, a genius that could rival Chu Tian. Their modest mockery was so foolish. Their sense of superiority immediately collapsed. On the platform where the Mahis disciples stood, Hao Pingyong patted Zhang Lanqing's shoulder. I knew this kid had other tricks up his sleeve. Zhang Lanqing smiled at ease as well. He had been worried for a very long time in the past 3 days. He sure stood in a corner of the platform and gazed at Li Qingshan on the Cloud Ridge Giant. All he felt was fear. Yu Zijian praised, so powerful. Hua Chenglu said, this guy really is something else. I knew it. With my insight, how could I be wrong? Wu Zhen asked himself. Could he, an 8th-layer Qi practitioner, be the opponent of either one of them? He glanced at Qian Rongji. She had been smiling the entire time. She was neither worried nor surprised, as if she had predicted everything. This only added to her strange charm. He had once believed himself to be a conqueror, but only now did he suddenly discover that he had been attracted by her strength. There was no confusion, no hesitation, and no laziness in her strength. Perhaps it was time for him to cast everything aside and focus on cultivation. Perhaps he needed to be like Li Qingshan and enter secluded cultivation for a while. Old Wang, what do you think? Hua Sengzan looked back and smiled. Interesting, but it's still nowhere near enough. Then let's see how it goes. Chu Tian and Li Qingshan's gazes clashed in the air above the main martial arts stadium. So I've been watching you the entire time, Chu Tian said in some disbelief. Likewise. I'm very surprised that you can say that, Li Qingshan said calmly. But if you think you can defeat me like this, you're far too naive. What Cloud Ridge Giant? It's just a facade. Watch as my earthen strongman shatters it. Dong 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 dong. The earthen divine strongmen charged toward the Cloud Ridge Giant with heavy footsteps, like the beating of war drums. Although the grand martial arts practice field had the word big in it, it was only relative to the size of a human. For these two enormous creatures, it was like a narrow arena, with no way to escape or dodge. The giant fist was like 10,000 tons of earth and rocks pouring down from the top of the mountain. It smashed towards the Cloud Ridge Giant's head, or more accurately, Li Qingshan, who was next to the giant's head. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Li Qingshan smiled. He had noticed this a long time ago. Chu Tian did not know any fighting techniques. Just now, if he was the one controlling the Earth strongman, he would have already grabbed the cloud and wouldn't have been hit by the fist. When he punched out now, there was no pattern to it. It was purely the fighting style of an ordinary person. Chu Tian could kill the vast majority of Qi practitioners with his spells. There was no need for him to train his muscles and bones or learn any combat techniques. With the size of the earthen strongman, this kind of fighting style was enough. But today was not enough. The Cloud Ridge Giant tilted its head, and the earthen strongman's punch missed. A cloud pillar soared into the sky, and a vicious uppercut smashed the earthen strongman's jaw. The Cloud Ridge Giant was too huge, and it only had a blurry humanoid shape. Its eyes and mouth were only 3 sunken nests. And no legs at all. It was just a long tail of clouds. It was also impossible for Li Qingshan to use all of his martial arts, but as long as he recognized the form, he would be able to use it. After making a good judgment, boxing was enough to bully a layman like Chu Tian. Taking advantage of the earthen strongman's loss of balance, the Cloud Ridge Giant floated forward and punched the earthen strongman's face. With a boom, the earthen strongman's nose was shattered. If it was a human, this would have been painful, but the earthen strongman was not made of flesh and blood, so it did not know pain or dizziness. Under Chu Tian's control, it threw a punch at the Cloud Ridge Giant's chest. With such a huge body, it was impossible for it to dodge. Li Qingshan did not have any intentions of dodging. The Cloud Ridge Giant welcomed the punch and continued to charge forward, sending the earthen strongman flying. The earthen strongman's punch pierced through the Cloud Ridge giant, creating a hole in it. Chu Tian laughed. Die for me. What responded to him was a combination of punches. A left jab, a right hook, all in one go, forcing the earthen strongman back. Its face was already completely blurry. Li Qingzhan laughed and said, "Idiot." Inheriting the water element's weakness in fighting, the Cloud Ridge giant was not good at fighting. Its destructive power could not compare to the earthen strongman's. Even in terms of defense, it was different from the earthen strongman's defense. It was better at absorbing and dispersing damage. Clouds surged over and filled up the hole in the blink of an eye. The weak Cloud Ridge giant happened to counter the earthen strongman that won through brute force. On the stands, everyone was stunned. They had never thought that Li Qingshan would gain the upper hand as soon as he did. He would be fine until now. He was not being arrogant by letting you attack 3 times. Was he really a disciple of his family? Hit him! Hit him! Hua Chenglu called out. Boom! 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 The Cloud Ridge giant forced the earthen strongman to the edge of the stadium and swung its fists to its heart's content. The earthen strongman retaliated desperately, but it was unable to break free from its predicament. Instead, it seemed weak and powerless. The slovenly Taoist priest laughed aloud. Jichenzi, this is what they call using softness to overcome hardness. Interesting, interesting. What a pity, what a pity. Li Qingshan, you've truly angered me. You will pay the price. Chu Tian's hands flashed as he formed seals again. With a caw, a huge bird of fire unfurled its wings and rushed into the air, lunging towards the Cloud Ridge giant. It was even larger than the one just now. Chu Tian rode on the bird's back. The flames dyed him scarlet red as tongues of fire revolved around him. At that moment, no one cared about his lack of handsomeness. He seemed like a god that could control fire. Lu Chongqing stroked his beard and smiled. Just this move was enough to vaporize the Cloud Ridge giant completely. At this moment, a dragon's roar drowned out the caw. A water dragon stabbed over and bit the bird's neck. The dragon's horns, scales, claws, and teeth were all formed from flowing water. Waterfall dragon. This was the most destructive technique Li Qingshan had grasped so far. The water dragon bit the fire bird and rushed into the sky, slamming heavily against the screen of light. The screen seemed to shake. Chu Tian looked down in shock and saw Li Qingshan standing between the dragon's horns. The azure water swirled around his robe, but he wasn't wet at all. He wore a faint smile on his face, as if he were laughing at his powerlessness. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and roared inwardly, "How dare you laugh at me? How dare you, a mere mortal, laugh at me? I'm a celestial." Flames rose from the firebird's body as it pecked the dragon's head, breaking its horns. Its 2 claws tore through the dragon's scales. The water that contained the water dragon's life force poured down, but was evaporated before it could reach the ground. The waterfall dragon coiled around the firebird and pierced its claws deep into its body. Feathers fell from the sky and turned to ashes. With a sizzling sound, a large cloud of steam spread out. On the ground, the Cloud Ridge giant and the earthen strongman were still waving their fists. Many of the chi practitioners on the spectator stands had their mouths wide open, as if they had been struck dumb. It was as if they were on a primordial battlefield. In the sky, divine beasts rode on water and fire, while on the ground, giants fought endlessly with spears in their hands. There were also many people who clenched their fists and made up their minds to focus on cultivation. Chi practitioners of this era rarely got to see battles between cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. This kind of battle was a huge blow to their minds. Lu Chongqing looked around the spectator stands and saw everyone's expressions. No matter who won or lost, this battle was a good thing for the 100 schools of thought. It would allow the disciples, who were used to peace, to see what a real battle of magical power was like. It seemed that he needed to hold more duels like this in the future. Based on the information he had recently received, he could vaguely smell the scent of war. The outcome of this battle had been obvious from the beginning. It all depended on when Chu Tian would give up on his meaningless arrogance. As the dragon and the bird fought, Li Qingshan and Chu Tian were closer than ever. They could clearly see the anger and smiles on each other's faces. Li Qingshan. Chu Tian roared as he charged toward Li Qingshan on the back of the bird. Five-colored true energy appeared around him, forming a giant five-colored hand that slammed down toward Li Qingshan. Palm of the Five Elements. Li Qingshan stood on the dragon's head and rushed into the air. The true energy in his sea of qi surged, fusing it all into the punch. Like a tsunami, he punched out. Lu Chongqing said, "The outcome has been determined." The fist and palm collided and the water dispersed. At this moment, the water dragon that was locked in a stalemate with the fire bird dispersed as well, evaporating into surging steam. Although the Cloud Ridge giant had gained the upper hand in close combat with the earthen strongman, dispersing most of the earthen strongman, its body had been greatly depleted. Both of them were only around 10 or 20 feet tall. They could no longer attract attention, much less decide the outcome of the battle. All everyone saw was Li Qingshan rapidly fall down, plunging into the mist and vanishing. Li Qingshan had lost. His full-powered punch could not stop Chu Tian's cultivation method, the palm of the five elements. Hua Chenglu suddenly felt sad. Indeed, no matter how hard ordinary people worked, they could never defeat a genius, let alone a reincarnated celestial like Chu Tian. Many qi practitioners on the other platforms felt gloomy as well. They had originally come to watch Li Qingshan make a fool of himself, but when Li Qingshan truly demonstrated the strength to take on Chu Tian, they subconsciously leaned towards Li Qingshan. This was because Li Qingshan was a weakling. Compared to Chu Tian, he was a mortal like them. They wanted to see a mortal defeat a genius, just like how ordinary people always looked forward to miracles. Chu Tian descended from the sky and used the five-element palm seal to shatter the Cloud Ridge giant. He looked around and gave a cold laugh in his heart. Truly an idiot, daring to scold me. Facing my five-element palm seal head-on, you're probably half dead by now. You've actually reduced me to such a horrible state. Watch as I take your life with a single palm strike. Hua Chenglu stood up and arrived on the platform where Han Anjuan stood. Uncle Han, please decide the outcome. However, Han Anjuan, who had always been unsmiling and as cold as a rock, curled his lips slightly. The outcome has been determined. Chapter 314. Qingshan. Hao Pingong and Zhang Lanqing both paled in fright when they saw Li Qingshan fall from the sky. He Isha relaxed instead. He looked at Han Anjuan on the platform in the distance. As long as he did not interfere, it would be best if Chu Tian could kill Li Qingshan and prevent any future problems. Yeah, the outcome has already been determined. Why don't you hurry up and separate them? Chu Tian wants to kill Li Qingshan, Hua Chenglu said in a hurry and grabbed Han Anjuan's sleeve. The Han family and the Hua family had been friends for generations, and they did not follow the teachings of Confucianism, so they did not have much etiquette. Han Anjuan said, "Let him kill him." Hua Chenglu turned to Han Tie and said, "Tie." However, Han Tie seemed to be carved from the same mold as Han Anjuan. Even the words he spoke were exactly the same, which made Hua Chenglu so angry that she stomped her foot. She arrived on the platform where Wang Puxi and Hua Sengzan stood, only to see Wang Puxi staring straight at the center of the ring as if he was stunned. Just when she was about to speak, Hua Sengzan pointed. "Look, what are you looking at?" Hua Chenglu looked over with a frown. All she saw was that the barrier of light had already dispersed, and the rolling mist gradually drifted away. Cold light flowed on the 3-foot-long sword, extending along the straight ridge to the two ends. One end disappeared into the black dragon's mouth. It was the blade. The dragon's body coiled into the hilt, held in a powerful hand. Li Qingshan leaned forward as if he had poured all of his strength into the sword. He murmured, "If I want to kill you, I only need a single strike." The other end had completely sunk into Chu Tian's back. Chu Tian's face twisted from pain and fear. He did his best to turn around. His eyes widened in disbelief as if he wanted to say something, but blood gushed out first. The sword qi was currently destroying his organs. As long as Li Qingshan twisted the sword gently or swung it horizontally, Chu Tian would be a dead man. No matter how great a genius he would not be able to escape the fate of death. However, Li Qingshan's hand didn't move at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he never showed mercy when it came to killing. Her other hand was white as snow. He pinched the blade with 3 fingers and cut off the killing intent. Lu Zhongqing stood between Li Qingshan and Chu Tian. His brows were firmly furrowed, still filled with shock. He had never imagined that Chu Tian would actually lose, and lose so quickly that he was almost unable to rescue him in time and died in the Grand Martial practice grounds. Li Qingshan really wanted to try it on his own. Could he break free from the shackles of these 3 fingers? He killed Chu Tian with his sword. However, this thought only lasted for a moment before he let go of the sword hilt and cupped his hands towards Lu Chongqing. Patriarch Lu. Long time no see. Outside the Grand Martial Arts arena, the absolute silence turned into an uproar. What was going on? At that moment. What the hell happened? The pervading clouds didn't affect Chu Tian's keen senses, and he immediately found Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was half kneeling on the ground, seemingly injured. Chu Tian wanted to say a few words to humiliate Li Qingshan, but he thought that Han Anjuan might intervene. He swallowed his words and went straight up. With a ruthless face, he slapped down with his palm. With a puff, Li Qingshan was smashed into pieces by the 5 elements palm print, turning into a pool of water. A deathbed struggle. Chu Tian was mildly surprised, but he did not mind it too much. After using so many techniques, Li Qingshan's true qi had definitely been depleted much more than his. Now that he had taken a palm strike from him, Li Qingshan was like a toothless tiger. He posed no threat at all. This thought was cut off by an extremely terrifying sword intent. Behind Chu Tian, as the clouds churned, a tall figure could be seen approaching at high speed. Murderous intent soared into the sky, light and shadow twisted, and Li Qingshan's figure appeared. His body was like a tiger, and his gaze was like a dragon. 5 elements protection. It was too late to turn around. The 5-colored palm returned to Chu Tian's body, turning into an oval 5-colored light shield. 5 colors floated and fluctuated, and 5 kinds of power twisted and blended. It contained the principle of the 5 elements restraining each other. Water came with earth, wood came with metal. Its defensive ability was far better than ordinary protective spells. This was what Qian Rongji told Li Qingshan. In the silent night bamboo forest, mottled light and shadow, Qian Rongji's red lips opened slightly, and she explained the power of the 5 elements palm print. If you can't break through his 5 elements protection, you definitely won't be able to defeat him. I will win. Li Qingshan simply stated this fact, although he was not confident that he could pierce through the 5-colored light shield. The path of fighting and killing had never been about the amount of true qi or the strength of magical arts. Therefore, his provocation, his ridicule, his dominance, and his defeat were all in preparation for this moment. After a fierce battle, Chu Tian also consumed a lot of true qi, and his mood was extremely relaxed. So Li Qingshan used the glaze invisibility mirror and instantly hid all his aura and used the water transformation incarnation as bait. It was all for the sword. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan integrated the 100 sword qi in his dantian into the sword. The 100 sword qi collided with the 5-colored light shield, and there was a sound like glass shattering. The tip of the sword tasted blood, and the sword qi crazily rushed into Chu Tian's body. Victory or defeat was in the blink of an eye. Lu Chongqing took a deep look at Li Qingshan and patted Chu Tian's chest. An unstoppable righteousness rushed into Chu Tian's body and forced the sword out. The sword shattered in the air. Li Qingshan rubbed his chest. Chu Tian's palm of the 5 elements truly was impressive. Even now, his arm and chest still ached slightly. If it were not for his inhumanly tough body, it really would have been difficult to say who would emerge victorious. Lu Zhongqing's frown deepened. He had intended to force out all of the sword qi, but the sharpness of the sword qi had far surpassed his initial expectations. It was difficult for it to remain under his righteous aura. Chu Tian's cultivation would probably be greatly damaged after suffering such a serious injury. Lu Chongqing looked up at Han Anjuan, questioning why the judge did not stop the situation midway. As the leader of the military school, his reaction speed was definitely much faster than his, and he would not let Chu Tian suffer such a serious injury. I've already said it. With a swish, Han Anjuan vanished from the platform and appeared before Li Qingshan, proving that he possessed this ability. Hua Chenglu suddenly understood what Han Anjuan meant. Let him kill him was not for Chu Tian to kill Li Qingshan, but for Li Qingshan to kill Chu Tian. He would not interfere at all. Lu Chongqing let out a long sigh. Chu Tian was far too good at offending people. Han Anjuan's original responsibility was to prevent any injuries or deaths from the duel. Chu Tian's shout, "If I want to kill you, no one can stop me," was basically a slap to the face. Han Anjuan handed the 8,000 spiritual stones to Li Qingshan and even patted him on the shoulder. He said, "You've done well, but your battle is still lacking. You can come to my school of the military in the future to take a look." This made all the spectating military disciples widen their eyes. They had never heard their school leader praise a person like this, let alone speak so much in one go. This was basically a supreme honor. He had already gained the acknowledgement of the school of the military. Han Anjuan had fought for many years, so he possessed a sharp sense for all battles. When Chu Tian made a ruckus about killing Li Qingshan, he had already guessed the outcome. This was all because of the difference in their states. One was arrogant and conceited, eager to destroy his opponent. The other was extremely calm and carried out his actions in an orderly manner. There were far too many examples like this in the countless battles where the weak triumphed over the strong. Since the calm was bold enough to take the initiative to challenge the strong, they definitely had a certain level of confidence. Those who calculate victory before the battle have to calculate too much. Those who fail to calculate victory before the battle have to calculate too little. Those who fail to calculate too much will win, and those who fail to calculate too little will lose, let alone those who fail to calculate at all. Afterwards, Han Anjuan seemed to be admiring a classic battle. Li Qingshan's army was nowhere near his opponents. First, he harassed the enemy from the flank, then faced them head-on and provoked them. In the end, he feigned defeat to lure the enemy into a hopeless situation. 300 sacrificial soldiers whistled out, charging straight into the main tent and beheading their general. He couldn't say anything to praise the precision of his calculations. Li Qingshan respectfully said, "Yes, General." Although Han Anjuan's cultivation was not the highest among the various school heads, he believed that if there really was a chaotic battle, this person in front of him would definitely be the last one to survive. Han Anjuan loudly announced, "This battle is over. Li Qingshan is victorious." Clang! The giant lumberman, Wood Kuei, struck the gong, announcing the end of the duel. Cheers rang out from the stands, loudly shouting the name, Li Qingshan. Even quite a few Confucian disciples joined in. This was not just Li Qingshan's contribution. Chu Tian had spent the past few months in the 100 schools of thought, flirting with female cultivators and bossing around male cultivators. The moment he opened his mouth, he would say that he was a genius, and the next, he would say that he was a genius. He was truly ridiculing them, but they couldn't do anything to him, so they took this opportunity to explode out. Hao Pingong raised his arms and shouted the loudest. Zhang Lanqing clenched his fists excitedly. In a corner, He Isher's face was ashen. The two girls who were following Chu Tian staggered over and wept beside Chu Tian. "Brother Tian, what's wrong, Brother Tian? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. You despicable bastard, I didn't lose. I didn't lose." Chu Tian suddenly returned to his senses. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Li Qingshan, as if he still wanted to fight him. He was extremely reluctant to accept this. He had not used that item yet. He still had a powerful trump card that he had not taken out. As long as he took it out, Li Qingshan definitely would not be his opponent. Firstly, he did not want to expose that item, and secondly, he was confident that he could deal with Li Qingshan with techniques. Who would have thought that the tables would turn so violently and so quickly? He was like a general who had been killed by a sacrificial soldier. He was still talking about the army of 100,000 that he had yet to mobilize, yet his head had already flown into the air, dying with his eyes wide open. Yes, Brother Tian. You haven't lost. No, you've lost. Qian Rongji interrupted. Rongji, you. Chu Tian was stunned. In the past few days, he had expressed his goodwill to Qian Rongji plenty of times. Qian Rongji was not like other female cultivators who disliked him for having so many women around him. He thought they were already friends. Qian Rongji, you bitch. A young girl cursed. However, Qian Rongji did not look at them. She crouched down and held Chu Tian's hand. Her eyes were filled with motherly pity, as if she felt sorry for him from the bottom of her heart. She said softly, "Little Tian, everyone loses. It's fine if you lose once, as long as you can stand up again. Get some sleep first." Chu Tian felt a surge of warmth from the bottom of his heart. Her gaze was so gentle, as if it could soothe all pain in his heart. There was no mockery, no disdain, only pity. Right now, she was the most beautiful woman in his heart. Chapter 315. Lu Chongqing frowned. How could this legalist disciple know about bewitching techniques? However, seeing that she was Chu Tian's friend and had indeed calmed his mind, he didn't stop her. Qian Rongji used the opportunity when Chu Tian's mind was in a mess to imprint her image deeply into his heart. Of course, this wasn't something like a thought seed. She didn't know how to do it, and even if she did, she wouldn't dare to do it in front of so many patriarchs. Her bewitching technique was completely harmless. At most, it would make it easier for Chu Tian to develop a good impression of her and love her. However, this was enough. Compared to the rude and inferior methods of a thought seed, this was more in line with her aesthetic standards. She knew that Chu Tian had something that he didn't reveal to others, not even to the two girls beside him. However, through her inquisition, she found out about the existence of that thing. Just what was it that made the arrogant and conceited Chu Tian act like this? No matter what it was, she would definitely obtain that thing. At the very least, she would have a powerful and easily manipulated fighter. At the very least, she would have a human-shaped medicinal pill. She was afraid that the 5-elemental true qi wouldn't be easy to digest. Chu Tian regained his fighting spirit and glared at Li Qingshan with eyes filled with hatred. Li Qingshan, you were lucky this time. I won't let you go. I said that if I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Li Qingshan casually said, I await your arrival. Chu Tian's mind relaxed and he fell into a deep slumber. Of the two girls beside him, the older one said to Qian Rongji, I'm sorry, Sister Qian. We wronged you. Qian Rongji sighed softly. I can understand your feelings. Take good care of him. Although Li Qingshan didn't understand the reason behind it, he still felt a wave of sorrow for Chu Tian. Hopefully, you haven't been swallowed by this poisonous snake before you recover. I still want to earn some more spirit stones. Chu Tian was brought to Benevolence Island by the medicine family's patriarch for treatment. In the blink of an eye, all the patriarchs and chief disciples disappeared. Qingshan, you don't have to hold a grudge against the Confucian faction. This battle is not necessarily a bad thing for Chu Tianlai. It is a blessing for the 100 schools of thought to have a genius like you. In the future, there will be many sword competitions on the Virtuous Island. You can come and participate. That sword move of yours was very interesting. Lu Chongqing left behind these words. Just now, he left, displaying his outstanding demeanor. At this time, Hua Sengzan came to Li Qingshan and asked, Where's your wolf token? Li Qingshan was shocked. Could it be that Wang Pushi disliked him to this extent? If he really was going to be stripped of his position as a hawk wolf guard, he would not say much. He took out the black wolf tablet and passed it to Hua Sengzan. Hua Sengzan took it with one hand and returned a red copper wolf token to him. The glistening red wolf token had fine veins, and its fur was distinguishable. It felt heavy in his hand. Li Qingshan asked, What's this? Hua Sengzan said, Congratulations. You've been promoted. Old Wang told me to give this to you. In the future, if you want to gather information or earn spiritual stones, you can pay a visit to the Hawk Wolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. All right. Li Qingshan smiled. If a person wanted to gain the recognition of others, they would have to prove themselves. Wang Puxi and Li Qingshan did not have any grievances. It was just because of their poor first impression, coupled with the fact that they did not get along with each other afterwards. Until today. Li Qingshan had proven himself, but that did not mean Wang Puxi had become fond of Li Qingshan. Instead, regardless of whether he disliked him or liked him, this man had the right to obtain such a status and identity. This was the standard of conduct for disciples of the school of legalism. Now, let's go celebrate. Hua Sengzan climbed onto Li Qingshan's shoulder and called out to Han Tie from afar. Tie, you're not allowed to leave. You come too. Do you have a cup for me? The primary disciple of the school of Taoism, Zhuchenzi, went up with a smile. Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. He smiled. As long as you're a friend, how can you not have a cup of alcohol? During the banquet that day, Li Qingshan drank quite a lot of alcohol. Initially, Li Qingshan and Hua Sengzan were facing off against each other. Hua Sengzan began to run up very soon. His face became bright red, and he tried to drive a wedge between them, praising Han Tie's alcohol tolerance viciously. Before he knew it, it had become a drinking competition between Li Qingshan and Han Tie. Jar after jar of fine spiritual alcohol was downed, but Han Tie remained cold the entire time. Let alone being drunk, his expression did not even change at all, which made Li Qingshan's heart pound. After drinking over 30 jars, Han Tie suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed like a log. He was completely drunk. In the end, I still won. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. When he heard that Hua Qinglu had run around for him, he even went out of his way to toast her, which made her blush. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Li Qingshan patted his chest and said, Miss Hua, you're just like your elder brother. You're a good person. If you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to come find me. Even if he had not drunk any alcohol, he would still have made that promise. Back in Lakeside City, it was all thanks to her assistance that he managed to escape. She even gave him a puppet for free as a birthday present for him. He was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and grudges. Perhaps he could avoid revenge, but he had to repay the debt of a single meal. Really? Hua Chenglu blinked her eyes. Really? Li Qingshan had never been a man of his word, but he would never go back on a promise he had made to a friend. All right, it's a promise then. Hua Chenglu raised her cup and clinked it against Li Qingshan's gently as if she was considering something. Li Qingshan turned around and went to drink with Zhuchenzi again. Zhuchenzi had not come under the slovenly Taoist priest's orders. Instead, he had come out of his own accord to resolve the grudge between Li Qingshan and the school of Taoism. He was not afraid of Li Qingshan. With a cultivation close to golden core, the slovenly Taoist priest did not fear anyone. If this were a different time and place, the two of them might not have become master and disciple. However, due to a coincidence, they instead resented each other. Zhuchenzi wanted to share his master's burden, and he also felt that Li Qingshan was worth befriending. It had been less than a year since Li Qingshan entered the 100 schools of thought, but Zhuchenzi firmly believed that they would definitely become influential figures in the Clear River Prefecture in the future, or perhaps even more than that. Using the alcohol, Zhuchenzi said, what happened back then was not what my master wanted either. He originally admired you very much. He often mentioned to me that it was a pity. Li Qingshan said, since it happened back then, there's no need to mention it now. There's nothing wrong with the family. At the very least, we stand on equal footing. We're both primary disciples. Although the slovenly Taoist priest had screwed him over in the past, he was not trying to harm him. At most, he just wanted to vent his anger. Li Qingshan did not let him vent his anger either, cursing him a little instead. With the slovenly Taoist priest's cultivation and status, if he was slightly narrow-minded, it might lead to endless trouble for Li Qingshan. It was evident that he was quite broad-minded. Why would Li Qingshan be obsessed with this? Zhang Lanqing stood to one side with a smile. His face was also slightly flushed. He discovered that if he counted carefully, there were actually 5 primary disciples present. Apart from Li Qingshan's school of Buddhism, Taoism, and the art of war, All of them were renowned major schools. Such a person, no matter where he went, would emit a dazzling light. Li Qingshan returned to Cloud Wisp Island alone, while An went to Ansrava Island. As the primary disciple of the school of Buddhism, she had not even spent as much time on Ansrava Island as an acolyte. No matter how ignorant she was about the ways of the world, she knew this was not particularly appropriate. Moreover, she shouldered another important mission, which was to help Li Qingshan gather pills to complete the final step. The one-thought master's feelings were mixed, but he still felt happy when he saw his primary disciple return. Before An had even said anything, he offered up many pills for her to cultivate with. No matter how he felt, it would be a complete waste if he allowed a supreme genius like her to suffer on his Ansrava Island or waste her time because of a lack of pills. If he knew the reason behind this, he might have felt like slamming his head against the ground. Fortunately, he probably would never know. He could still roughly calculate how many pills other disciples had consumed and how much cultivation they had completed, but who could calculate her cultivation? And did not need these pills either. The true qi she had condensed in her body right now was nothing more than an illusion. Practicing the path of white bone and great beauty still required refining flesh and blood as a foundation. Li Qingshan had already agreed to take her out to uphold justice in the near future. Yep, that was how he described it. In her second secondary school, it was gourmet. And said, "Master, I want to listen to you expound on the scriptures." All right, all right, all right. Which one do you want to listen to? I'll tell you right now. The one-thought master was overjoyed. Expounding on the scriptures was an extremely important part of cultivation for Buddhist disciples, but it was also extremely easy for it to be overlooked, especially to genius disciples. If she were a regular disciple, the one-thought master would tell them earnestly, "Only by comprehending the essence of Buddhism can you achieve twice the results with half the effort when practicing Buddhism." However, with Anne's cultivation speed, what other method did she need to achieve twice the results with half the effort? Now that Anne had taken the initiative to request to listen to the scriptures without boasting about her talent, he obviously felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Little did he know that Anne understood this better than anyone else as she practiced the path of white bone and great beauty. Although she had read through the jade slip called the Scripture Depository, Buddhist scriptures were different from the path of the sword. No matter how clever she was, she could not simply comprehend the essence within. From a certain perspective, scriptures that were purely ideological were much more profound and complicated than most cultivation methods. Instead, all of them. The one-thought master could only smile bitterly. There were as many Buddhist scriptures as the ocean. Although he had read through them all, he had only specialized in a portion of them, but that was already extremely impressive. And would have been fine if she had not asked, but she had thrown a problem the moment she did. The one-thought master scratched his bald head and finally made up his mind. He wanted to hold a Dharma assembly and invite all the eminent Buddhist monks he knew in the Clear River Prefecture, no, the 9 prefectures of the Rui Commandery, to come to the Clear River Prefecture to recite for her. He could not just let him bear this punishment alone. When he imagined how his seniors and juniors would be shocked speechless by her, he actually felt rather eager inside. Amitabha. I have sinned, I have sinned. Seeing Li Qingshan return through the snow, Lu Chuanfeng suddenly raised his head and straightened his neck. He asked, "You won?" Due to his experience last time, he did not dare to watch the battle this time. "I won." Chapter 316. Li Qingshan really wanted to say, hey, you don't seem to have anything to do with this." He had not used any of the techniques of the School of Novels from the beginning to the end. Regardless, this battle had greatly boosted the reputation of the School of Novels, which had been in decline for a long time. At the very least, no one dared to mock Li Qingshan, the top disciple of the School of Novels, anymore. After his joy, Lu Chuanfeng brought up the past again. "Qingshan, thanks to Senior Apprentice Brothers' efforts, the Cloud Wisp Club you mentioned has basically been established. The process of gathering credibility has indeed become much faster. At this rate, there's great hope for me to reach foundation establishment. This was all your idea." You should quickly condense the divine talisman of great creation. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment, stroking his chin as he muttered to himself. That's right, Qingshan, you're the only one left. A clear voice rang out from outside the door. Sun Fubai rode the white crane, spiraling down from the sky and landing in the courtyard. Li Qingshan glanced over and almost failed to recognize him. All he saw was that Sun Fubai was still the same Sun Fubai, but he had lost a lot of his white hair. Moreover, his face was ruddy, and there was a slight breeze when he walked. He gave off a joyous feeling like he was in high spirits. The leisure that originally belonged to an old man had faded away, replaced by a desire to forge ahead like a man in his prime. Senior apprentice brother, your cultivation. Lu Chuanfeng blurted out. The original Sun Fubai had been at the 8th layer of Qi practitioner due to his talent. At this age, it was basically impossible for him to advance any further. However, after not seeing him for more than half a year, Sun Fubai was already at the 9th layer of Qi practitioner. Once his cultivation improved, his true Qi increased greatly, and his 8 extraordinary meridians were all unobstructed. He naturally looked younger. However, the most fundamental thing was still the influence of one's mentality. Compared to staying in the bookstore and waiting for the arrival of destiny, compared to staying in a bookstore and waiting for destiny to arrive, it was undoubtedly more energizing to establish the foundation of the school of novels and restore the school to its former glory. Sun Fubai smiled and said, I haven't been idle during this period of time. I've been writing a few things. As large as the Cloud Wisp Club was, it was impossible for Lu Chuanfeng's novels to survive alone. As the boss behind the scenes of the Cloud Wisp Association, Sun Fubai naturally had to make use of the medium he had established. Over the past few days, whenever he was done with his tasks, he would have nothing to do. Then, he picked up his brush and started writing again. He had read more than 10,000 books in his life and had experienced the vicissitudes of life. His knowledge and experience were naturally not something that Lu Chuanfeng could compare with. Following the path pointed out by Li Qingshan, he changed his writing style slightly. He wrote about things that the common people liked to hear and see, and the effect was excellent. Now, the popularity of Old Man Sungbai was even higher than that of Master of Wind and Moon, Lu Chuanfeng. He gathered a large amount of power of belief. He had been stuck at the 8th layer of Qi training for many years, and with the help of this power, he forcefully crossed the threshold, allowing his cultivation to advance further. Li Qingshan said, Fu Bo, why did you come back? Sun Fubai said, I heard that you were going to duel with someone, so I came back to take a look. It looks like you won. Now, the remaining 3 members of the School of Novels were gathered together once again. Happy events had happened again. Their hearts were filled with joy. Sun Fubai said, I also brought something back for you. Oh, what's this? Lu Chuanfeng took an ordinary white cloth bag from Sun Fubai's hands. Aside from the red silk binding the bag, there was nothing special about it. There was no sign of spiritual energy either. Li Qingshan also became curious. For cultivators, anything without spiritual energy was not considered a good thing. This gift from Sun Fubai was a little strange. Lu Chuanfeng opened it and saw that it was filled with papers and letters. In order to get feedback from his subordinates in time so that Lu Chuanfeng could change his approach, Sun Fubai had the members of the Cloud Wisp Society ask for their opinions after their storytelling performances in various places. Later on, many listeners would send messages to the Master of Wind and Moon. Even if they were illiterate, there would still be people who would write and record the messages. All of them would be collected and sent to Lu Chuanfeng. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly opened it and started reading. Naturally, most of the messages were praises, but there were also quite a few suggestions and expectations. He sat there, smiling foolishly. He was the head of the family who had the least dignity in the 100 schools of thought, and was often mocked and looked down upon by others. He had finally found the respect that he hadn't felt in a long time, and he truly understood the beauty of writing novels. This gift was indeed much more valuable than any spiritual pill or spiritual stone. Then, Sun Fubai said to Li Qingshan, Qingshan, you like to drink, so I've brought back fine alcohol from various places for you. Although it can't compare to spiritual alcohol, which can assist with cultivation, they all have their own tastes. The territory of the 1,500 kilometers of Clear River Prefecture produced several dozen types of famous fine alcohol. The ingredients and brewing methods all differed. Sun Fubai then selected the aged high-grade alcohol from them and brought it back for Li Qingshan. Let alone everything else, just the thought alone was enough to touch people's hearts. Being able to taste fine alcohol from various places while sitting at home was even more delightful. Li Qingshan accepted the several dozen jars of fine alcohol and bowed. "Thank you, Fubai." Sun Fubai smiled. "This is all a small matter. Compared to your idea, it's nothing at all. Now that I've borrowed your idea, I've already planted the seeds. If you don't enjoy the shade below, then you'll be letting down my kind intentions." Having reached this point, just who could still turn him down? Li Qingshan said, "I want to learn how to condense a divine talisman of great creation. Please teach me, Fubai." The power of faith could take on many forms. Although it was very ordinary in Lu Chuanfeng's hands, he didn't know how to fight. For example, he could summon a chain out of thin air. Even if it couldn't trap an enemy, as long as it could be used at a critical moment to disturb an enemy's thoughts, it could turn the tide of a battle. Taking care of a one-track-minded fool like Chu Tian would be even easier. If he took a step further and condensed enough power of faith, even if he could trap the enemy for a second, who knew how many times he could strike? Sun Fubai smiled. The school of novels finally had a legacy. Lu Chuanfeng turned a deaf ear to all of this. He only smiled foolishly at the letters, lying down, squatting, and reading them. Sun Fubai and Li Qingshan looked at each other and smiled. A sea with azure waves surging endlessly. Countless rivers flowed into it. The seawater evaporated, turning into clouds that filled up the rivers. At this time, a mysterious energy suddenly smoothed out all the ripples on the surface of the sea. A deep blue rune rose up from the calm sea. Countless water dragons rose up and gathered on it. The rune became clearer and stronger, emitting a restrained light. Finally, it floated on the sea. Only then did the waves return to the sea. Vaguely, there seemed to be a spirit turtle swimming past. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. There seemed to be a divine talisman flashing in the depths of his eyes. The process of condensing a divine talisman of great creation was much simpler than he had expected. Perhaps because his true qi was pure, he completed it in less than 3 days. However, the Tao of divine talismans was different from ordinary cultivation. Unlike ordinary cultivation, condensing a divine talisman was just the beginning. Sun Fubai had already returned to the prefectural city to deal with the affairs of the Cloud Wisp Society. Li Qingshan gave him a few more suggestions. He hurried back, wanting to make the Cloud Wisp Society even stronger. After Lu Chuanfeng finished reading the letters, he left the 100 schools of thought. He wanted to follow the example of the novelists of ancient times and go out for a gathering. Thus, Li Qingshan, the chief disciple, was the only one left on the vast Cloud Wisp Island. But before he left something for Li Qingshan, an exquisite desk. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were already arranged. The pure white paper unfolded, appearing even whiter under the illumination of the snow outside the window. There was a row of weasel bristles of different sizes on the brush rack. Even a crude person like Li Qingshan could not help but want to write something. Several days later, Lu Chuanfeng returned from his gathering. In reality, he had gone to the various branches of the Cloud Wisp Society and heard that the writers had written his novels. He was secretly enjoying it. Riding on the White Crane, he had gone to many places in 7 or 8 days. He thought, I wonder how Li Qingshan is doing. Writing novels is not that easy. He must have written some rubbish. I'll teach him a good lesson later and restore my dignity as the head of the family. Lu Chuanfeng arrived at the bamboo loft and saw Li Qingshan sitting at the desk with a brush in hand. Little and was sprawled on the floor, reading the annotations of a Buddhist scripture. When he saw Lu Chuanfeng, he glanced at him but did not say anything. Li Qingshan did not even turn his head. Lu Chuanfeng thought, he's quite serious. He walked over to take a look. The white paper was blank except for a drop of black ink on the tip of the nose. Where's the one you've written? Lu Chuanfeng asked. Li Qingshan slowly turned his head. What's the one you've written? Novels. Lu Chuanfeng said matter-of-factly. However, his eyes were bloodshot and his hair was a little messy. Li Qingshan, who was always in high spirits, actually looked a little dispirited. Hee little and laughed. Li Qingshan immediately glared at him. He stuck out his tongue and made a funny face. Li Qingshan finally understood what it meant to write 6 words in 3 days. He wanted to write them himself, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Although he had forgotten most of his memories from his previous life, he still remembered some classic stories. However, when he tried to convert these memories into words and write them on the tip of his brush, he immediately felt that he was not cut out for this. He forced himself to write some, but the words were so clumsy that he could not bear to read them. He suddenly realized that the classic stories in his memories were so boring. He tried drinking tea to calm his mind, tried drinking wine to liven things up, but it did not work at all. He could not write at all. He even began to admire Lu Chuanfeng. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, at least he could write a book. Lu Chuanfeng tried his best to suppress his smile, but it still leaked out from every smile line, saying, to think you'd have such a day. He said in a sincere and heartfelt manner, I told you it's not that easy. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Come, let the famous novelist Lady Breeze teach you how to write. Li Qingshan threw his brush aside and stood up. I'm not writing anymore. What's so fun about writing novels? It's a waste of time. I'm going to exercise. He took Little and walked out of the door. They rode on the clouds and disappeared into the darkness before dawn. From afar, his reprimanding voice could be heard. Don't laugh. Lu Chuanfeng was speechless. He sighed and shook his head. It seemed that it would not be easy for the school of novels to pass down its legacy. In the evening, Lu Chuanfeng was writing at his desk. Li Qingshan pushed the door open and entered. There were bruises on his face, but he smiled confidently. I want to write novels. Chapter 317. Li Qingshan took Little and with him and left Cloud Wisp Island. He pinched Little N's cheeks, but she leaned into his arms and laughed even harder. Li Qingshan couldn't do anything about it. This article comes from the literature library. The sky was still dark and the 100 schools of thought was quiet. Only the sound of the undulating waves under the layer of ice could be heard. Although Qi practitioners could stay awake for a few days and nights, if there was no need to, they would still walk in the day and rest at night like normal people. This way, they could maintain their vigor, which was beneficial to their cultivation. Li Qingshan wanted to stretch his muscles, but he didn't know where to go. For the past 3 days, he had been suppressing this stuffiness in his chest and couldn't vent it. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Didn't he still have a grudge to settle? Hao Pingong was hugging the quilt and sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard knocking on the door. He went to open it and saw Li Qingshan and Little and standing in front of the door. Li Qingshan mentioned how Isher had purposefully framed him during the Hawk Wolf Guard's investigation. Hao Pingong was furious when he heard this. Without another word, he put on his clothes. Kill him. The two of them knocked on Zhang Lanqing's door. Zhang Lanqing thought for a moment and said, Wait a moment. When he returned upstairs, he vaguely heard a woman's grumbling voice coming from upstairs and Zhang Lanqing's gentle persuasion. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Li Qingshan thought that although Zhang Lanqing's cultivation was not high, his life was much more comfortable than theirs. He did not have to spend all day on Cloud Wisp Island, facing a wretched old man who wrote pornographic books. He could not help but think of finding a woman to warm his bed. The figures of a few women flashed past. Hua Chenglu was too young. Yu Zijian was not bad, but she still did not seem to have grown up. Han Xiongji was pretty good, but it seemed like it had been a very long time since he last saw her. Speaking of which, Sect Master Begonia Qiao is the best. Although I shouldn't take advantage of a friend's wife, I'm just fantasizing about it. Xiaohua, don't blame me. Little and stared at Li Qingshan. He felt that Li Qingshan's expression was a bit strange. It was a bit like Lu Chuanfeng. He must have infected Li Qingshan with something bad. Should he kill him? While he was thinking, Zhang Lanqing came downstairs. Li Qingshan said, "I'm sorry." "Sorry for bothering you." Zhang Lanqing blushed. "What?" "Let's go." The sky was still very dark, but there were rows of street lamps illuminating the road. All kinds of strange buildings stood in the darkness. At night, it looked like something out of a science fiction novel. Although Li Qingshan once compared the 100 schools of thought to universities, the status of the Qi trainers was certainly incomparable to that of the university students. It was impossible for them to live in the same dormitory and have a boss. All of them had their own residences, which could be adjusted through the use of building mechanisms. The quality of a Mahis disciple's residence was proof of his strength. He Isher's residence. In a corner on the west side of Divine Machine Island, he was also sleeping, but not peacefully. Li Qingshan became famous after the battle, but his fear increased day by day. He had asked around about Li Qingshan and knew that he was known as the Tiger Butcher in Jiaoping City. His cruel and murderous nature made him wake up several times in his sleep. He had set up many traps outside his residence. He could not feel at ease at all. Seeing how close Hua Sengzan and Li Qingshan were, it was probably only a matter of time before the truth was revealed. The shadow of betrayal shrouded his heart constantly. He Isher sat up abruptly, covered in cold sweat. He dreamed that Li Qingshan turned into a ferocious tiger, opened his chest, and dug out his organs. In his daze, he saw a few black figures standing at the head of his bed. He was immediately startled awake. Li Qingshan and He Isher met face to face. Their eyes met, and they were both stunned. Although He Isher had set up many traps, with Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing around, how could they be triggered? They opened all of them and went straight into He Isher's bedroom. Just as he was about to cover his head and vent his anger, he did not expect He Isher to wake up at this time. Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing looked at each other. Li Qingshan rushed over, picked up the blanket, and covered his head with it before punching him viciously. Since he was already here, could he still apologize and say that they had entered the wrong room? Under the blanket, Zhang Lanqing shouted, "Don't kill me, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything." After witnessing the duel between Li Qingshan and Chu Tian, he did not have the slightest confidence to fight against Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not want to kill He Isher in the first place. Otherwise, he would not have dragged Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing along to kill people in the 100 schools of thought. Not to mention that he did not have such strong killing intent, He Isher was not worth the risk. Li Qingshan swung his iron fist of revenge and beat He Isher up. "Qingshan, that's enough. He doesn't deserve to die." Zhang Lanqing was afraid that Li Qingshan would really beat He Isher to death. He Isher's entire body was in pain. He was so touched that he was about to cry. Senior brother Zhang was really a kind person. "I know what I'm doing." Li Qingshan fiercely punched him 3 more times. "He Isher, don't pretend that you didn't see it. I, Li Qingshan, was the one who beat you up. I saved your life in the past, but you had evil thoughts in your heart. Today, I will let you know how powerful I am. I, Li Qingshan, will not be easily framed. If you have evil thoughts in the future, I will not forgive you. Let's go." Hearing the sound of footsteps going out and the door being slammed shut, He Isher slowly lifted the blanket. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and he could barely open his eyes. He had gotten rid of the fear of death, but he felt pain all over his body, as if a few of his bones were broken. He had never suffered like this before. He cried and scolded Li Qingshan, Hao Pingyang, and Zhang Lanqing. When he was tired of scolding, he fell onto the bed and felt his heart relax. He finally did not have to be on tenterhooks anymore and could sleep in peace. If Li Qingshan knew that his beating made He Isher feel as if he had been pardoned, how would he feel? Anyway, he felt good now, and the depression accumulated these days was slightly reduced. He was not afraid that He Isher would complain. Not to mention that He Isher had no evidence. Even if he had evidence to prove that they beat him, he would at most be punished a little. However, He Isher could not stay in the 100 schools of thought anymore. An ungrateful villain who returned kindness with enmity would not be welcomed anywhere. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to invite Hao Pingyang and the others to the 100 Flavors restaurant for breakfast, but Zhang Lanqing insisted on taking them home. Afterwards, he invited his partner of cultivation out. She was not some supreme beauty, but she was gentle and pleasant. When the female practitioner saw the two chief disciples, both of whom were influential figures in the 100 schools of thought, the little complaint in her heart disappeared. She was happy that Zhang Lanqing could make such friends, so she personally cooked a hearty breakfast for them. During that time, Zhang Lanqing assisted him from one side. The two of them seemed to be in perfect harmony, which made Li Qingshan sigh in amazement. Everyone had their own path of cultivation. The path of cultivation was vast, but it was not necessarily something that could only be achieved by a single person. And, even if there were no results in the end, he would not feel any regret when he looked back on the past. A few bowls of porridge and a few plates of side dishes were served. Although the taste was average, Li Qingshan still praised Zhang Lanqing for his good fortune, which came from the bottom of his heart. The sky was bright, and it was time to start today's study and cultivation. Hao Pingyang said, "You have missed a lot of courses on refining weapons." Li Qingshan was in a dilemma about whether to continue writing novels, so he was not in the mood to learn to refine qi. He said, "I have something to do in the military school. As for refining weapons, let's put it off for now." Since the head of the military school, Han Anjuan, had personally invited him, it was reasonable for him to go. Han Anjuan's words also made him a little concerned. He had not gone through systematic combat training and was purely self-comprehending, so it was inevitable that his moves were a little rough. Although he could always display 120% of his strength in every battle by relying on his absolute combat talent, reaching the level of being able to hit someone is a good move. However, if he could get a few words of guidance from a combat master like Han Anjuan and Hon himself, he would definitely gain a lot. Compared to spells, body techniques were his foundation, especially when he was transforming into a demon. Moreover, according to his experience, sweating a little and exercising for a while would also improve his mood. While the disciples of other schools were still lazily getting out of bed, all the disciples of the military school had begun their training. All of them stood bare-chested in the world of ice and snow. Everyone would first be splashed with a bucket of cold water and then be chased into the frozen dragon snake lake to swim around Great War Island. It was completely military management, but no one even frowned. When they jumped into the frozen lake, if they flinched even a little, the instructor behind them, which was equivalent to a professor, would immediately give them a kick. There was no so-called respect for qi practitioners at all. However, it had already been more than half a year since the entrance exam. Even new disciples would not perform like this again. Those who could not endure this kind of life had already left the military school. Among the 100 schools of thought, the military school was the only school whose disciples would voluntarily leave, and it was also the only school that did not have female disciples. Body refinement was different from qi refinement. There was no lack of hardships in tempering the muscles and bones and tempering the physique. Only creatures like men would give up their good days and experience a certain sense of pride and passionate brotherhood through this kind of self-torturing training. Among the 100 schools of thought, the disciples of the military school were also the most united. Han Tie was swimming at the very front with his team when he suddenly heard a loud whistle above his head. He looked up and saw Li Qingshan sitting on a cloud. He said with a smile, "Your figure is not bad, although your alcohol tolerance is a little lacking." Ha ha ha. He then thought of the glorious achievement of getting Han Tie drunk. After hearing Li Qingshan's intentions, Han Tie immediately ordered the team to return to the shore. He then asked Li Qingshan to wait outside. Li Qingshan arrived at the core building of the military school. Outside the martial arts hall, there were hundreds of wide and tall steps. Hundreds of military school disciples stood on two sides, all of them naked and expressionless, looking straight ahead. Li Qingshan said, "You're too polite. There's no need to hold a welcoming ceremony." Han Tie appeared at the top of the steps. He was dressed in black and looked even more heroic. "If you want to receive pointers from the family head, we'll have to see if you're qualified." Li Qingshan said, "Then how do I qualify?" Han Tie seemed to smile, but because it was too fast, Li Qingshan also doubted his own eyes. No spells, just fight your way up. Chapter 318. Li Qingshan had already expected Han Tie to say this. Looking up, there were at least 700 to 800 military disciples standing on the long flight of stairs. Their cultivations ranged from the lowest 2 or 3 layers to the highest 7 or 8 layers. This article came from the literature library. Each and every one of them had an aura of bravery and ferocity. If the ordinary Qi practitioners were like dogs, then they were like wild wolves. Although at first glance, they seemed to be about the same size, but when it came to actual combat, they were two completely different concepts. Han Tie said, "Today's training mission is actual combat. The goal is to defeat this person." "Yes, sir." Military orders were like mountains, and once spoken, it was the law. Several hundred pairs of eyes looked at Li Qingshan at the same time, their gazes as sharp as knives. Every one of them had seen the battle that day with their own eyes. Towards this person who defeated the strong, defeated Chu Tian, and received Han Anjuan's praise, they felt admiration and praise in their hearts, but not fear. The so-called soldiers originally had to put aside life and death when facing enemies 10 times their size and charge with all their might. Li Qingshan could truly sense the existence of the might of the army. When the wills of the people merged into one, it formed a monster called army. The huge momentum, like an avalanche, fell down, like an army of 100,000. Yes, if it was an army formed by mortals, even 100,000-strong army could not stop them. Under such circumstances, it was already rare for a regular cultivator to use 30% of their strength. But what kind of person was Li Qingshan? He had never been intimidated by anyone's momentum in his life. Compared to writing, this kind of scene was what he was good at and even liked. Not only was he calm and unafraid, his fighting spirit was stimulated. He rubbed his palms together and laughed loudly. "Tai Yi, we are friends who drank together. Although I was the one who knocked you out, ha ha ha, you used this formation to deal with me. When I go up, I will definitely give you 3 punches." These words, however, angered the military disciples. Although they admired Li Qingshan's strength, he was only a 7th-layer practitioner without using magic weapons. However, in a situation where he didn't use any magical weapons, he was only a 7th-layer Qi practitioner. Even if he knew how to refine his body, who here didn't? Not to mention fighting, he would be exhausted to death. Han Tie snorted coldly and said, "Then come and try. Don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated a piece of trash." Li Qingshan turned to Little and said, "You wait here. Watch how I break his array." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped onto the steps. More than 10 figures leaped up. It immediately obscured Li Qingshan's vision, and he bellowed out as he attacked his entire body at the same time. Their coordination was flawless. It was as if one person had sealed off Li Qingshan's front, back, left, and right. There was no way to dodge. Bang, 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 bang. Li Qingshan's entire body was hit almost at the same time. His fists, legs, palms, and knees were like the sudden thrust of a spear or the violent strike of a sledgehammer. Even though it was a huge boulder, it was still smashed into pieces. "We've won." This was the thought of all the military disciples who attacked. Without any protective magical techniques, and without any protective Qi, how could he block their punches and kicks with just his flesh and blood? "This is our military school's welcoming ceremony," a military disciple said in response to Li Qingshan's joke just now. Li Qingshan lowered his head. His hair was shaken loose and fell down to cover his face. "Is that so? Then this kind of weak and powerless punch seems too unenthusiastic." The military disciple who spoke was suddenly stunned. Under the messy hair, a pair of beast-like eyes flashed with red light. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing his snow-white fangs. Li Qingshan's body shook, and the qi gathered in his dantian's sea of qi surged out. All the military disciples who attacked were sent flying and fell on the ground far away. Their punches and kicks that landed on Li Qingshan's body were all in pain, but none of them groaned. Some of them even struggled and wanted to attack. It's best if you don't attack people of this level. It won't be interesting. As Li Qingzhan spoke, he continued up the steps. With every step he took, more and more powerful military disciples attacked him. He still didn't attack, only using his body to endure their punches and kicks. He didn't even bother to shake them off. Even if he didn't use his qi to protect his body, the punches of third or fourth layer qi practitioners wouldn't be able to injure him. On the steps, the military disciples surrounded Li Qingzhan. They punched and kicked him, but they couldn't even slow down Li Qingzhan's feet. Instead, they were shaken to the point where their hands and feet hurt. They were horrified. What kind of powerful defense was this? Li Qingzhan could see that only when he reached the corresponding position would the stronger military disciples attack him. Han Tie looked down from above. Their gazes met. Li Qingzhan smiled slightly. His body suddenly leaned forward, his arms hanging down naturally. The stone steps under his feet, which had been strengthened by magic, also began to crack. Li Qingzhan suddenly disappeared in front of the military disciples. Li Qingzhan was like an arrow released from a bow. He rushed towards the military disciples in front of him, directly rushing to the top of the steps. The tiger demon climbs the mountain was unstoppable. No one expected Li Qingzhan to be so fast when he wanted to. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top of the steps. He was only 10 steps away from Han Tie. The military disciples all shouted, "Stop him!" Not a single military disciple could stand still. Hundreds of people were alarmed at the same time. If Li Qingzhan rushed to the top of the steps, they would really become a laughingstock. "Eat my fist!" Li Qingzhan grinned. All the bones in his body made a clanging sound. He mobilized all the qi in his dantian. It was fine if he didn't attack, but when he attacked, he used all his strength. Suddenly, the scene before him darkened. It was like a wall had appeared out of nowhere, blocking in front of Han Tie. The giant lumberman, Wood Kuei, let out an angry roar. He clasped his hands above his head and smashed down like a battering ram. He was a mutant who had wrestled with Li Qingzhan. He was born with divine strength and was unparalleled. After half a year of bitter training, his strength had increased by another level. This time, he wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. Bang! The high steps seemed to shake. The fist and the hammer collided. Wood Kuei's eyes were filled with shock. His huge body, under an unparalleled powerful force, was pushed back again and again. In the end, he sat on the high steps. Li Qingzhan maintained the posture of swinging his fist. He did not take a step back. The ox demon gave him great strength, and the tiger demon gave him unparalleled explosive power. With the two combined, even the giant lumberman, who was born with divine strength, had to retreat. But with Wood Kuei blocking, it gave the military disciples a chance to block. Li Qingzhan looked around. The strongest of them, an 8th-layer military disciple, was already in front of him. His fist was burning with raging flames. He had refined his body and qi into one. Even Li Qingzhan could not underestimate him. Slightly further away were a dozen or so 7th-layer qi practitioners, each displaying their own skills. Their bodies shone with various colors of light. Even further away were several hundred men from the school of the military. They swarmed forward like a pack of wolves that had spotted their prey. On the way, Wood Kuei spread his arms wide again, assuming a stance that he would not back down. "That's more like it. Come at me together." Li Qingzhan smiled. He turned around and charged into the crowd. He was like a ferocious tiger that had climbed to the top of the mountain. He turned around and counterattacked. Tiger demon descends the mountain. The first to bear the brunt was a 7th-layer qi practitioner. He waved his palm like a blade. His gunmetal true qi condensed into a blade. The blade was as fast as lightning, and it specialized in breaking through protective true qi. The path of the military was not as gorgeous as spells, but it condensed all of its power into a single point. It formed a simple and unadorned killing move that could subdue the enemy. He planned in his heart that as long as he could force Li Qingzhan to stop, they would be able to form a formation and attack Li Qingzhan together. At that time, no matter how powerful Li Qingzhan was, he would not be able to break free. He could only wait to be tied up. Li Qingshan only attacked and did not defend. He allowed the gunmetal long blade to slash at him. He laughed sinisterly and punched. At this time, whoever retreated would have their momentum greatly reduced. Since that was the case, then he would make you suffer. The military disciple clenched his teeth and swung his blade with all his might. Even an idiot would know which was more damaging, being hit by a blade or being punched by a fist. With a bang, that military disciple was like a kite with its string cut. He flew down the stairs and smashed into a group of his comrades behind him. His eyes widened. He saw that there was only a white mark on Li Qingshan's shoulder, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. What kind of body-refining technique did he cultivate? This was the last thought that flashed through his mind before he fainted. Li Qingshan's Gui water Zhen was incomparably pure. Although it could not completely block the gunmetal blade qi, it could still delay it for a moment. Before the blade qi could fully display itself, it was interrupted by Li Qingshan's fist. The remaining power was enough to break his ox demon forges its hide. We are both in the 7th layer of qi refining, but my strength is greater, my speed is faster, and even my zhen qi is purer than yours. How can you compete with me? Li Qingshan rushed left and right, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. What entered his eyes were human figures. He did not need to think about any moves at all. He only needed to throw punches and kicks. One by one, the military disciples were sent flying while screaming. On the high platform, other than Han Tie, there were also a few military instructors. They could see that Li Qingshan was not a reckless person who would barge around randomly. He did not give the strongest military disciples a chance to surround him. Their comrades had instead become their hindrance. In such a chaotic scene, he was still able to control the overall battle situation. It was really shocking. And what was even more shocking was that he seemed to really want to rely on his own strength to defeat all these hundreds of military disciples. An old instructor asserted, with his physical strength and zhen qi, it is impossible for him to last that long. A moment later, half of the military disciples had already fallen. They could no longer fight. Some had even fainted and directly rolled off the platform. This was only because Li Qingshan had held back. Otherwise, all those who had fallen would have been dead. Looking at Li Qingshan again, he was still full of energy and did not show the slightest sign of fatigue. Instead, he became more and more excited. He shouted, "Awesome," and grabbed a military disciple's leg. He used it as a weapon and swung it a few times before throwing it far away. The military instructors were all surprised. The old instructor who had spoken just now said, "This child is indeed unexpected. However, he will not be able to hold on for much longer." As expected, they saw that Li Qingshan's zhen qi was already somewhat lacking. He could only use his zhen qi to block when facing a more threatening attack. All the instructors nodded. However, after another moment, Li Qingshan could not even use his zhen qi to protect himself. His dantian was completely empty. He was only fighting with the tenacity of an ox and the bravery of a tiger. His body also started to be wounded. Not only did his momentum not weaken, it became even more ferocious and reached its peak state. Chapter 319. Li Qingshan swept away the military disciples like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Without the protection of true qi, he was covered in wounds and gasping for breath. His chest, in particular, had an extremely obvious burnt black fist mark. His entire body was covered in blood, some of it belonging to others and some of it his own. At his feet, there was a large number of military disciples lying on the ground. The corners of Li Qingshan's mouth curled up and he laughed mischievously. This kind of battle was even more refreshing than drinking 50 jars of fine wine. He could cast aside all his worries and worries. The remaining dozens of military disciples looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. If it wasn't for Han Tie and a few instructors watching from above, and the fact that their lives weren't in danger, they might have already collapsed. No matter how strong the willpower of the military disciples was, it wasn't endless. However, monsters also had times when they were weak. Don't let him recover his strength. Brothers, attack. But this kind of faint hope was quickly extinguished by Li Qingshan. He used his arms to clamp down on two military disciples. With a bit of strength, the two of them immediately stopped breathing and were thrown at his feet. At this moment, a fist arrived in front of him. He used his head to meet it head-on, and with a crack, his arm broke. Li Qingshan also shook his head. Although it looked like he would fall to the ground in the next moment, he stubbornly stood until the last military disciple fell. Just now, he laughed loudly. It wasn't that Li Qingshan's strength exploded, but that all the 7th-layer disciples were defeated one by one in the chaotic battle. The strongest 8th-layer Qi practitioner, Li Qingshan, risked being injured, took a punch from him, and killed him. The mutant Woodkue also took a kick from Li Qingshan and rolled down the stairs, unconscious. Even an exhausted tiger wasn't something a wolf cub could threaten. At this moment, there was no one left standing on the several hundred steps other than him. Li Qingshan said to Little and, "Did you see that?" Unknowingly, it wasn't just Little and who was watching from below. There were also many people who had heard the news. Disciples of other clans who had rushed over from other islands. All of them looked at him in astonishment. They watched helplessly as he defeated 90% of the military school's disciples by himself. Was he still human? Li Qingshan looked down from above and saw a crowd of people moving about. The grandeur was no less than his duel with Chu Tian. Hua Sengzan, Hao Pingong, and the others were among them. Vaguely, Han Qiangji seemed to be there as well. Li Qingshan, that coward? Has he entered secluded cultivation again to avoid battle? As soon as Han Qiangji returned from a mission, she heard about Li Qingshan's battle with Chu Tian. A few months had passed. That little bit of interest from that day had faded away. From the day she learned that Li Qingshan had entered the School of Novels, she knew that he had probably lost the right to pursue her forever. She felt a little regretful. Until I heard that he was going to duel with the genius Chu Tian. Just now, I became interested and went to watch the battle, just based on my personal likes and dislikes. He had bet 500 spirit stones on him. In the end, he didn't come. She was instantly disappointed. That little bit of interest turned into disdain. She blamed herself for being blind back then. Hua Sengzan leaned against the door. Of course he came. I told you last time you misunderstood him. He's not someone who would avoid a fight. Han Qiangji continued packing. If you were a girl, I would have suspected that you've fallen for this kid. Or that you're love-struck. So what? Was he beaten half to death by Chu Tian and caused you to lose another 1,000 spirit stones? Hua Sengzan said, "A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean, but it's also extremely difficult for a woman to understand a man. This time I won." Han Qiangji stopped what she was doing. You mean? Of course. What I lost last time, I've earned it all back this time. Chu Tian is still bedridden in the medicine family. Also, that brat you mentioned is already at the 7th layer of Qi refining. I think it's only a matter of time before he catches up to you. Of course, if we were to fight now, you probably wouldn't be his match. Han Qiangji said, "What about him? How is he?" "He's practically unscathed. I heard that he's been writing a novel recently. Hehe, Old Wang is going to go crazy when he hears about it." Han Qiangji frowned. "Did I make a mistake? Tell me, what's going on?" Hua Sengzan told her the whole story. He was very articulate. If he was willing to tell a story, he would be the best storyteller. Han Qiangji was fascinated by the story. She hated that she couldn't be there to cheer for Li Qingshan. It turned out that she had really misunderstood him. She threw away the things in her hands. "No, I have to go see him." But then she stopped. "I didn't go see him when he first joined the School of Novels. If I go see him now, won't he think of me, Han Qiangji, as a snob?" But he went into seclusion a few days after joining the School of Novels. She didn't go see him because she had something to do. Also, as a woman, it was really embarrassing to interact with people from the School of Novels. Just as she was feeling conflicted, a legalist disciple came to report, "Senior brothers and sisters, there's a show to watch again. Hantie set up a formation and wants to challenge Li Qingshan. Let's go and see," Hua Sengzan said. Han Qiangji went with the flow. Her favorite thing in life was to watch a show. Net. After arriving, Han Xiongji was glad that she didn't miss this battle. Looking at Li Qingshan running amok in the enemy's formation, she suddenly felt her heart beating fast. Her eyes were glued to him. Hua Sengzan smiled and said, "Who's the love-struck fool now?" Han Xiongji blushed, but she didn't show any weakness. "Do you have a problem with that? This is the type I like. He's so much better than a pretty boy like you." Hua Sengzan touched his nose. "A grown girl can't be kept at home. In the blink of an eye, your childhood sweetheart has become a pretty boy." They had known each other since they were young. Since young, he had been full of charm. As long as it was a girl, they would inevitably have some thoughts about him. She was the only one who maintained a pure friendship with him. It was because Han Xiongji came from a military family and didn't like dissolute men. No matter how strong Hua Sengzan's charm was, it didn't work on her. Han Xiongji chuckled. "This time, Brother Tie is going to lose face. The old man's face must be ugly." Before she finished, a cold snort pierced the ears. Han Xiongji trembled and her face turned pale. Hua Sengzan said, "What's wrong?" Han Xiongji gritted her teeth. "It's that old man. He's so cruel to his own daughter." Hua Sengzan said, "No daughter has such a wild mouth." As they spoke, the outcome of the battle was decided. Han Xiongji looked at Li Qingshan, who was covered in wounds and was on the verge of collapse. She shouted, "You win." "Calm down. Wait. I'm going to beat you up now." Li Qingshan turned around and walked towards the high platform. He said to Han Tie. Li Qingshan walked forward step by step until he was in front of Han Tie. A military disciple who was lying on the ground suddenly got up and hugged Li Qingshan's waist. "Brothers, stop him." One by one, the military disciples who had lost their ability to fight desperately hugged Li Qingshan's legs. Li Qingshan raised his fist and smashed it towards the military disciple who was hugging his waist. That military disciple simply closed his eyes but didn't let go. He didn't feel any pain. That fist, for some reason, was retracted. Li Qingshan took heavy steps with difficulty, forcefully dragging so many people with him as he made his way towards Han Tie. He walked very slowly, but he was unwavering. With a bang, his feet finally stepped on the high platform and he punched at Han Tie. Han Tie raised his hand to stop the instructor who wanted to stop him. He didn't dodge or block and took the punch head-on. "Young general." The eyes of the military disciples all turned red. It was as if they were watching helplessly as the enemy general broke through their formation and killed their commander. Every single one of the military disciples who were still conscious felt humiliated. They clenched their teeth, and some of them even shed silent tears like children. "Let him go," Han Tie ordered. "There are still 2 punches left." Li Qingshan stretched his muscles and said, "Such weak punches, even I find it boring to hit myself. You can owe it to me first. Wait for me to recover my strength. Let's hit again." With that, Li Qingshan fell backwards. A golden light flashed and lit and transformed into the Vajra avatar and held Li Qingshan in his arms. He snored and slept soundly. Even in his sleep, there was a satisfied smile on his face. "Leave him to me. He needs some treatment." A woman came to little Anne's side. She had a picturesque appearance and a gentle voice. She was dressed in white and seemed to emit a gentle light at first glance. There was a white token on her waist with the word "1" engraved on it. On the platform, a medical disciple who was also dressed in white was working to diagnose the injuries of the military disciples and treat them. Han Tie said to the woman Ru Xian, "Thank you." Normal injuries could be treated by the military disciples. They could even recover by themselves with their strong physique. However, if it was more serious, they would have to ask the medical disciples to treat them to ensure that there would be no future trouble. "I took your money and helped you eliminate disasters. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." Ru Xian smiled gently and was very natural and unrestrained. As the biggest customer of the medical disciples, it was rare for the military to have so much business. "Senior Sister Ru Xian, he seems to be fine," a muscular man said in a low voice. "I don't know if he suffered any internal injuries. It would be bad if there were any lingering injuries." "Little sister, don't you think so?" Ru Exine squatted down and said to Little N, Net. Although Little N felt that there would be no problems with Li Qingshan's body, she was still worried and nodded in agreement. A green leaf flew out of Ru Exine's sleeve and expanded with the wind. It lifted Li Qingshan up and a green light rose up and enveloped his body. Some of the small injuries immediately began to heal. More green leaves flew out of his sleeve. There were more than 100 of them, and they lifted up all the military disciples who were more seriously injured. This was not a spell but a spiritual tool. A spiritual tool set. Although it was only a high-grade spiritual tool, its value was probably above that of a normal supreme-grade spiritual tool. Ru Exine glanced at Li Qingshan on the green leaf and pursed her lips. Such a powerful physique was beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. It was worth researching. Han Tie turned around and returned to the martial arts hall. Han Anjuan sat in the main seat, drinking wine with a three-legged bronze cup. There were 10 seats on either side of him, 9 of which were occupied by military disciples. Only the seat to Han Anjuan's right was empty. They were all 8th and 9th layer Qi practitioners. On the seat to Han Anjuan's left sat a bald-headed man with a fierce expression. He was also at the 10th layer Qi practitioner. The bald-headed man said, General, why didn't you let us attack? Why did you let Li Qingshan be so arrogant? The other 8 people were also filled with righteous indignation. They had watched their comrade be defeated by Li Qingshan in front of everyone. If it wasn't for Han Anjuan's overwhelming power, they would have been unable to hold it in and attacked long ago. In the 100 clans, other than the head disciple, there were a total of 10 disciples. They were the most respected and could be called core disciples. The 9 of them were the true arrogant soldiers and generals. They had the strongest battle power. If any of them participated in the battle just now, the outcome of the battle could be reversed. Han Anjuan said in a low voice, Isn't it enough to bully the weak with numbers? Do you still want to bully the weak? The bald-headed man was unconvinced. How can he unleash the power of the encirclement with his bare hands? If he used weapons and fought with real knives and spears, that kid would have died long ago. Han Anjuan slammed the three-legged bronze cup down. I think the one who is truly arrogant is not him, but you. If he had used all his means to fight, he would have killed his way here in less than half an hour. You have trained well every day. When it comes to actual combat, you show your true colors. What a mess. Shameful, really shameful. Go back and reflect for 3 days. The usually silent Han Anjuan suddenly opened his mouth and berated them fiercely. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. After receiving the order, only Han Tie was left. Han Anjuan's expression gradually calmed down. He revealed a rare smile. Tai Yi, you have done well. They need some motivation. Don't think that just because they suffer a little every day, they are much stronger than the disciples of other clans. As the head of the military school, his feelings towards certain things were much sharper. He was much sharper than Lu Chongqing. Under this peaceful scene, it seemed like another string was gradually being pulled taut. War was not far away. He wanted to borrow Li Qingshan's hand to fiercely temper the military disciples and prepare for the possible chaos. Losing face now was better than losing their lives in the future. He was not afraid of losing face for the military school. The dead had no face. I also did not expect him to be able to walk up like this. Han Tie frowned. He did not doubt that Li Qingshan had the ability to charge up the platform, but he had indeed taken him by surprise after defeating everyone and making his way up step by step. His body practitioner technique is very extraordinary. It's a pity that he's not a disciple of the school of the military, or we'll have an additional 30% chance of victory in the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures at the very least. Han Anjuan let out a sigh similar to the slovenly Taoist priest. If he were to evaluate the geniuses that had emerged from the entrance examination this time, Li Qingshan would definitely rank first. Xu Tian and Yu Zijian both paled in comparison. Although Little N's talent was monstrously great, he might not necessarily be suited for the path of the military. As for Li Qingshan, he was basically born to be a soldier. He liked to fight and kill, but he was also born with the courage of the sword and the heart of the zither. Han Tie said, he might not be a disciple of the school of the military, but you can still give him some guidance, General. Han Anjuan said, I have the same thoughts. I'll leave this to you for now. Only when the big fish was fierce enough could the small fish be stirred up, unleashing their unprecedented potential and becoming even more united. Even without this reason, he could not bear to see such a great piece of material go to waste in a place like the School of Novels. Yes, sir. Li Qingshan woke up from his dream. He was covered in a white bedsheet with white walls and chairs. The curtains drifted gently in the wind, and sunlight poured in through the window. A bunch of pure white lilies sat at the head of the bed, giving off a faint fragrance. The sky had cleared up before he knew it, and warm sunlight shone in. Li Qingshan yawned and stretched. He could feel that various parts of his body still ached slightly, but his mind was extremely at ease. Sure enough, compared to writing novels, this kind of life suited him better. I better give up on these unrealistic thoughts. He closed his eyes and sensed his body. There were no major issues. His dried-up dantian began to accumulate true qi bit by bit. True qi was a circulatory process. After such extreme usage, the recovery speed was extremely slow, but the quality had also increased. He had gained quite a lot from this battle. Although he did not receive a single word of advice from Han Anjuan, he had comprehended quite a lot. He was a combat genius. He could display his charm in battle, and in battle, he could unleash his potential. Although none of the military disciples were a match for him, the techniques they used, and even the feeling of being hit on his body had benefited him greatly. Ru Xian walked in from outside the door. You're awake. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed. Another beauty, and a 10th layer qi refinement beauty at that. As expected, there were plenty of fish in the sea. He really could not understand Hua Sengzan's thoughts. However, if he really had to compare, the person in front of him was indeed slightly inferior to Gu Yenying. He had no idea whether this feeling was real, or if it was because he had suddenly seen a supreme beauty after being trapped in the desolate village for over a decade, which was why she had left such a deep impression in his heart. Wasn't there a story about a scholar who ate a bowl of lotus root starch in a farmer's house when he was in dire straits? He only found it to be extremely delicious. Afterwards, he became a high-ranking official and tasted the lotus root starch made by renowned chefs everywhere, but none of them tasted the same. In the end, he found the original farmer's house and tasted it again, but it no longer tasted the same. He was very interested in finding an opportunity to verify this story. I am Li Qingshan. May I ask for your name, fellow? How can Ru Xian not know of fellow Li's great name? Was there anyone with the surname Ru? Li Qingshan was puzzled. He looked around. Where's little N? He's been summoned back by the One Thought Master. It's not like you're too sick to get up, so there's no need for you to keep watch over him. As Ru Xian said that, she sat down on the side of the bed and pressed her slender hand against Li Qingshan's chest. His green robes had been ripped to shreds during the battle. Her hand that was as soft as jade slid down from his chest to his abdomen. Your wounds heal very quickly. The life force in your body is basically startling. I ate an unknown fruit when I was young, and afterwards, I became so strong. Li Qingshan made up a lie casually. Does that count as being interested in me? She must have seen my might in the school of the military and been drawn in by my bearing. Whatever, I can't just let her take the initiative. Li Qingshan has always been a person who does what he wants. He grabbed Ru Xian's hand. I really have to thank you for your meticulous treatment, miss. Ru Xian's eyes narrowed. She tried to pull her hand back, but it did not budge. Her face became slightly red, but it was from anger. She had no lack of admirers in the 100 schools of thought, but it was really rare to see such a shameless person. Li Qingshan thought that his charm had already reached the level of Hua Sengzan. Ru Xian said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, if you don't let go, I'll call for help." Only then did Li Qingshan let go of her hand. He said in surprise, "Didn't you touch me first? I'm a doctor and you're a patient. This order can't be reversed." What? Fellow Taoist, do you like to be massaged just like now? It's not impossible. This is also one of the services of our School of Medicine, but it's charged. Ru Xian lowered her head and smiled faintly. She looked extremely charming. Li Qingshan was both excited and disappointed. All right. How many spirit stones? Lie down. I'll go and prepare. Ru Exine smiled sweetly and turned around to leave. After a moment, a muscular man barged in and roared like thunder. You want a massage? Li Qingshan was stunned. No. How can senior sister Ru Exine do this kind of rough work? Come on. The muscular man did not say anything else. He took a step forward and fiercely slapped Li Qingshan's back with a pair of iron palms that could split stone. Your skills are not bad. After a moment, Li Qingshan stood up and sincerely praised. This muscular man was indeed a disciple of the School of Medicine. He looked rough, but his skills were extremely meticulous. Whether it was kneading, pinching, patting, or pressing, he completely stretched Li Qingshan's muscles and bones. At the same time, he injected a vigorous Imu Chi into his body. Li Qingshan felt refreshed all over his body. The bruises on his body also disappeared. It was worth the spirit stones. The muscular man roared, "Thank you for your patronage." Li Qingshan stood up and took out a green robe from his 100 treasures pouch. He put it on and walked out. Ru Exine laughed. How was it? How was my junior skill? Not bad. Li Qingshan laughed. The muscular man's ferocious slaps had indeed cut off Li Qingshan's thoughts. If others did not have any thoughts, he was too lazy to think about it. It was not like he could not live without a woman. In this world, there were countless things to pursue. Ru Exine was slightly surprised. She had thought that Li Qingshan would be embarrassed and displeased, or even angry. She had already prepared a set of words. But she did not expect him to be so calm. Furthermore, the way he looked at her had also returned to normal. It made her doubt her own charm. This is your first time coming to Benevolence Island, right? Let me show you around. When the chief disciple came, it was naturally the chief disciple who received him. Although it was a declining school of novels, Li Qingshan had already proven in front of everyone that he was worthy of such treatment. Strolling leisurely with a beauty as his companion, it was quite interesting. Li Qingshan casually asked about the School of Medicine. Doctors pay particular attention to curing illnesses and saving lives. Saving lives is one thing, but can cultivators also get sick? Ru Exine said, of course not, but we can help him. We can make him get whatever illness we want him to get. In the School of Medicine, they were not some kind nanny character. Instead, they were good at using poisons and plagues. Poisons were naturally all kinds of poisons, and plagues were plagues. They collected all kinds of diseases and killed their enemies without leaving a trace. Among the gods that the School of Medicine worshipped, there was the god of plagues. It's not funny, Li Qingshan said. Is that so? That's strange. In the past, everyone laughed when I said it. Forget it. In life, it is inevitable to meet a few strange people. The illnesses of cultivators are usually not obvious, but they are hidden deep in the body. It may be damage to the meridians or imbalance of the 5 elements. It may not be life-threatening, but over time, it will affect cultivation. Besides these physical illnesses, there are also mental illnesses. I'm good at curing mental illnesses. Physical illnesses are fine, but once you get mental illnesses, it will be even more difficult to advance on the path of cultivation. For example, don't tell Commander Hua of the School of Legalism that I said it. Saving a cultivator's path of cultivation can also be considered saving a life. Li Qingshan grinned. Then why don't you save him? Ru Exine said, he's already beyond cure. There's no cure for an illness that can't be cured. Buddha will save the fated. Suddenly, she lowered her voice. Look at the 2 in front. They're also beyond cure. Even gods can't save them. Even gods can't save them. Li Qingshan looked up and saw Qian Rongji supporting Chu Tian as they strolled in the garden. Their faces were full of smiles. If it was not for the fact that he knew Qian Rongji's character and Chu Tian's temperament, he would really think that they were a match made in heaven. What illness are they suffering from? One is crazy and the other is crazy. They're a good match. Li Qingshan smiled and turned to avoid them. Chu Tian was immersed in happiness and did not notice at all. Qian Rongji immediately sensed something and glanced over. When she saw Ru Exine's back, she frowned. That woman was also very troublesome. Li Qingshan mentioned that he once had the intention to study alchemy in the School of Medicine. Ru Exine said, "You're right to choose the School of Medicine. The School of Taoism only alchemy, but we can also refine medicine." What's the difference? Alchemy is for cultivation, but refining medicine can cure illnesses. Ru Exine brought Li Qingshan to the School of Medicine's pharmacy for a tour. Sure enough, other than a dazzling array of elixirs, there were also various colored potions and powders. Li Qingshan saw a small box with the words "Jade Skin Powder" written on it. He asked, "What illness is this used to cure?" Ru Exine said, "It's used to cure the Black Plague." Black Plague? Ru Exine looked at Li Qingshan and said, "Yes, it refers to people like you. If you use this medicine, in 3 days, at most 7 days, you can become a pure pretty boy." Li Qingshan shook his head. He was already used to Ru Exine's words, which did not match her appearance and temperament. However, the medicine refined by the School of Medicine was indeed interesting. At least the School of Taoism's alchemy would not refine invisibility potions. There were even some that he had not even thought about. What illness is this used to cure? Li Qingshan pointed at a glass bottle filled with blue potions. "You're talking about water of recollection. As the name suggests, it is naturally used to cure amnesia. If you accidentally forget your surname, drink it and you'll see the results. However, the side effect is that you'll easily lose your bearings." Ru Exine casually said, but she saw Li Qingshan's expression suddenly change. Li Qingshan said, "You can remember anything you say. What about your past life?" Ru Exine said, "Unfortunately, my strength is not enough to compete with Mangpa." Li Qingshan was a little disappointed, but then he heard Ru Exine say, "However, as long as it's in your mind, you'll be able to remember it after drinking my medicine. Even if you want to know what you ate at noon 10 years ago, it won't be a problem. Can you give it a try? What's our relationship? Your surname is Li. I'm serious. 100 spirit stones per bottle. You don't have to give me that kind of expression. You're joking." Speechless, Li Qingshan drank a spoonful of water of recollection. Those dust-laden past events suddenly shook off the dust and rushed towards his face. They were clearly reflected in his mind. It was a page of a book, densely packed with small words. The first sentence was, "Zhang Wuji, turn around." Li Qingshan shouted in his heart, "My illness can be cured." Chapter 320. That's north. Ru Exine raised her thumb and pointed behind her. Li Qingshan ignored her. "How much is this water of recollection?" I was just making it for fun. I didn't think I could actually sell it." Ru Exine retracted her smile and extended her hand. 100 spirit stones for 1 bottle. Thank you for your patronage." Li Qingshan clenched his teeth. "Weren't you just joking?" Ru Exine said, "Who told you not to laugh? This thing must be very important to you." "I'm serious. You're going to make a scene." Li Qingshan grabbed her hand. This water of recollection was indeed very important to him, not only for writing novels, but also for little and 1 spirit stone, 2 spirit stones, 3 spirit stones. What are you doing? Charging. Ru Exine glanced at her hand that was being held. Li Qingshan shook her hand off. Ru Exine smiled. Fine, fine. A doctor should be like a parent. I can't bear to see you so anxious, so I'll give this water of recollection to you. Li Qingshan said, "You're that kind." Ru Exine said, "But you have to promise me one thing." Li Qingshan said, "What is it?" Ru Exine lowered her voice. "If you fight with the military disciples in the future, use more force. It's best if you beat them to death. A good doctor should be like a parent. Children won't listen unless they're beaten." "Okay, I'll go first." Li Qingshan casually agreed, picked up the water of recollection, put it in his interdimensional pouch, and hurriedly went back to test it. "Wait. 3 spirit stones. What 3 spirit stones aren't you giving?" Li Qingshan said, only to see Ru Exine smiling and patting his hand. "You really want to charge. That's good. Give me 100 spirit stones." Li Qingshan grabbed Ru Exine's hand and looked straight into her eyes. "For spirit stones, 5 spirit stones." Ru Xian's smile didn't change as she began to count. However, this place was not a deserted place, it was a place where people came and went. Many disciples of the 100 clans came here to get their medicine. Just now, Li Qingzhan grabbing Ru Xian's hand had already attracted some attention. Ru Xian had been famous for a long time and was a famous beauty in the 100 schools of thought. Li Qingzhan, on the other hand, was an influential figure who was in the limelight. These two were both head disciples, yet they were holding hands and looking at each other in public, drawing everyone's attention. They whispered into each other's ears and discussed animatedly. Hey, what do you think? Could it be that Li Qingzhan has that kind of relationship with senior sister Ru Xian? How dare you? 33. 34. Ru Xian's smile didn't change as she snorted. Are you for real? 100 spirit stones, I can afford it. Li Qingzhan wanted to teach this unscrupulous woman a lesson. Then come and give it a try. It's rare that spirit stones are so easy to earn. Ru Xian said with a snort. Her face was slightly red, but it was unknown whether it was from embarrassment or anger. Li Qingzhan. What are you doing? 2 angry shouts came from outside the pharmacy at the same time. One was Chu Tian's 5-colored true energy, and the other was indeed Han Qiongji, who was also glaring at Li Qingzhan. Chu Tian followed Qian Rongji's line of sight and immediately saw Li Qingzhan. It could be said that when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When he saw him with Ru Xian, he couldn't help but follow them. Ever since he came to the School of Medicine and saw Ru Xian for the first time, he treated her as his woman. When he arrived, he saw Li Qingzhan holding Ru Xian's hand. Furthermore, Ru Xian seemed to be doing it willingly, which made him feel betrayed. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Li Qingzhan with a single palm strike. When Han Qiongji heard that Li Qingzhan had woken up, she came to take a look at him. When she did, she was immediately filled with anger. Hua Sengzan, who was standing to the side, crossed his arms and smiled. This guy has some style. It seems that he can do whatever I can't. He couldn't help but think of Gu Yenying and shook his head. It's impossible. Li Qingzhan was slightly stunned. Ru Xian took the opportunity to withdraw her hand and said hatefully, 35 spirit stones. I'll pay you once you hand over the rest of the goods. Li Qingzhan waved his hand. Without even glancing at Chu Tian, he directly made his way towards Hua Sengzan. Chengzan, what brings you here? Senior sister Han, long time no see. What are you glaring at me for? Fuck you. A voice rang out clearly in his ears through true qi. Li Qingzhan felt like he had been struck by lightning, as this did not come from Han Qiongji, nor was it from Chu Tian. Instead, it came from Ru Xian. He turned around and stared at Ru Xian in disbelief. What did you say? Nothing. Ru Xian continued to smile gently. Dressed in white, she stood gracefully, like a legendary angel in white. Han Qiongji said, Li Qingzhan, I'm talking to you. I've specially come to see you. Oh, thank you. I'm fine. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free. Li Qingzhan's head was currently completely occupied with the water of recollection. All he wanted to do was go back and test it out. Han Qiongji said, Oi, you. Li Qingzhan had already left on a cloud. His voice rang out indistinctly, Oh right, Chu Tian, I wish you a speedy recovery. Chu Tian's face paled. He resisted the urge to strike out. The 100 strands of sword qi had caused extremely severe damage to his body. Even after so many days, he had yet to completely recover. He quickly arrived before Ru Xian and asked in concern, Senior sister Ru Xian, are you fine? Junior brother Chu, your body is fine, right? It's all thanks to the care of the 3 beauties. Those 2. Chu Tian said proudly, they've all gone into closed-door cultivation for me. Ever since Li Qingzhan came out of closed-door cultivation and defeated the genius Chu Tian, there was a craze for closed-door cultivation in the 100 schools of thought. Everyone wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat like Li Qingzhan. Ru Xian was a little surprised. She glanced at Qian Rongji and said, This must be junior sister Qian's idea. It must have been hard on you. After a few months of closed-door cultivation, they came out to find that everything had changed. Even their man had been snatched away. Oh right, those two silly girls didn't care about sharing their man with others. However, they couldn't expect others to be as silly as them. It's all their own idea. They felt that they weren't strong enough, so they wholeheartedly wanted to help little Tian. I was very touched when I heard that, so I agreed to help them take care of little Tian for a few days. Senior sister, please don't misunderstand. We're just friends. Qian Rongji smiled and said. It didn't take her much effort to send those two vases away. I've given them a lot of pills. After this closed-door cultivation, their cultivation will definitely improve greatly. You won't lose out if you become my woman. Xu Tian said as he looked at Ru Xian meaningfully. Qian Rongji smiled and said, Senior sister Ru Xian, little Tian is indeed a good man who's worth entrusting your life to. Haha, that's right, that's right. Ru Xian felt a little disgusted. There were strange people every year, but there were especially many this year. She originally wanted to remind him that this kind of man was completely reckless and deserved to die. Good man. Let this bad woman teach you a lesson. Qian Rongji relaxed. All right, this woman won't come looking for trouble for the time being. If only all the men in the world were as good as Chu Tian, that would be great. I want to write novels. Li Qingshan said confidently as he returned to Cloud Wisp Island and pushed open the door. Under Lu Chuanfeng's astonished gaze, Li Qingshan returned to the house, took out the bottle of water of memory, and placed it on the table. The bottle was about 3 inches tall and filled with a deep blue, viscous liquid. It seemed to be a frozen memory. Li Qingshan picked it up and took a small sip. A somewhat bitter taste spread on the tip of his tongue. He quickly closed his eyes and tried hard to recall that forgotten memory. Actually, everyone had a photographic memory and a photographic memory. It was just that the useless information would slowly sink into the depths of the mind. The water of recollection brought back the memories that had been sealed for a long time. Every scene, every sound, and every emotion was clearly displayed in front of him. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and began to write vigorously. That familiar story reappeared in his hands. Lu Chuanfeng stood at the door in a daze. He didn't know what his beloved disciple was, but he didn't dare to disturb him, so he quietly left. Li Qingshan's writing speed became faster and faster. His right hand gradually became a blur. He felt that the ink in the inkstone had been used up after writing a few words, so he ground a small jar and placed it beside him. It was getting late, and there was a thick stack of novels on his desk. They were filled with messy handwriting, and the fine weasel hairbrush in his hand was almost bald. At this time, the words in his mind gradually became blurry. The effect of the water of memory was gradually wearing off. Li Qingshan put down the brush and rubbed his wrist. Let's call it a day. You wrote all this. Lu Chuanfeng, who had been patient for a long time, rushed out and grabbed the thick stack of papers on the table. Pa. Li Qingshan slapped his hand away. Don't move, I haven't finished writing yet. Saying it out loud made him feel heroic. The glory was no less than defeating 800 military disciples. Although it was just a copy, these were all small details. He had never written so many words in his entire life. Lu Chuanfeng said, How rare. What good things can you write like this? What I've written are all things that regular people would love to see and hear. I guarantee it'll be much more popular than your genteel stuff. Li Qingshan felt like he could already see the path of a successful novelist unfolding before him. As long as he had the water of memory, this path would definitely be easy and free, with no cost and great benefits. Although the level of martial arts in wuxia novels was a little low, he did not expect to rely on it to fight. In the qi refinement realm, no matter how powerful the characters were described, no matter how abundant the power of faith was, under the restriction of the divine talisman of great creation, the power of the summoned objects would be limited. At most, they would be at the 7th or 8th layer of qi refinement. For ordinary qi refinement cultivators, being able to summon 4 or 5 fighters of similar cultivation level was already a very good thing. However, with Li Qingshan's strength, this kind of help was not that important. Instead, it would be a waste of the power of faith. The power of faith was an important resource. Through the divine talisman of great creation, it could turn illusory into reality. Right now, the divine talisman of great creation was only at the initial stage. As long as he continued to strengthen it, its effects would not be limited to a few novels. At this time, Little and walked in. When he saw Li Qingshan, he revealed an innocent smile. Chapter 321. Little and could always feel the change in Li Qingshan's mood, and strangely tilted her head. Li Qingshan drove Lu Chuanfeng out, closed the door, and aimlessly asked Little and about her recent practice. Little and was even more puzzled. Did something happen? Li Qingshan smiled bitterly and rubbed his head. He had never believed himself to be an irresolute person, but he understood now that the reason why he was not irresolute was because he had never encountered something that was truly difficult for him to decide on. Letting her recover her memory and find her original name and identity was once a wish in his heart. Sending her back to her hometown was the first promise he made in this world. But if this old wish and promise came at the same time, he would definitely not be able to smile. "I found a good thing that may help you." Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and told the truth. He took out the remaining half of the water of memory and explained its function to Little N. Then, Li Qingshan found that Little N's performance was not more calm than his. The hand holding the water of memory even trembled slightly, causing the blue liquid to tremble. There was no excitement and joy of being able to recover her memory. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow on her big eyes. "I don't want to drink it." "Why?" Li Qingshan asked despite already knowing the answer. They were connected, so how could he not understand her worries? If it were possible, he would rather not know about the existence of this potion, even if he could not obtain the power of belief through writing novels. But as an adult, he could not let a child be willful, and he could not let himself be willful. He had to do what was good for her. "Don't be willful. Try it." "I just tried it, and the effect is not bad. Maybe it really works." "Of course, it may not work, so don't expect too much." Little and raised her head. She looked straight into Li Qingshan's eyes and said with a heartbreaking expression, "I'm not going anywhere, okay?" Li Qingshan's heart gradually became firm and returned to normal. He grinned and kissed her forehead heavily. "Wherever you go, I'll go." Shaoan closed his eyes and gulped down the rest of the water of memory in the bottle. It was a slightly bitter liquid. Along the throat, it flowed into his stomach and turned into a mysterious energy that spread throughout his body. It soared straight into the sky. After a long time, Little and opened his eyes. Li Qingshan said, "How is it?" Little and shook his head. "I don't feel anything." Ever since the day she started cultivating the path of white bone and great beauty, her soul had been growing. After countless days and nights of cultivation, her bones had long since become as hard as diamond. Not only was it difficult for external forces to damage them, even foreign energies were unable to seep into them. Therefore, whether it was absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth or taking elixirs, to her, it didn't have any effect. The only thing it strengthened was her body. Only by using flames to devour flesh and blood and refine white bones was her only path of cultivation. The effects of the water of memory were naturally ineffective against her. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. "I knew it. The effects of that woman's medicine aren't that good. Don't worry. You can slowly think about your memories." Little and grunted softly and asked curiously, "That woman? She's a messy woman. Don't worry about her. Come, take a look at my novel." Li Qingshan carried her onto his lap and showed her the manuscript that he had painstakingly copied. Little and read very seriously and pointed out the strange parts of the book from time to time. The so-called strange parts referred to the fact that wuxia novels were not acclimatized to this world. There were many problems with the usage of words and allusions. Li Qingshan felt his head swell again. As it turned out, copying novels was not that easy. What should I do? He had not read many novels. It had only been 1 or 2 years since he left Crouching Ox Village. His understanding of this world could not be considered deep. Little and smiled. I have an idea. Lu Chuanfeng bit the tip of his pen, trying to guess just what this disciple of his had written. Li Qingshan suddenly strode in. Do you have a novel to read? Lu Chuanfeng said. What do you want to read? Li Qingshan said. Not yours. It's best if it's some famous and popular ones. The more the better. What's wrong with mine? Lu Chuanfeng immediately refuted. He was no longer the master of Moonbreeze from before. He immediately took out a letter from his 100 treasures pouch. Take a look. How did they praise me? Li Qingshan shot a glance at him, and Lu Chuanfeng took out a great pile of books from his 100 treasures pouch obediently. There were several hundred of them. Li Qingshan picked them up and left. Lu Chuanfeng called out from behind, Be careful. These are all prize copies. His monk robes drifted about as the One-Thought Master arrived on Cloud Wisp Island silently. He arrived outside the bamboo building where Li Qingshan resided. His gaze pierced through the layers of bamboo and saw two figures, one large and one small, illuminated by a lone lantern. Little and lay on the floor, reading. He flipped through the pages quickly, and over a dozen books had already piled up beside him. Li Qingshan stood there as if he was thinking about something. He would twist his body from time to time and swing his fists and feet. He was currently summarizing and comprehending the gains and losses of the battle today. If he were to read a book, he would need to read 7 out of 10 pages. However, when he recalled the battle today, it was like a movie was playing through his head. He could clearly understand every single punch and kick. He could even clearly remember how he had defeated every single military disciple. Gradually, the figures in the surroundings dimmed, and the expressions and figures of every single military disciple blurred. All that remained was a group of military disciples that seemed like matchsticks on the long flight of stairs, all rushing up. He imitated their moves and how they exerted their strength. The lantern light projected his shadow onto the wall, moving quickly and forcefully in the narrow space. One of them moved while the other remained still, but it formed a wondrous, warm atmosphere. The One-Thought Master found it strangely familiar. Only after quite a while of thought did he remember that this was the feeling of home. In order to save some lamp oil, his mother would sew clothes under the moonlight, while he would swat away the fireflies in the courtyard. The One-Thought Master dismissed these thoughts in a hurry and sighed silently. How is it possible for a monk to constantly think about the word home? In the past few days, Li Qingshan's performance that completely exceeded regular cultivators had only made him worry more and more. They were not related by blood. She was still young right now, but once she grew a few years older and developed those feelings, it would probably be even more difficult to sever them. It would be even more messy, and it would be even more difficult to sever them. After hesitating for a moment, the One-Thought Master turned around and left. He had to make his fellow disciples enlighten her with the supreme truths of Buddhism during this assembly of Dharma so that she could sever her ties with the world. The rustling of pages and the sounds of punches and kicks stopped one after another. I'm done. Li Qingshan sank his chi into his dantian and smiled. If the situation today repeated itself, he was confident he could achieve victory even more easily. Little and smiled. Let's begin. Under the lantern light, Li Qingshan wrote while Little and spoke. The two of them modified the novel bit by bit to make it more suitable for this era. Before they knew it, time passed by bit by bit. Chapter 322. Did you really write this? Lu Chuanfeng held a thick stack of manuscripts and said in disbelief. There were several 100,000 words at the very least, yet Li Qingshan had only used a few days. You didn't copy it, did you? Li Qingshan said without any confidence. Nonsense. Have you read the same novel before? Lu Chuanfeng said, You can't gather any power of belief from plagiarism at all, no matter how well you copy it. For example, the divine talisman of merit. No matter how far away the cultivator who did good was, even if there was someone with the exact same name and appearance as him, the merit would never go to the wrong person. This was the wonders of divine talismans. Li Qingshan's heart pounded. He had copied something from his past life, and it belonged to another world. Only in this world could he be considered an original work. All right. Let me take a look and see what you've written. I'll help you edit it. Lu Chuanfeng leaned over the table and read. Li Qingshan strode out. Over the past few days, he had been copying and editing. Even with Little Anne's assistance, it still left him dizzy. After editing his Virgo novel, the One Thought Master summoned Little Anne back to the Ansrava temple to listen to the scriptures. He said he had to make preparations for the upcoming assembly of Dharma. Little Anne only said he would find a way to get some more pills before leaving in a hurry. It made Li Qingshan rather apologetic. After dealing with the matter of the School of Novels, it was time for him to properly gather his resources and prepare for the final step. Although it was called the final step, Li Qingshan dared not underestimate it at all. It was very likely that the difficulty of this step would be greater than all the previous steps combined. There were many living examples around him, such as Lu Chuanfeng, Hua Sengzan, Ru Xian, and so on. They were all 10th layer Qi practitioners. There was also the dangerous heavenly tribulation that lay between them. He could not afford to be careless. Although he still had a lot of the resources he had collected from the massacre in the underground world, he still had a lot left. Spirit stones were still manageable, but spiritual tools and talismans. However, it was not that simple. After arriving at the 100 schools of thought, he had also asked Sun Fubai about it and found out that the School of Miscellany, which specialized in this kind of business, rarely bought these things. Even if they did, the price was very low. The world had been peaceful for so long that there were very few fights and killings. Without demand, there was no market. On the contrary, the number of Qi practitioners had increased exponentially. As the number of spirit grasses decreased, the price of high-grade medicinal pills continued to rise. Furthermore, Li Qingshan himself had a lot of concerns. The origins of these things could not be considered legitimate. If he were to sell these things on a large scale, it was hard to guarantee that it would not attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. After interacting with people like Qian Rongji and Hua Sengzan, Li Qingshan deeply understood that there were many smart people in the world. One small clue would reveal the general trend. For some people, it was an instinct. He admitted that he did not have the ability to do so, so all he could do was to be as cautious as possible and not leave any flaws. After thinking for a moment, Li Qingshan's gaze gradually became firm. I'll take it step by step. The first step was to issue missions in the mission hall of Contention Island. Li Qingshan's gaze constantly flickered across the notice board. Very soon, he locked onto one of them. It was a mission issued by the Department of Agriculture, which was to water the wheat fields. It sounded simple, but it clearly stated that the disciple had to know the spiritual rain technique. The spiritual rain technique was a large-scale healing technique. Not only could it heal wounds, but it could also recover spiritual qi. If it were used in battle, it would be a decisive technique. Due to the difficulty of learning it was very high, there obviously weren't many people interested in it in this day and age. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan possessed the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, which allowed him to master any water element technique with ease, he would not have wasted time learning this technique either. Perhaps it was exactly because of this that the reward for this mission was rather generous. It was clearly winter on the Longevity Island of the Department of Agriculture, but the island was brimming with life. Earth Elemental Huang sat on the ridge of the fields and smoked. He drew a circle on the vast golden wheat field in front of him. Every inch and 3 centimeters of rain falls on this land. If you miss a centimeter, a spiritual stone will be deducted. Do you understand? He did not give Li Qingshan any special treatment because of his outstanding performance recently. Li Qingshan said politely, "I understand." He closed his eyes and prepared for a while. A streak of light rose up from his hand and flew into the air. It turned into a large, fine layer of spiritual rain and fell from the sky. The wheat sprouts that had originally been rather withered immediately straightened up, as if they were absorbing the spiritual rain. Earth Elder Huang was slightly surprised. Originally, he thought he would have to use the spiritual rain technique several times before he could finish watering such a large field of wheat, but Li Qingshan had only used it once. The area was startlingly large, and if he counted carefully, the amount of spiritual rain that fell was exactly 1 centimeter and 3 centimeters. Well done. Li Qingshan smiled and accepted the spiritual stones. These spiritual stones sure were easy to earn. He only needed to use the technique once. Apart from watering the wheat field, there seemed to be missions to water the medicinal garden for the School of Medicine in the mission hall. You want to learn alchemy from me? Ru Exan sized up Li Qingshan with a strange gaze. He had a sincere expression and was even holding a watermelon in his hand. This is just a gift for becoming my disciple. If you agree, I can pay you spiritual stones. Of course, the price can't be too excessive. This was Li Qingshan's second step, to master alchemy as soon as possible. And this watermelon was plucked by Earth Elder Huang from the melon field next to him for perfectly completing the mission. The School of Medicine has alchemy classes, and it doesn't cost a single spiritual stone. It's too much of a waste of time. Li Qingshan shook his head. Although the professor's lessons were not bad, they had to consider each disciple's comprehension ability and slow down the process. Although explaining the profound in simple terms was interesting, it would also waste a lot of time. Moreover, the level of those professors might not even be comparable to the one in front of him. Although Ru Exan had a rogue mouth, she was a good person. Later on, he asked her for water of recollection twice, but she did not accept spiritual stones. Moreover, as a great beauty, she did not put on any airs, so she naturally became his first choice. Ru Exan said, "Let me think about it. Let's eat the watermelon first." He cut open the watermelon, and the bright red flesh exuded a strange fragrance. Li Qingshan took a bite, and it melted in his mouth. It was as sweet and fragrant as honey, and it even contained a wave of spiritual energy that merged into his Dantian sea of qi. Li Qingshan pondered. The planting techniques of the School of Agriculture were indeed profound, and their effects were not inferior to ordinary pills. Unfortunately, he was not a disciple of the School of Agriculture. Compared to alchemy, he preferred planting. Ru Exan was still looking at Li Qingshan. Her pearly white teeth bit into the watermelon, and her pink lips were dyed red. Then, with a slurping sound, she interrupted Li Qingshan's thoughts. "Can you be a little quieter?" Ru Exan said, "Children don't know anything. To eat a watermelon, you have to suck it." Li Qingshan rolled his eyes and put down the watermelon skin. He saw that the large watermelon had entered her stomach in the blink of an eye. Ru Exan wiped her mouth with her sleeve. "No." "What?" "I've thought about it." "No, send the guest away. Spit out my gift of becoming my disciple." Li Qingshan really wanted to strangle her. "Do you really want it?" Ru Exan pretended to stick her finger into her mouth, as if saying, "If you want it, I'll spit it out." Although Li Qingshan felt a little disgusted, he gritted his teeth and said, "Spit it out." Ru Exan spat out a seed. "Go back and plant it yourself, idiot." "Ha ha ha." Li Qingshan grabbed the seed and showed a regretful expression. He shook his head and sighed. "What a pity, what a pity." Ru Exan said, "What's a pity?" Li Qingshan said, "Originally, I wanted to use the true spirit pill as payment, but she didn't appreciate it. I'll go find Chenzi. When it comes to alchemy, the school of Taoism is still the best." "Wait, you're talking about the true spirit pill." Ru Exan's expression changed. The true spirit pill was a crucial pill for qi practitioners to foundation establishment. She was currently at the 10th layer. She had reached this threshold, so she could not help but be interested. Li Qingshan said, "Yeah. You have true spirit pills?" "I don't believe you." Ru Exan recovered her composure and shook her head with a gentle smile. Right now, true spirit pills were priceless in the cultivation world. One of the most important spirit herbs to refine true spirit pills, the blue butterfly flower, was almost extinct. The blue butterfly flower only grew in spirit stone mines and was not something that could be cultivated by spirit-gathering formations. Across the entire Clear River Prefecture, sects and clans that possessed spiritual stone mines could be described as few and far between. After all these years of mining, the blue butterfly flowers they produced became even fewer. They did not even have enough to refine pills for themselves, much less sell them. She had been in the School of Medicine for many years, but she only possessed 2 right now. With Li Qingshan's background, It was impossible for him to possess something like that. However, little did she know that not only did Li Qingshan possess true spirit pills, but he also possessed more than one. He possessed a great pile of blue butterfly flowers as well, and he had once possessed a field of blue butterfly flowers. Li Qingshan said nothing. He casually fished out an embroidered box from his 100 treasures pouch and opened it with a smack, revealing the true spirit pill inside. Ru Xian held her cheek and sighed gently. In order to pursue your senior sister, you've actually taken out true spirit pills. Your senior sister is very touched, Li Qingshan said. Stop flattering yourself. Are you going to teach me or not? Ru Xian extended her hand and grabbed the embroidered box, closing it gently. I'll teach you, but it's best if you keep the true spirit pill properly. With the speed at which you cultivate, you might be able to use it in just a few years. You can't go without this during your foundation establishment. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He never thought she would have a considerate side to her. Ru Xian smiled. Let's still count spiritual stones. 100 spiritual stones a day. I'll teach you very seriously and carefully. You can just directly say that you're very good at stalling for time. I'm a man of my word. When I can refine true spirit pills with my alchemy, this true spirit pill will be yours. What do you think? If he could refine all the blue butterfly flowers in his 100 treasures pouch into true spirit pills, their value would far exceed those spiritual artifacts and talismans, and he definitely would not have to worry about a lack of demand. This would be the most important step for him to reach Demon General. Li Qingshan extended his right hand, and Ru Xian patted it gently. She smiled and said, Deal. Actually, this kind of agreement was the same as a duel. Originally, he should have gone to Contention Island, set up a written contract, and find a witness. However, Li Qingshan was not too sure about this, and Ru Xian did not mention it either. At dusk, Li Qingshan returned to Cloud Wisp Island. He exhaled softly, feeling rather tired. This was not only because he had been learning alchemy, but also because Ru Xian would say some weird things from time to time, giving him a headache. However, under the stimulation of the true spirit pill, she could be said to be teaching with all her might. Her teaching efficiency was extremely high, and there was no need for him to go to class on time. This resolved one of Li Qingshan's worries. Chapter 323. Did you really write this? Lu Chuanfeng's eyes were slightly red. He had originally read it with the intention of guiding Li Qingshan and restoring his dignity as a teacher. Well, martial arts. It seemed to be a world without cultivators. The setting was quite plausible, but this style of writing was a little too simple. There wasn't even an opening poem. Yes, Qingshan came from the mountains. It was too much of a stretch for him to write a poem. At a time like this, he would have to rely on his teacher. Lu Chuanfeng slowly read on with a stomach full of opinions. Then, he gradually forgot his original goal and was captured by the interlocking plot of the book. He read page after page, and by the time he came back to his senses, he had already reached the end. The sky had already darkened. The writing style of the entire novel was completely different from those he had read before. It was grand in concept and detailed in description. Now that he thought about it, all the scenes were still vivid in his mind. Not only was this novel not bad, it was unbelievably good. His original intentions were completely wasted. Li Qingshan said, of course. Impossible, this is impossible, Lu Chuanfeng mumbled. He had been writing for so many years and knew the difficulty of it. I'm a genius. Li Qingshan patted Lu Chuanfeng's shoulder. Indeed, a master's story was powerful. Of course, Little Anne's localized revision had also contributed greatly. What's this? Li Qingshan peered into himself and discovered that a speck of light was currently flickering in his originally dull divine talisman of merit. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Lu Chuanfeng. He suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He had been worried that it would be possible to collect wishes. Would it be possible to collect the power of will? Wouldn't this be the first reader? Lu Chuanfeng could not find a better answer, so he could only accept Li Qingshan's explanation. It was probably because he came from the pugilistic world that he could write about the matters of the pugilistic world so vividly and easily. Qingshan, you'll definitely not regret it. I'll send you to the Cloud Wisp Society right now. Have you thought of a pen name? Li Qingshan was stumped. Frowning and thinking hard, an idea flashed in his mind. He raised his index finger and said, "How about Golden Dragon?" These were the two authors that he was most likely to plagiarize. Merging their names into one flawlessly, Lu Chuanfeng staggered. It wasn't easy to find a more lame name than this. He roared, "Do you think you're in a village, giving names to children? We are novelists and our pen names are our second lives." It was Li Qingshan's first time facing Lu Chuanfeng. He felt a little helpless and mumbled, "The Golden Dragon is so domineering and auspicious." He racked his brains again. As a great author who had written millions of words, the difficulty of choosing a pen name with just a few words was indeed a little embarrassing. Wuji, not bad, right? As a novelist, how can I have the same name as a character in my book? What will they think if they find out? Qingshan, I just removed my surname. Beloved disciple, please be more serious. Li Qingshan said, "I understand." "Then I'll call you Li Qingshan." "What? Isn't that his real name?" "Yes, it's his real name." Li Qingshan smiled, his whole body brimming with the light of confidence. Recently, he had been too distracted by mundane matters and had almost forgotten his long-cherished dream. One day, he would spread the name, Li Qingshan, throughout the 9 provinces and let billions of people sing his praises. Although this was more like a child's fantasy towards the sky, which would only make people laugh out loud. Even he found it amusing when he thought about it, but it was precisely because of this that it could be called a dream. Refining the true spirit pill was not a dream, and becoming a demon general was not a dream either. Because they were too serious, they would only make those who did it look solemn and those who listened solemnly. Getting Gu Yenying could be considered half a dream. Although he was so serious, he almost made a certain fellow collapse from laughter. When a lowly person hears the truth, he will laugh aloud. If he doesn't laugh, he won't be able to reach the truth. Who the fuck cares what other people think? I, Li Qingshan, will become the strongest, most famous person or demon in the 9 provinces. All of his down-to-earth efforts were for the sake of reaching a dream. The so-called novel was only the first step in this colossal plan. Why did he have to go through all this trouble to come up with some fake name? Great novelist Li Qingshan. I like this name. I'll get Uncle Fu to help me advertise it properly. I'll pay 10 million taels of silver myself so that everyone in the Clear River Prefecture knows my great name. What great name? Just as Li Qingshan was in high spirits, his thoughts clear, Hua Sengzan arrived with the wind. Li Qingshan went up to receive him. Why have you come? When Hua Sengzan heard that Li Qingshan had actually written a novel, he hesitated again and again before asking, "It can't be like that, right? Old Wang hasn't been in a good mood recently." Li Qingshan said, "Am I that kind of person?" It made Lu Chuanfeng blush. He felt indignant. "I think so too. I heard you were on Benevolence Island this afternoon?" Hua Sengzan smiled meaningfully. Just like that, he had managed to hook up with the greatest female primary disciple of the 100 schools of thought, and he had even managed to seduce that tomboy Han Qiongji. His charm was so great that someone like Lu Chuanfeng could not rival him. Don't misunderstand. I'm just learning alchemy. Li Qingshan explained in a hurry. Ru Exine was very nice, but she clearly did not have any feelings for him. He did not want to ruin her reputation, nor could he be bothered to use this opportunity to pursue her. When it came to pursuing, there was always the word beg, but he just happened to hate begging the most. He was not born in this world to be a servant for some woman. This was the same even for Gu Yenying. Whatever, let's not talk about that. Do you have time recently? Hua Sengzan did not believe him. He had experienced that woman's temperament quite a bit. It was impossible for her to spend time teaching Li Qingshan alchemy for no good reason. What for? A trial mission. This had always been a tradition of the Hawkwolf Guard. Whether it was a new Hawkwolf Guard or a new Hawkwolf Guard, they all had to complete a trial mission to prove that they had the right to take up the position. Although it was more symbolic than practical now, it was still necessary. As a new Scarlet Wolf Guard, Li Qingshan could not avoid it either. What mission is it? Li Qingshan felt even more convinced that having Ru Exine teach him alone was the correct choice. Otherwise, who knew when he would be able to learn alchemy in its entirety and refine true spirit pills with the interference of so many other matters? One of our Nighthawks has been killed. It might be related to the White Lotus sect. Don't worry, it's just an investigation mission. If you find the culprit, you can take revenge for our people along the way. If you can't, you can just report back. Li Qingshan said, my previous trial mission was also an investigation mission. In the end, not only did he have to kill the zombie Taoist, but he even had to deal with the entire Hawk Wolf Guard of Jiaping City. Hua Sengzan said, as long as altar lords don't appear, regular Qi practitioners probably won't be able to harm you at all. Commander Gu has surrounded and hunted down most of the altar lords of the White Lotus sect a long time ago. The remaining ones are too afraid to show themselves. There's another reward for completing the mission. What reward? Hua Sengzan smiled. The one you've been looking forward to all this time. Go to the Rui Commandery and see Commander Gu. This had been a tradition of the Hawk Wolf Guard for many years. New members had the right to see their superior commander. If they were lucky and caught his attention, there would be many benefits. Chapter 324. When do we set off? Li Qingshan asked. The sooner the better. It's best if we set off tomorrow. All right, then tomorrow it is. Report to the prefectural city tomorrow. Oh, right, give me a copy of the printed book. Hua Sengzan left behind the uniform and blade of a Scarlet Wolf Guard before bidding farewell and leaving. The next day, Li Qingshan changed into a set of handsome Scarlet Wolf uniform and arrived at the Hawk Wolf Guard in Clear River City. He made his way to the highest floor and knocked on Hua Sengzan's door. The person who opened the door was Han Qiongji. As soon as she saw it was Li Qingshan, she shot a vicious glance at him before moving aside in exasperation, ignoring him. Li Qingshan was confused. However, this first young Miss Han had always been temperamental, so he did not take it to heart. Hua Sengzan sat behind the table with his hands crossed and a smile on his face. He seemed confident at all times. He gave a simple explanation of the mission. The Hawk Wolf Guard who had been killed was called Zhou Pei. He used to be a Nighthawk, but due to his meritorious service in the mission against the Truth-Seeking Society, a remnant of the White Lotus sect, he recovered his identity as a regular Hawk Wolf Guard. A few days ago, he was killed while carrying out a mission, and his corpse was sent back. The word traitor was carved on his body. It was suspected to be the work of a remnant of the White Lotus sect. When Li Qingshan heard the words, Truth-Seeking Society, he suddenly remembered that he had seen Zhou Pei before, and he had personally destroyed the Truth-Seeking Society. The suspected murderer was the leader of the Truth-Seeking Society, Qiu Ruelio, who had once escaped from his hands. He never thought the mission would land on him again in the end. The coincidences of the world really were unpredictable. However, it was not actually a coincidence. There were several hundred cities under the jurisdiction of the Clear River Prefecture. Hua Sengzan had countless missions on hand, but Li Qingshan came from the Hawk Wolf Guard of Jiaping City, while Zhou Pei's post was in Jiaping as well, which was why he had specially given him this mission. It felt like he was returning home in glory. The documents were placed on the long table, and both hands reached over at the same time. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji looked at each other and looked at Hua Sengzan at the same time. Isn't that my mission? Hua Sengzan said seriously, although it is an investigation mission, it concerns the White Lotus sect. Don't be careless. According to the rules, at least two people must work together. Li Qingshan withdrew his hand. He didn't say anything else. Han Qiongji was strong enough. Although she had a bad temper, he could reach Jiaping in the afternoon by riding on the clouds. After a little investigation, it would only take 1 or 2 days at most. There was nothing that he couldn't tolerate. Besides, she was a beauty after all. She would be able to relieve some of the loneliness of the journey. Han Qiongji slammed the table. No, I disagree. Hua Sungzan said solemnly, "This is the commander's order." No matter how unassuming they usually were, the Hawkwolf Guards still had a clear hierarchy and their laws were strict. Unless Han Qiongji left the Hawkwolf Guard, she would have to listen to his orders. Han Qiongji stared at Hua Sungzan. Then she glanced at Li Qingshan to the side. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something, and her face reddened slightly. Watching the two of them leave, Hua Sungzan leaned back in his comfortable, high-back chair. "Junior sister, this is all your senior brother can do for you." Ever since they were young, it was extremely rare for a man Han Qiongji admired. If that was not the rarest part, then what was even rarer was that Han Anjuan admired this man as well. As her childhood friend, he obviously had to lend her a hand. When the two of them were alone, it was the best way to improve their relationship. If she returned to her hometown with Li Qingshan, that would be even better. This was basically helping a friend. If Li Qingshan could rely on the Han family, he would also benefit endlessly. With Han Anjuan nearby and Han Ongwa looking after him from afar, he no longer had to worry about a lack of cultivation resources. It was basically a match made in heaven. It was just a joke back then, but he never thought there would actually be a chance for it to come true. He had to admit that Li Qingshan was developing quite well. As for Gu Yenying, it was best if she woke up from her daydreams sooner. Arriving outside, Han Qiongji asked, "Was this your idea?" "Of course not." Li Qingshan curled his lip. "First, young miss, even if you can get whatever you want, there's no need for me, Li Qingshan, to resort to such underhanded methods." Han Qiongji raised an eyebrow. "What? Am I not worth your underhanded methods?" "Worth it, very worth it." "Can you wait for me? I need to go somewhere first." Li Qingshan gave a perfunctory reply as he looked around. "That's more like it. Where are you going? Acting so mysterious, can't you see the light of day?" Li Qingshan said, "Then let's go together." It was inconvenient to use spells in the city, so he walked slowly to a small building at the edge of the city. On the signboard hung the words, "Cloud Wisp Society." Han Qiongji said in surprise, "This was done by your school of novels?" Li Qingshan chuckled and did not explain. It was also his first time coming to this place. He was naturally here to see how his new book would be published. Last night, Lu Chuanfeng had personally delivered the manuscript to him. When Sun Fubai and Lu Chuanfeng heard about Li Qingshan's arrival, they came out to receive him together. When they saw Han Qiongji, they were slightly surprised. There were many young masters and young misses from aristocratic clans in the Clear River Prefecture, but rarely were they more powerful than the person before them. She was traveling with Li Qingshan, so they could not help but wonder. For Li Qingshan's sake, Han Qiongji bowed towards Lu Chuanfeng in an indifferent manner. "What are you doing here?" Lu Chuanfeng began to admire his beloved primary disciple's impressive methods even more. In the past, she would never look him in the eye when she saw him. "You'll know with a single look." Sun Fubai welcomed the two of them in with a chuckle. They took a look around the Cloud Wisp Association. In the hall upstairs, the various storytellers were currently reciting Li Qingshan's book, preparing for their future performances. They all agreed that Li Qingshan's writing was extremely fascinating, and it was extremely suitable for storytellers. However, due to the lack of ancient charm, and it was not in the style of scholars or beauties, it would take a lot of effort to get a singer to compose a tune. Li Qingshan waved his hand. "If I can't sing it, can I act it?" He pulled out something like a play, and the group of people felt enlightened. In another room, a group of painters illustrated the characters in the book. This idea originated from Lu Chuanfeng. He discovered that ever since he began illustrating, his pornographic books sold much better, and it became slightly easier to collect the power of belief. In the workshop behind the Cloud Wisp Association, over a dozen printing machines he had bought from the Mahis school were operating at full capacity, humming as they printed square characters onto white paper. All he had to do was insert the characters, and he could repeat the process. After being bound, he would be able to turn it into a book. Li Qingshan looked around and expressed great satisfaction. "I really don't have the time to spare, so I'll have to trouble you with the matters here, Uncle Fu." Sun Fubai said, "We're all family. Don't you think you're treating me like an outsider by saying that?" When are we leaving? Han Xiangji asked impatiently. These people from the school of novels were just so weird. As cultivators, what was so interesting about mixing around with these mortals? She also flipped through a stack of paper, but she found it boring after a single glance. Apart from cultivation methods, she had no interest in anything related to literature. She only felt that compared to fighting against the disciples of the school of the military, he really was not that admirable. He who wrote novels really was not that admirable. Let's go right now. Li Qingshan thought about how his great name would spread through the Clear River Prefecture before long, so he was in a great mood. Let's go together. Mine's faster. Arriving outside, Han Xiangji was just about to take out the shuttle when Li Qingshan said something. Her face eased up slightly, but it immediately tensed up again. She was the first young Miss Han. No matter what, she could not allow herself to lose face. Even if she had a good impression of him, she could not flatter him, let alone the fact that this guy was bold enough to treat her like nothing on Benevolence Island. The cloud rushed into the air, directly flying towards Jiaping City. They returned along the path they had taken in the past. Li Qingshan sighed inside. Han Xiangji had always been bold and unrestrained, but when she faced him, she thought about why Hua Sengzan had arranged this. She wanted to get along better with him, but she was also afraid of embarrassing herself. If she lost her temper as she pleased, she would just be like a young girl in love. It was not her style at all. It was not just her usual style. In Li Qingshan's eyes, she was just like a young girl, yet she just had to pretend to be something else right now. It was very awkward. For a moment, he was actually unable to say anything. Fortunately, Li Qingshan's sighs came and went quickly. A while later, he began chatting with Han Xiongji, and only then did Han Xiongji let out a sigh of relief. However, she was still tense, doing her best to maintain a sense of propriety. This just happened to be what she was the least proficient in. As they spoke, Li Qingshan felt that the first young Miss Han's personality had suddenly changed drastically. She had become reserved. Although she had lost some of her sharpness, she had also lost some of her straightforwardness. He found this strange, but they were not exactly close, so he could not delve into it. Never did he understand that his venting chaotic battle in the school of the military would touch on her tiny feelings. After 4 hours of traveling, he saw a lone mountain in the distance, standing on the side of a great river. A hawk spread its wings on the mountain, overlooking the city below. The cloud vanished beneath his feet, and Li Qingshan landed firmly on the top of the mountain. He looked around. It's been a while, Jiaping. The Black Hawk commander, Fong Yinsheng, led all the Black Wolf Guards on the mountain to receive him. There were quite a few former members of the Hawk Wolf Guard among them. All they saw was Li Qingshan in his Scarlet Wolf uniform, with a great beauty from the Scarlet Wolf Guard standing beside him. Just her composed bearing alone was incomparable to regular women. They were filled with indescribable envy, as well as some sour jealousy. When Li Qingshan first joined the Hawk Wolf Guard, they had personally witnessed him. He was just a kid from the mountains. Never did they think he would reach such heights in just a short year or two. Fong Yinsheng bowed politely. Fong Yinsheng greets the two sirs. Li Qingshan returned Fong Yinsheng's bow. Han Xiangji went up and patted Fong Yinsheng's shoulder. Little Fong, long time no see. Why are you still at the 6th layer? Fong Yinsheng said, You're still as unforgiving as ever, second senior sister. How can my talent match up to you, senior sister? And fellow Qingshan, when I first saw him, he was only at the 5th layer. Because Han Xiangji was second in the school of legalism, she was referred to as the second senior sister. Thank you. I think Commander Fong's bearing has changed drastically instead. You've matured quite a lot. Li Qingshan only felt that Fong Yinsheng had lost some of his naivety and gained the bearing of a commander. You're two grown men, yet you keep praising each other. Don't you find it embarrassing? Tell me, just what happened? Having escaped from the awkward situation where the two of them were alone, Han Xiongji returned to normal and immediately took charge. She asked about the ins and outs of the matter as she got Fong Yinsheng to take them to inspect Zhou Pei's corpse. It was possible to tell that Han Qiangji was very experienced in handling situations like this, so Li Qingshan was willing to serve as a foil. He said nothing. In the chilly morgue, a layer of white cloth was lifted, and a body that had turned blue lay there. Sure enough, the word traitor was carved into the body. Li Qingshan had seen life and death before, so he treated it like nothing. He only frowned and thought. He felt like with Priest Chio's temper, he did not seem like someone who would do something like this. This seemed more like the revenge of a third-rate member of the Jianghu. To a large extent, the truth-seeking society had not been destroyed by the hands of the Hawk Wolf Guard. Instead, it had been destroyed by Niu Juxia, who had appeared out of nowhere. Even if he knew Zhou Pei was a spy, his hatred should not have run so deep. Wasn't a single stab enough? Han Qiongji showed no fear at all. She studied the corpse, but she did not show the bashfulness of regular women. Instead, she became furious. She covered the corpse with the white cloth and said, "How audacious of you to provoke the Hawk Wolf Guard like this. Little Fong, do you have any leads?" Fong Insheng said, "I was just about to say that yesterday, an informant reported that Priest Chio had appeared in the northwest. He seemed to have traveled in the direction of ancient Wind City." Li Qingshan became even more suspicious. He had personally experienced Priest Chio's craftiness. How could a person like that be tracked down by regular people? And wasn't ancient Wind City where the Qian family resided? His second trial mission actually pointed there again. Was it a coincidence, or was there some other reason? With a swish, Han Qiangji covered the corpse with the white cloth and said to Li Qingshan, "Let's go right now." Li Qingshan hesitated. It probably won't be as simple as it seems. As a result, he voiced out his doubts. In the past, Han Qiangji definitely would have mocked Li Qingshan for worrying. However, after going through so much, she knew he was not a coward. However, if she did not rush to ancient Wind City immediately, find Xiao Ruelio and kill him, it did not fit her personality either. "Then what do you think we should do?" Fong Insheng was slightly surprised. It was quite rare for his second senior sister to ask for someone else's opinion. Apart from the two commanders, she had always been a person of her word in the school of legalism. Li Qingshan considered it for a while. "Let's do as you say." Although there was something suspicious about this, he trusted Hua Sengzan's judgment. There was no danger with this, or he would have warned them. Had the altar lord of the White Lotus sect set down such a great trap, even going as far as to expose his own tracks just to ambush two Qi practitioners? If he really wanted to kill to vent his anger, wouldn't it have been better if he had directly come to the Hawk Wolf Guard and slaughtered to his heart's content? Why did he have to specially lead them to such a remote place like ancient Wind City? The greatest possibility was that Xiao Ruelio had gathered a group of independent cultivators and set down a lousy trap. With his abilities, he could kill as many below Foundation establishment as he wanted. Han Qiongji said, "Then why are you asking?" Li Qingshan shrugged. "There's no harm in being careful. Qingshan's suspicions are very reasonable. Priest Qiao is very crafty. I'll go with you. An extra person means an extra bit of strength." Fong Insheng still remembered how Wu Zhen had failed last time with a large group of Hawk Wolf guards. Han Qiongji said, "There's no need. Give this brother a proper burial. If he has a family, take good care of him. He won't have sacrificed himself for nothing. We will avenge him." Seeing how Fong Insheng still wanted to say something, Han Qiongji said, "If we work together, there won't be any problems." Chapter 325. With strong confidence and trust in Li Qingshan, Han Qiongji waved her hand, and the two of them set off on their journey. Han Qiongji urged, "Hurry up and summon the clouds." It was just afternoon when ancient Wind City, which was backed by a mountain and faced the fertile fields, appeared before them. It was dyed a pale yellow by the dim winter sunlight. Under the city gates, Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji looked up. Although it was winter, there were still many people walking on the streets. There were adults and children, and it was as noisy as ever. They could not see any hidden danger or killing intent. Walking on the streets, the two of them attracted a lot of attention and were treated as anomalies. Li Qingshan said, Let's look around. Han Xiongji said loudly, Qiu Ruelio, we can see you. Come out. This attracted even more attention. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. Would such a trick to trick children work? Just as he said that, a creak was heard. At the end of the main road, the gates of the Qian residence opened. Qiu Ruelio was still wearing his Taoist robes. He stood in front of the gates and cupped his fists. I didn't know that you were coming. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. It really worked. Before he finished speaking, Li Qingshan felt a scorching gust of wind beside him. Han Qiongji flew through the air and arrived at the gates of the Qian residence. With a swoosh, she drew her saber, burning it with flames as she slashed down at Qiu Ruelio's head. Die! This saber was the school of legalism stood by saber aura. It was dignified and could take lives. It also had the bravery of the school of militarism. Before the saber arrived, it was enough to shock the enemy. However, Qiu Ruelio did not move. He smiled as the saber slashed at him. With a clang, the saber slashed on a layer of black light. A formation covered the Qian residence. It was extremely difficult to go against the formation with one person's strength. Han Xiongji was sent flying and flipped in the air. She landed lightly. Qiu Ruelio said, I originally wanted to lure some powerful people over, but I didn't expect to only attract 2 small shrimps. Murder. Only then did the people on the street react, shouting as they fled home. How could a commoner dare to get involved in such a battle? Why aren't you helping? Han Xiongji turned to question Li Qingshan, only to see Li Qingshan frowning and staring at the Qian family's mansion shrouded in black light. Let's go. Li Qingshan suddenly pulled Han Xiongji up. Riding on the clouds, he charged into the sky. What are you doing? Han Xiongji struggled. Even though Qiu Ruelio had the protection of the spirit formation, the power of the spirit formation was not endless. Not to mention that she still had a few top-grade spirit talismans in her hands. Even if there was an ambush, she would not be worried. But Li Qingshan didn't say anything. His face was ashen, and his arms were like iron wrapping around her waist. An unprecedented warning rose in his heart. You want to leave? It's too late. Qiu Ruelio laughed loudly. Even at this moment, it sounded righteous, bold, and more sinister. In the Qian family's mansion, a black beam of light shot into the sky. It propped up the black light and instantly caught up to Li Qingshan, enveloping the entire ancient Wind City. As if night had suddenly descended, even the winter sun in the sky became dim. A few people who hadn't managed to escape home in time were suddenly stunned. Their bodies were covered in cracks, and they collapsed like sand sculptures, silently smearing a dark red stain on the ground. Without any warning or preparation, tens of thousands of families in the city, regardless of whether they were men or women, the old or the weak, died in an instant. There was no hero appearing to save the people in a battle between good and evil. There were no sighs or pain. In just an instant, everything returned to dead silence. The hustle and bustle of the city seemed to have never existed. The moment Li Qingshan and Han Xiongji were enveloped by the black screen of light, they froze. They felt like a terrifying force was pressing down on them, like they were about to be crushed into a pile of meat paste, or like they were about to be torn into pieces. The two forces were equal, almost non-existent. However, the destruction was everywhere, penetrating deep into their skin. The cloud condensed from spiritual energy dispersed silently, and the two of them fell out of the sky. All of Han Xiongji's confidence turned into fear. A formation like this was definitely not something that Qiu Ruelio could cast down alone. At the very least, it had to be an altar lord of the White Lotus sect. However, Li Qingshan immediately recalled Gu Yanying's story of the White Lotus mother sacrificing several 100,000 lives. This time, they had probably struck gold. The person hiding in the Qian estate was an altar lord at the very least. Han Xiongji mobilized her true qi desperately, but her true qi refused to listen to her. She wanted to say something to Li Qingshan, but she saw him staring at her in shock. She subconsciously touched her face. Her fair and smooth face was like an old oil painting. A thin crack appeared on it, and bright red blood seeped out. Ancient Wind City had probably become a dead city by now. In the 100 schools of thought, Qian Rongji gazed at the blue sky and thought to herself. Everything in the past would be reduced to nothing in the White Lotus sect's Lotus Birth formation. She recited silently, "All sins are extinguished, and the lotus blossoms." She had first met Qiu Ruelio during the encirclement mission last time. In order to hunt him down underground that was as dense as a spider's web, they had split up and contacted each other through their tablets. In the end, she found the injured Qiu Ruelio. This time, it was completely a coincidence, or perhaps it was also inevitable. She did her best to search for traces before choosing the cave that Qiu Ruelio was least likely to flee to. In the darkness, their eyes met. They did not speak, nor did they clash. She acted like she had seen nothing and backed away. Back then, although Qiu Ruelio was heavily injured, she was only at the 5th layer. If she could keep Qiu Ruelio busy in battle, then only death awaited him. However, it was very likely for her to die in battle as well. The losses outweighed the gains. A few months ago, she saw Qiu Ruelio again during a very ordinary mission, or in other words, he had come to her and invited her to join the sect. There was no threat or temptation. There was only extreme sincerity. "I knew you were a member of the White Lotus sect as soon as I saw you. If you don't agree, then behead me right now and go to the Hawkwolf Guard to receive your reward." I definitely won't resist. Whether it was the truth or a lie, it did not matter. Qian Rongji considered it slightly before agreeing. She became a disciple of the White Lotus sect. She even offered her property, the Qian estate, to the White Lotus sect as a secret base. Under her encouragement, it naturally became the land of blood sacrifice for the White Lotus sect. She was not sure whether Li Qingshan would go there as an accident, a coincidence, or a necessity. If he died, she would sigh for him. Han Xiongji looked at the blood on her hand. Fear appeared in her eyes. This was the first time in her life. She was so close to death. At this moment, the black beam of light that held up the darkness contracted and twisted. However, the top swelled up like a flower bud. On the ground, the mottled, dark red patches were being worn away bit by bit. The last traces of their existence gradually vanished. Even their flesh, blood, and souls had become nutrients for the flower bud, helping it to bloom. Li Qingshan tried to circulate his true qi, but his sea of qi was collapsing. It was as if it was collapsing from a deeper level, let alone condensing techniques. As the flower bud bloomed, the power of the formation grew stronger and stronger, and the damage to his body grew greater and greater. If this continued, there was no need for the Altar Lord to do anything at all. Only death awaited them. This was the terror of the White Lotus sect that had fought against Gu Yenying and the entire Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery for many years. They were also Foundation establishment cultivators, but the 3 elders were basically amiable compared to them. Qiu Ruelio sighed. "The heavens are benevolent. I can tell that the 2 of you are no ordinary people. Why don't you forsake the darkness for the light and join my White Lotus sect? We can help the world together. That way, you won't have to suffer so much." "Shut up." Han Xiongji gritted her teeth. Her mouth was filled with the taste of blood. As a great qi practitioner, her physique far surpassed that of mortals, which was why the formation had not collapsed immediately. However, her wounds spread bit by bit. She felt like thousands of ants were gnawing away at her. "You weren't born to be a coward." Han Anjuan had once scolded her like that. Although she found the old man utterly irritating, some of what he said was still very reasonable. No matter what, Han Xiongji could not embarrass herself, especially before Li Qingshan. Qiu Ruelio said, "How stubborn. However, it's your good fortune to become a part of the Black Lotus and cleanse yourself of your sins." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He was about to take action. No matter who it was, if they wanted to take his life, they would have to ask his fist first. Even though the formation suppressed his true qi, it could not suppress his demon core. After reaching the 2nd layer of the spirit turtle, even if he faced a Foundation establishment cultivator, he would no longer be helpless. Just now, he had indeed hesitated for a moment. His body was tough, far greater than Han Xiongji's. Although he was suppressed by the formation, he did not suffer any actual injuries. With how powerful the formation was, he would have to transform if he wanted to break free. However, that would expose his greatest secret. At a time like this, he could not care too much. He could not just watch Han Qiongji die. Han Qiongji said softly, "Go." What? Li Qingshan frowned. If he could enter and leave the formation as he pleased, what was there to be afraid of? The Black Lotus is the eye of the formation. I'll go break it, and you can use the opportunity to break free. There might only be a moment, so you have to grasp it properly. Go back and ask for reinforcements so that you can avenge me. If there's no chance, then let's just die here together. She did not say that. Instead, she leapt up and charged towards Qiu Ruelio. She held a supreme-grade talisman in her hand. Fresh blood seeped out from between her fingers, soaking the talisman in the blink of an eye. The talisman shone brightly. Using the remnant true qi in her blood, she used the most primitive method to activate the talisman. The talisman started to burn and turned into a blazing fireball. It rapidly grew in size like a dark red sun, illuminating Han Qiongji's smiling face that was full of cracks. Die! Altar Master! Qiu Ruelio's expression changed drastically. The power of a supreme-grade talisman was not something that any qi practitioner could withstand. However, before the fireball's power could reach its peak, it began to dim. It was swallowed by the darkness and quickly extinguished. When it arrived in front of Qiu Ruelio, all that was left was a wave of heat. The smile on Han Qiongji's face disappeared. She could not care less about despair. Without stopping, she held the second supreme-grade talisman in her hand. Qiu Ruelio took out the pine-pattern longsword and sighed. This poor Taoist cannot bear to see you suffer like this. I've come to send you off. A black shadow flashed past Han Qiongji and arrived in front of Qiu Ruelio. It was Li Qingshan. Qiu Ruelio was shocked and swung his sword. Li Qingshan raised his hand, and several dozen strands of sword qi shot out. Even the terrifying formation was unable to weaken their sharpness. Qiu Ruelio was stunned. Crisscrossing bloody marks appeared on his body. They moved slightly, but before they could shatter, they were disintegrated by the formation. Just like the mortals, they collapsed into a dark red stain. Chapter 326. You. Didn't I tell you to leave? Han Qiongji stopped. Li Qingshan's tall figure stood in front of the Qian Manor. He looked back and said, "I'm sorry. I don't have the habit of asking a woman to die for me." He was apologizing because of the moment of hesitation just now. Even if we have to break the formation, I have a better chance. Leave. I'm the one in charge here. Han Qiongji rushed forward and tapped her forehead with a finger. A supreme-grade talisman shone brightly and enveloped her body. Although the power of the talismans was greatly reduced in this formation, it was still useful. The cracks on her face stopped spreading. She opened her mouth to speak. She tossed a healing spirit pill into her mouth, and the wounds on her body began to heal. Obedient women are cute. Don't let my efforts go to waste. Li Qingshan said no more. He turned into a gust of wind and charged into the inner courtyard of the Qian Manor. Han Qiongji clenched her teeth and ran out of the city. Sometimes, someone has to be sacrificed. But no matter who the sacrifice is, this sacrifice shouldn't go to waste. This was what Han Anjuan had said to her before. Even when two people were playing chess, there was the saying of bait and abandonment, not to mention when two armies were fighting. This was the way of the military. The familiar scenery flooded his face, and Li Qingshan charged right through it. His true qi was useless. Not only could he not fly, he even lost the ability to turn in the air. From now on, his feet would not leave the ground. After breaking through countless walls, he finally arrived at the inner courtyard of the Qian Manor, the source of the Black Lotus. Beside a lotus pond, the lotus leaves were green. The lotus bloomed, and its fragrance filled the air. It was like spring or summer. He could vaguely see carp swimming in it. It was full of vitality. However, in the dead silence of ancient Wind City, it was so strange and abnormal. A man dressed in black dharma robes and a black lotus crown. He sat cross-legged on a lotus leaf. He reached out his hand to stir the water and tease the carps. He was like a scholar in the spring forest. He did not look like a wicked person at all. However, those black lotuses that were about to bloom had roots as thick as giant trees planted in front of him. Tens of thousands of lives were taken in front of Li Qingshan. You're here. Looks like Rui Lu has already left. No, he should be here too. The black-robed man looked up at the black lotus and smiled. Li Qingshan was very similar to Han Xiongji. Without saying a word, he slashed with his saber. However, the warning in his heart was simply screaming. This black-robed man was not just a foundation establishment cultivator, he was simply at the peak of foundation establishment. The feeling he gave Li Qingshan was similar to that of the slovenly Taoist. In this state, perhaps a single move would be enough to kill him. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he became. He was looking for a flaw, a chance of survival. Who are you? My name is just a code. Just call me Black Lotus. Your companion is dead. Don't you feel sad and angry? I'm happy for him. He has committed many sins, and it's time for him to repay them. Altar Lord Black Lotus slowly recited, 10,000 sins extinguished, lotus peanuts. Mud removing plow. Clear. His gentle voice had a different kind of charm. His eyes were clear and relieved, like an eminent monk. Anyone who saw him would want to get close to him. You're happy for yourself, right? It's given you this lotus a bit more power. However, I don't know when you'll be able to repay your sins. Perhaps today. Altar Lord Black Lotus smiled. Li Qingshan was speechless. This Altar Lord did not just disregard life and death, he truly viewed death as a return home. The thoughts of people from evil sects could not be understood with common sense. At this moment, there was a splash in the pond. A red figure passed through the lotus leaves, wagging its head and tail as it swam out, nodding towards Li Qingshan on the shore. It was the one that Li Qingshan had released in the past. It opened its mouth as if it was begging for a pill to eat. You know each other? Altar Lord Black Lotus waved his hand. Go, go. I don't have any panacea for you right now. Even when he was facing a carp, a demon in the eyes of the world, he was so gentle that he seemed like he was coaxing a child who was asking for candy. Perhaps this analogy was not correct, as he had just personally killed hundreds, if not thousands, of children. Altar Lord Black Lotus was helpless. He fished out a panacea from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it in the carp's mouth. He rubbed the carp's head, and only then did the carp leave in satisfaction. Even if the pill was not as good as the virtue accumulation pill, it was not too far off. No, I can't waste any more time. Li Qingshan took a step forward. You want to sever the Black Lotus to save your friend? Li Qingshan froze up. Was this Altar Lord Black Lotus always watching over the outside? If that was the case, it would be difficult for him to carry out his plan. I didn't see it. I was just guessing that's what you were planning. Hawkwolf guards rarely move alone, especially when they're facing us. Just now, you've been staring at the Black Lotus the entire time. Is he a man or a woman? You want to use the power of belief in the divine talisman to activate the talisman and launch a sneak attack on me, right? Li Qingshan's mind that had just eased up suddenly tensed up. He activated the talisman and opened his 100 treasures pouch. He did not use his blood, but the divine talisman of great creation. Ever since he left the Clear River Prefecture, the power of belief that had gathered in the divine talisman of great creation gradually increased. Clearly, it was produced by the members of the Cloud Wisp Association. The power of wish was an extremely unique type of energy. It wasn't affected by the array at all. At this moment, it became the key to victory. But he didn't think that before he could even make a move, the enemy would see through him. Altar Lord Black Lotus said, the power from the divine talisman in your body might still be very weak, but I can't just ignore it. Forget it, do it. What? I won't stop you. If you can shake the stem, the formation will shake for a moment, and your friend will have the opportunity to escape. I'd like to see just how you're going to achieve that. Li Qingshan frowned. He had never seen such a strange opponent in his life. Altar Lord Black Lotus said, don't worry. If I wanted to do something, I would have done it a long time ago. Just treat it as the words of a dying man being kind. About to die? Li Qingshan made his way towards the black stem step by step, but he was filled with hesitation. If Altar Lord Black Lotus had used his full strength to kill him right from the beginning, he would instead feel much more at ease. However, the current situation was far too unexpected, which only increased the pressure he felt inside. He had to be on guard against Altar Lord Black Lotus's sudden attack at all times, and he had to worry about whether there were any traps. However, he did not purposefully avoid him either. At such a close distance, a distance of a few feet made no difference to a Foundation establishment cultivator at all. Li Qingshan came to a halt. He brought his fingers together like a sword and leapt up. The remaining several dozen strands of sword chi all merged into his finger, stabbing towards the black stem. The unstoppable sword chi stabbed deeply into the stem, interrupting its absorption of nutrients. The huge bud on its weight as well. The sky suddenly brightened slightly, but it returned to darkness very soon. Li Qingshan returned to the side of the pond and looked at Altar Lord Black Lotus strangely. As expected, Altar Lord Black Lotus did not attack. Instead, he praised, "This sword chi is very unusual. No wonder Ruelio could not even take a single blow. Now, it's a matter between the two of us," Li Qingshan said. Han Xiongji must have used this opportunity to leave already. Now, only the two of them were left in ancient Wind City. They could transform into their demon forms and fight to their heart's content. With the formation as a barrier, outsiders would not be able to see them. Oh! Altar Master Black Lotus was slightly astonished. Even if a 7th-layer Chi practitioner had some very special powers, challenging a Foundation establishment cultivator in a situation where he couldn't even use his true Chi, wasn't he overestimating himself a little too much? People of our generation should look at each other calmly, even when a great calamity is upon us. We should not lose our bearing. Why should we learn from mortals and fight like a trapped beast? Instead, he taught Li Qingshan a lesson. Cut the bullshit. Just when Li Qingshan was about to release his demon chi, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and said, "Why'd you come back?" "I don't have the habit of asking men to die for me. Not to mention, I've never been a cute woman, so there's no need for me to please you." Han Qiongji's expression changed a few times as she spoke forcefully. She had no idea why she had come back either. The education she had received since she was young told her that retreating was the most correct choice in a situation like this, and she would not face any moral responsibility either. Neither the Hawkwolf Guard nor the school of the military encouraged pointless sacrifices. If she lingered around at a time like this, she would instead waste the sacrifice of her companion. Originally, she hated this girly attitude the most, but this time, she was unable to abandon him. In her heart, he was not just a colleague, a comrade, or a companion. "I just feel like I can't escape the pursuit of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Instead of being defeated one by one, I might as well risk my life. Perhaps I'll still have a chance." She really is a woman, and a beautiful woman at that. It's far too rare to find someone in the world who's willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. You should treasure this fate. At this moment, the Altar Lord continued to study the two of them in interest. As he spoke, he did seem like a matchmaker. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react either. If someone was willing to die with you, even if she learned your secret, it would be nothing. He said to Han Qiongji, "Be careful." He took out all of his supreme-grade talismans, about to strike out and risk his life in battle. "Hold on." The Altar Lord suddenly raised his hand. If it were any other opponent, Li Qingshan would not wait no matter what, but the Altar Lord was far too strange. Let alone killing intent, he did not even show any hostility the entire time. "You can all go. The person I've been waiting for has come." The Altar Lord raised his head at the sky. A streak of scorching white light tore through the darkness and descended from above, directly striking the black lotus that was about to bloom. Boom! Thunder rang out immediately afterwards. A few familiar figures descended from the sky. Han Qiongji cried out involuntarily, "Father." Han Tie happened to be one of them. Beside him were Lu Chongqing, Wang Puxi, the One Thought Master, and so on. Basically, all the school leaders were gathered here. The bolt of heavenly lightning had come from the Peak Foundation establishment's slovenly Taoist priest, Zhou Tong, which was why he could rip through the formation in a single stroke. Wang Puxi said, "Altar Lord Black Lotus, today is the day you die." P.S. After a nap, a minor discomfort turned into a major discomfort. The climate of Hunan sure is horrible. That's all for today. I'll update as usual tomorrow. I'll go make some ginger soup. It'll be better tomorrow, right? Chapter 327. When Altar Lord Black Lotus heard that, he smiled at Li Qingshan as if he was saying, "I'll tell you." It was as if he had no idea that he was already on the brink of death. The Black Lotus beside him only swayed slightly when it was struck by the heavenly lightning. Li Qingshan could not help but look at Han Qiongji. Had she used just now when the formation had weakened to send out a distress signal? Han Qiongji was also at a loss. Yes, that was impossible. The 100 schools of thought was thousands of kilometers away. Even if they received the signal, it was impossible for them to arrive in such a timely manner. There was only one explanation. This was a trap targeted at the White Lotus sect. The roles of hunter and prey immediately switched. Even with the assistance of the mysterious Black Lotus formation, it was impossible for Altar Lord Black Lotus to fend off the encirclement of so many school leaders. His death was right in front of him. However, another question rose up in Li Qingshan's mind. If that was the case, why didn't he strike earlier? Why did he want all the people in the city to die and even watch them run into danger? Wang Puxi said, "The Black Lotus has been planted. I'd like to see how you escape this time. Life and death are all predetermined. Escaping before was not my intention, but the time was not right. I've always been deeply apologetic. I will definitely satisfy you this time, Commander." As it turned out, the Black Lotus was not a regular arcane artifact. Instead, it was a life-bound arcane artifact that was connected to Altar Lord Black Lotus life. He could open up formations whenever he planted the Black Lotus. Even if Foundation establishment cultivators fell into it, they would be at his mercy. He could be said to be at his strongest. However, once he planted it, he could not move it away so easily. It was also at his weakest. Otherwise, there was not a single Foundation establishment cultivator who did not know escape techniques. Altar Lord Black Lotus was one of the best among them. As long as he was not trapped by formations, he would be able to escape easily even if he was surrounded by so many Foundation establishment cultivators. His movements had been exposed before. He had been encircled and hunted down by the Hawkwolf Guard many times. However, not a single time did they manage to capture him. At the cost of several tens of thousands of lives, they finally trapped him here and killed him. Even Wang Puxi could not help but rejoice when he saw how great of a merit he had achieved. Lu Chongqing said, "It's a pity for the tens of thousands of people." Namo Amit Ba. The One Thought Master chanted softly as his face was filled with compassion. He could have stopped all of this. There's no need for you to blame yourself, Prefect. You're responsible for the billions of people in the Clear River Prefecture. Weighing the pros and cons is your duty. He continued, "Grandmaster, you don't have to be sad. They have already washed away their sins, comprehended the essence of the lotus, and reached the pure land of bliss. On the contrary, we are the ones who have sunk into the mud and are covered in sin. Not being able to be free is worth sighing over." Not only did Altar Master Black Lotus not accuse the two of being hypocritical, he even tried to persuade them. There was not a trace of extremism. It was full of tolerance and understanding. "Shut up, you evil creature." A thunderous lion roared. When it came out of the One Thought Master's mouth, it made him glare furiously. "If I don't enter hell, who will? Even if I have to bear the burden of sin, I will still kill you all and rid the world of a scourge." Altar Master Black Lotus said, "Grandmaster, that's where you're wrong. The school of legalism uses severe punishment to warn the world, so killing me is Commander Wang's top priority. The school of Confucianism needs to watch over the people, so they have to weigh the pros and cons. They have no choice but to sacrifice the entire city of people. However, the Buddha is merciful. Although we have the power to vanquish demons and demons, we can't let anger surpass our compassion. Li Qingshan could tell that the various sect leaders wanted to use words to attack Altar Master Black Lotus's resolve, but Altar Master Black Lotus's mind was as still as water. He was not affected at all. The slovenly Taoist priest said impatiently, "What's the point of saying so much? Let's work together and kill this bastard." Han Anjuan said to Li Qingshan, "You've done well. Take her out." That was like a declaration of war. Light shone from the various sect leaders. They all pulled out their spiritual artifacts and even arcane artifacts. Li Qingshan looked deeply at Altar Master Black Lotus before pulling Han Qiongji away. Altar Master Black Lotus even said with a smile farewell. Li Qingshan had a bad feeling. Altar Master Black Lotus's attitude was just too calm. Moreover, from just now's words, it seemed like he had already expected all of this. He was even indifferent about life and death. From the beginning to the end, let alone anger and killing intent, he did not even speak harshly. However, Li Qingshan felt a deep sense of fear. They came out of the formation without encountering any obstructions. Without the pressure of life and death, Han Qiongji could no longer suppress her injuries. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. However, Li Qingshan dared not tarry. He summoned a cloud first and took the two of them to a safe location high enough and far enough away. Then he fed Han Qiongji a healing pill and used techniques to heal her. A while later, Han Qiongji woke up slowly. Li Qingshan stopped worrying, but when he looked down, he frowned again. The battle below did not begin immediately as expected. Altar Master Black Lotus seemed to have said something, and the various sect leaders were stunned. Just what had happened? The bamboo forest swayed with the sun's shadow, covering them in models. Although the winter in the Clear River Prefecture was very cold, it was not as bone-chilling as ancient Wind City. Qian Rongji sighed as she walked through the snow alone. An exquisite courtyard appeared before his eyes. It was still empty and cold. Only Lu Chuanfeng was there. He was currently writing furiously. His novel had already become his only source of pride, so he could not let his disciples steal the limelight. He was so engrossed that he did not even notice Qian Rongji's arrival. Qian Rongji smiled. This person had not been informed. She had taken him along with her to hunt down Altar Master Black Lotus, but that was within her expectations. That day, after she accepted Qiu Ruelio's invitation, she immediately reported to Wang Puxi. As expected, Wang Puxi told her to bear with it for now and act as a nighthawk on the surface. She would help investigate the internal affairs of the White Lotus sect and find the whereabouts of even more important figures so that she could report to the Rui Commandery and hunt them down. Instead, he purposefully gave her some information so that she could gain the trust of the upper echelon of the White Lotus sect. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. She obviously received quite a lot of rewards from both sides. However, her talent was far too mediocre, so she was unable to break through so easily. Thump, thump. Qian Rongji knocked on the pillar. "Is Li Qingshan here?" "You are?" Only then did Lu Chuanfeng raise his head. He felt rather dissatisfied. His beloved disciple was no better than him, so why did he have so much luck with women? Qian Rongji introduced herself and said a few words. She took out a jar of alcohol from her 100 treasures pouch. "I forgot. He still hasn't completed his trial mission, so he's just not fated to be with you." "Sir, I'll treat you to this jar of alcohol." Lu Chuanfeng immediately beamed with joy. "My luck with women has come." He coughed twice in a feigned manner. "That's no good, right? Why don't we wait for Qingshan to return?" Before Qian Rongji could back down a little, he said, "If that's the case, I'll gladly accept your offer." A while later, with a clang, Lu Chuanfeng spilled the jar of alcohol and collapsed on the ground. Just like the legends say, he's an idiot. Qian Rongji wrapped him up with true qi and spat out all the alcohol. Afterwards, she took away his tablet and made her way to the central formation of Cloud Wisp Island. Spying was a dangerous occupation no matter the age. They could fall deep into enemy territory at any time, and only death awaited them as soon as they were discovered. Not to mention a capricious double agent. However, she still lived rather peacefully. Throughout the entire process, she did not draw any suspicion from the White Lotus sect. This was because she reported everything to the White Lotus sect. Chapter 328. Just as the school leaders were about to take action, Altar Master Black Lotus said, "School leaders, do you only care about what's in front of you and not what's behind you?" "What do you mean?" Lu Chongqing said. "This is my destiny, as well as the destiny of the 100 schools of thought. Don't even think about wasting time with words. The 100 schools of thought is protected by a formation. Even if the White Lotus Mother comes personally, she won't be able to break through it easily." As Lu Chongqing said this, his expression suddenly changed. He took out a formation plate with a dragon and snake coiling around it. The light that originally lingered around it had actually disappeared. The school leaders all knew what this meant. The dragon and snake formation that protected the 100 schools of thought had been broken. Qian Rongji watched as a white lotus grew out of the formation. It swayed gently, pure and beautiful. The endless pillar of spiritual qi that shot into the sky was immediately cut off. The formation was powerful, but it was also extremely precise. It was like an operating machine. As long as one of the key components had a problem, it would affect the entire thing. The sky distorted, but it was still blue. However, the fog surrounding the islands of the 100 schools of thought gradually dispersed under the winter sun. A few fishermen who were fishing on the lake looked at the islands in front of them in surprise. They had long heard that it was the residence of immortals, but this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. What happened? The disciples of the schools walked out of the buildings and looked at the sky. They discussed among themselves, thinking that something had happened to the formation. Hua Sengzan was the first to sense that something was wrong. He said angrily, "Qian Rongji, what are you doing?" When he saw the resplendent white lotus again, his anger turned into disbelief, as well as a hint of fear. He had long known that Qian Rongji was a spy in the White Lotus sect. However, he never expected that she would really throw herself into it. The White Lotus sect had long been hated by everyone. It was declining day by day, and its members were in a precarious situation. With her scheming, how could she really be so loyal? Qian Rongji said, "Commander Hua, I'm just a lowly soldier following orders. Why do you have to make things difficult for a weak woman like me?" Hua Sengzan wouldn't listen to her and pounced on her. The most important thing now was to destroy that white lotus. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qian Rongji didn't stop him and took a few steps back. Hua Sengzan was slightly surprised. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a white figure flashing in the depths of the bamboo forest and appearing in front of him out of thin air. It was a white-haired old woman. Although her face was full of wrinkles, she looked extremely benevolent. The deep smile lines on her face made her look like she was always smiling. She held a white lotus in her hand, but it was close to withering. He looked into Hua Sengzan's eyes. He was also very gentle, as if he was looking at his own grandson. However, Hua Sengzan felt a suffocating pressure. He made a turn in the air and leaped backward. Before he knew it, a few men and women stood behind him. Standing behind him were men and women, young and old, but they all had smiles on their faces. It was not a sneer, nor was it a fake smile. Instead, it was joy from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if all the sunlight and white clouds in the world were so delightful. Coldness poured down from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. Apart from the white-haired old woman, he was familiar with all of them. Every single one of them possessed astronomical amounts of merit in the Hawk Wolf Guard. The remaining altar lords of the White Lotus sect were all gathered here. Qian Rongji bowed politely. Disciple Qian Rongji greets the Holy Mother and greets the altar lords. Hua Sengzan was shocked. Sure enough, the old woman was the White Lotus Mother. However, according to the rumors, wasn't she a middle-aged woman? Stand up. There's no need to be so formal. I still have to thank you for opening the door for me. You've taken quite the risk. Sharing the Holy Mother's burden is my duty. Who is he? He's Hua Sengzan, a Scarlet Wolf commander. He's always been trusted by Gu Yenying. Only when she heard Gu Yenying's name did the White Lotus Mother carefully study Hua Sengzan. He really is a rare handsome man. If I were a little younger, I would probably be tempted too. Following that Gu Yenying who doesn't understand the true meaning of life is like casting pearls before swine. Hua Sengzan knew he probably would not be spared this time. He smiled. Unfortunately, I don't like old women. Really? What do you think about this then? The White Lotus Mother heard that, but she was not angered. Her body underwent a startling change. The wrinkles on her face flattened bit by bit, and her shriveled lips gradually reddened. Her white hair turned black, and her skin became as white as snow. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into a beautiful young lady. The white lotus in her hand regained its vitality, returning to a state where it was on the verge of blooming. The White Lotus Mother said with a clear voice that resembled the cry of an oriole, "I might seem a little old at times, but I'm still a person after all." "Is he on the list too?" Qianrongji said. "He is." "Then take him back and teach him a lesson so that he can become a member of the White Lotus sect." Before he could even see what the White Lotus Mother had done, Hua Sengzan collapsed on the ground without putting up any resistance. Although he was conscious, he could not move a single finger, nor could he use a single strand of true qi. For some reason, a thought rose up in his head. Is this the difference between us? The White Lotus Mother left behind an altar lord to watch over the formations before directly making her way to Contention Island. The other altar lords led their followers to the various islands of the various clans to gather resources and search for the people on the list. The list came from Qianrongji. It recorded the talented disciples of the various clans. The White Lotus sect had clashed with the Hawkwolf Guard time and time again, resulting in heavy casualties among their disciples. Moreover, they had been labeled as a cult, so they were suppressed from all sides. Their lineage had basically been severed. The plan this time was to deal with this problem. The list would replenish the White Lotus sect with new blood, especially for 10th layer Qi practitioners like Hua Sengzan. As long as they taught him a lesson, producing a few more altar lords would not be difficult at all. As for those who were not on the list, they would all be cleansed of their sins and reborn in paradise. Among the 100 schools of thought, the school leaders who were the most skilled in battle had all gone to hunt down Altar Lord Black Lotus, so how could the remaining people be the White Lotus Mother's opponent? The outcome of this battle had been determined right from the beginning. After listening to Altar Lord Black Lotus's words on Ancient Wind City, the various school leaders were all shocked. To the 100 schools of thought, the most important thing was these outstanding disciples that they had carefully selected and nurtured slowly. Once they suffered losses, the entire Clear River Prefecture would suffer a heavy blow. Even more terrifyingly, it was very likely for these people to become enemies in the future. It was rumored that the White Lotus Mother could forcefully instill the teachings of her teachings into the minds of cultivators, turning them into her allies. Wang Puxi finally understood where the greatest flaw in his plan was. If Qianrongji really did meet the White Lotus Mother, then she would definitely be instilled with the teachings of her teachings. She would no longer have to consider the pros and cons. Even if she had to die for the White Lotus Mother, she would not hesitate. The Altar Lord before him was a living example. Altar Lord Black Lotus said, "Do you want to go back and save them, or do you want to stay here and kill me? I hope you can all make up your minds soon. Being hesitant is not a wise person. I'll kill you first, you wretched spawn." The One-Thought Master let out a lion's roar. His staff shone with golden light, striking down at Black Lotus. In the courtyard within the bamboo forest, Hua Sengzan moved his lips with difficulty. He looked at Qianrongji in confusion. "Why are you doing this? Don't tell me the White Lotus sect is actually controlling your thoughts?" "I've already said that I have no choice." Qianrongji sighed. If it were possible, she would rather seek out fortuitous encounters and increase her strength bit by bit, rather than become embroiled in a dangerous conflict like this. It was not that easy to strike a balance between both sides. No matter how resourceful a measly Qi practitioner was, they still needed some luck to survive. However, she had always only gambled on situations where she was guaranteed to win. What she hated the most was luck. Now that she had done everything she could, all she could do was await the judgment of fate, as she was no longer a chess player this time, but a chess piece. Moreover, she was a chess piece that both sides were moving. There was no need for outsiders to explain the dangers and helplessness involved. Now, all she could do was wait for the other chess player to appear. A white boot stomped heavily on the lotus, even crushing it forcefully. The white lotus that even heavenly lightning struggled to shake was immediately reduced to mud and dust. The boot was embroidered with exquisite silver threads, twisting into a profound inscription. Hua could tell with a single glance that it was an arcane artifact as he collapsed on the ground. He did his best to look up. He wore elegant white clothes with wings embroidered on it. Under the slanted sunlight, the person's face seemed rather blurry, but the smile at the corner of his lips would always remain clear and deep. Qianrongji immediately stood up and bowed towards the owner of the boot rather tiredly. "I am Qianrongji. I have been waiting for the great commander for quite some time now." Hua Songzan came to a realization. So that's why. After Qianrongji completed her trial mission, he followed the rules and took her to the Rui Commandery to see this person. They had a private conversation before. The reason for all of this probably originated from this. The expression of the altar lord of the White Lotus sect who remained behind changed drastically. Every single disciple of the White Lotus sect was far too familiar with this figure. She was basically no weaker than the White Lotus mother. He immediately used an escape technique, and in the blink of an eye, he had already traveled several hundred meters away, leaving the formation far behind. The jade folding fan suddenly opened up, and she waved her hand casually. The altar lord felt a gentle breeze brush past him. He called out, "Holy Mother, go." His body suddenly split in half. The bamboo forest fell silent for a while before snapping in the middle with a rustle. Looking down from above, a neat fan had suddenly appeared in the sea of trees on Cloud Wisp Island. White Lotus checkmate. Gu Yenying. The White Lotus mother suddenly looked back. Light surged into the air on Cloud Wisp Island, and the formation of dragons and snakes began to operate again. She had broken through the formation, but she was now trapped in the formation. What was going on? Just where had she gone wrong? It was impossible for Qianrongji, who had been instilled with her teachings, to betray her. Gu Yenying patted Qianrongji's shoulder as a form of praise. It was truly rare for a qi practitioner to remain true to themselves under the White Lotus Mother's heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. She obviously had to make use of such a rare opportunity. Before she knew it, a group of cultivators in white had appeared in the bamboo forest. They stood behind her silently, awaiting her orders. She pressed her fingers together like a blade and swung them gently. "Yes, sir." The gentle breeze rustled the lotus flowers. Ancient Wind City was in ruins. The estate of the Qian family had already been reduced to dust. Only the pond where the black lotus was planted remained the same. Carp swam leisurely in it, reflecting Li Qingshan's frowning face as he sank into his thoughts. Li Qingshan stood beside the pond, filled with many thoughts. The affairs of the world were like a game of chess. No one could grasp them. To be continued, Arq. Chapter 329. The battle only lasted for a short period of time, and it was a one-sided battle. With a group of patriarchs here, if they still couldn't suppress an altar lord, that would be the biggest joke in the world. When the battle reached its most intense point, Altar Master Black Lotus was already prepared to fight with his life on the line and drag one or two family heads down with him. However, he seemed to have sensed something and personally cut off the Black Lotus. He plucked a lotus seed from the Black Lotus and said, "My time hasn't come yet," before vanishing into thin air. The heads of the various families were afraid of being injured by his final attack, so they all dispersed, leaving him with a slim chance of survival. The slovenly Taoist priest and Ma Bai joined hands to chase after him. Altar Master Black Lotus might have escaped, but he had personally severed his life artifact, so his injuries were not light. As long as they could find him, they could cut off his last chance of survival. It was most suitable for the two of them to pursue and kill him. The other patriarchs would return to assist the 100 schools of thought. Li Qing. Chapter 64. Initially, Dragon Taoist Jia Shan did not know what had happened. He only felt at a loss. This battle was started by him, but he was clueless about everything that was hidden within. It was only when Han Qiangji asked Han Anjuan with extreme dissatisfaction that he roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. If this was a game between the Hawkwolf Guard and the White Lotus sect, or a game of chess for Gu Yenying, then he probably could not even be regarded as a chess piece. Both of them knew that this mission was just a symbolic fuse. It was not the key to the matter at all. Even him and Han Qiongji coming to carry out this mission was purely a coincidence. If Hua Sengzan had a change of heart, perhaps the other two Hawkwolf guards would come. There might not even be a need for anyone to come. There was no need to sacrifice or take risks. They were not used as bait or sacrificial pawns. There was no way Wang Puxi would sacrifice Han Anjuan's daughter, the second seat of legalism. The patriarchs of the various families appeared when the black curtain opened. The reason why he didn't make a move immediately, besides waiting for the Black Lotus to be completely planted, was that Han Anjuan wanted to give his daughter a test. Look at her performance. He believed that this kind of experience, for Han Qiongji, who had not suffered too many setbacks before, this kind of experience, it would be a valuable asset. A bunch of family heads, there was no way he would watch them get killed with his own eyes. If Altar Master Black Lotus really made a move, the patriarchs had their own ways to protect them. After Han Anjuan left, Han Qiongji naturally cursed at him. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was silent. It turned out that the biggest risk he had taken was to turn into a demon in front of all the family heads. Apart from the lingering fear, he also felt a sense of melancholy in his chest that he had to vent out. Compared to this situation, he would rather transform into his demon form. He wanted to have a battle to the death with Altar Master Black Lotus. Han Qiongji didn't think too much about it. She probably experienced this kind of test more than once. After scolding him, she didn't take it to heart. She saw Li Qingshan standing by the pond. Instead, it was a little strange. What's wrong with you? Was he worried about little N? She's fine, Han Anjuan told her everything, even after returning to the 100 schools of thought through a spirit tool. Li Qingshan laughed self-deprecatingly. I've been in the limelight quite a bit in the 100 schools of thought recently, so I really think of myself as someone important. If he had been bullied, he could endure it and wait for the opportunity to take revenge. If he had been used, he could also find the person who used him and ask for an explanation. But right now, he was full of grievances, yet he couldn't find an opponent to fight back. Altar Master Black Lotus was very polite to him. It could be said that he had great self-restraint or was crazy, but the most fundamental reason was that he, Li Qingshan, was nothing. If you say I'll die today, fine, I might really die. After chatting for a while, he felt that the family heads couldn't help but want to make a move, so he said, "You go first, the person I'm waiting for is here." Wang Puxi's thinking was probably even simpler. I asked you to carry out a mission without any danger, so what are you still dissatisfied with? Do you think I should tell you in advance? For what reason? Furthermore, Gu Yenying had no idea he had come to carry out this mission at all. Wang Puxi was just a pawn. It was as if someone had run out and clearly told Li Qingshan that he was only a supporting character when he was filled with the consciousness of the main character. No, he was not even a supporting character. He was just a Hawkwolf guard playing a small role. Hawkwolf guard B. Oh no, Han Qiongji asked, "What's wrong with you?" Li Qingshan said, "Women are very difficult to understand." This was a battle between a man's grand ambition and cruel reality. Perhaps the more beautiful the dream, the more painful it would be when it was woken up. Han Qiongji shot a glance at him. What she hated the most was when people used her as a woman, but when she thought about how Li Qingshan had risked his life to fight for a chance of survival for her, her gaze softened again. Are men that great? When they're complacent, they seem like they can do anything, but once they're dispirited, they're even worse than a woman. They act like they don't care, but they've already surrendered inside. Are you talking about Hua Sengzan? How did you know? Han Qiongji was taken aback. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. I couldn't tell normally, but you sure are a little cute. Han Xiongji's face reddened. She clenched her fists and said, "I think you only have some bearing when you're fighting and drinking." As she looked at Li Qingshan's despicable smile, she was tempted to throw a punch at him. They looked at each other and smiled. The two of them felt much closer to each other. "Let's go back," Li Qingshan said. Now that he understood where his troubles lay, he instead calmed down and became even more determined. He had to accept whatever he could accept and whatever he could not. This was life. No one was born to be the main character, and no one was destined to play a small role for the rest of their lives. He still had to continue down his path. All right. At this moment, the surface of the water rippled, and a huge, red carp poked its head out. "Monster!" Han Xiongji clenched her fists. "I raised it." Li Qingshan stopped Han Xiongji. "You go first. I want to say goodbye to it." After sending Han Xiongji away, Li Qingshan squatted down and patted the big, red carp's head. "You're quite lucky. I think this pond is too small, and it won't be able to hold you soon. Why don't I put you in the clear river?" The big, red carp nodded and suddenly swam into the depths of the pond. Li Qingshan was puzzled when the big, red carp swam back. It held something in its mouth and placed it in Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan took a closer look and saw that it was a small, black lotus seed pod. There were 10 to 20 lotus seeds in it, and only one was empty. Could this be the black lotus's seed pod? Li Qingshan could not figure out whether the black lotus was an illusion formed by spiritual energy or a real plant. However, he knew that the lotus seed pod was definitely not an ordinary object. "Is this for me?" The big, red carp nodded and opened its mouth wide. Li Qingshan put away the lotus seed pod and touched his 100 treasures pouch. He had already eaten all the spiritual pills. After thinking for a while, he found a spiritual fruit and gave it to the carp. Only then was it satisfied. Li Qingshan cast a spell and swept the big, red carp onto a cloud. He picked up Han Xiongji and rushed back to the 100 schools of thought. On the way, he released the carp into the clear river. It happily dove into the water and did not show any reluctance to leave. However, Han Xiongji casually asked, "Do you like Commander Gu?" Li Qingshan casually answered, "I do." However, Han Xiongji immediately turned hostile and ignored him. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. No matter how slow-witted he was, he could still sense Han Xiongji's thoughts. He could not help but feel happy. "I, Li Qingshan, am not without charm." He could not help but think of that joke from a few months ago. He could not help but scrutinize Han Xiongji beside him. Her pretty short hair must have come from Han Anjuan's influence. There were many bald members among the military school's disciples. She had a tall nose bridge and looked very sculpted. Her pursed lips showed her determination, or perhaps willfulness. She looked quite similar to the cool brother, Han Tie. She had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Perhaps she looked too heroic on a woman, but she was undoubtedly a beauty. Han Xiongji's face became redder and redder. She was indescribably happy. She felt that although she was tested by the damn old man again, it was not entirely a bad thing. However, she finally could not resist Li Qingshan's gaze anymore. This fellow was not satisfied with looking at her face. He had already started to size her up and even came to the conclusion that she was very good. "What are you looking at?" When she said this, even Han Xiongji felt weak. "Do you like me?" When he said this, even Li Qingshan felt that he was very amateurish. How could Han Xiongji admit it? Thus, the two of them returned to the Dragon Snake Lake in a strange atmosphere. The sky had just turned dusk and the lake was covered in red scales. As he had hoped, this trial mission only took less than a day. However, everything that happened was completely beyond his imagination. Thinking back, he had only watched a big show and played a small role. He was only glad that he did not get a bento. However, when he approached the 100 schools of thought, he realized that the real show was actually here. The Dragon Snake Formation no longer existed. Every island was filled with tragic traces. Large areas of buildings had been toppled, and many disciples were busy cleaning up. The most exaggerated was Contention Island. The craggy mountains on the island seemed to have been chopped up and crushed, turning into large pieces of cracked boulders. Not a single complete building remained. Li Qingshan rushed to Ansrava Island. Only when he saw that little and was safe and sound did he relax. However, Ansrava Island was full of whales. Many monks had died. They had been refined by the altar masters of the White Lotus sect. Not even their corpses could be found. Li Qingshan hugged her tightly in his arms. He felt a different kind of danger. This was the battlefield of two golden core cultivators. Even the most talented Qi practitioners would not dare to say that they could protect themselves. Back then, the soaring dragon elder had sliced through a mountain like tofu. He still remembered it vividly. Qingshan. With a call, Li Qingshan turned around and saw Wasungzan. Their eyes met. Both of them felt like they had just survived a disaster. Wasungzan said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know either." "Are you fine?" Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around his neck and smiled. "Do I look like I'm not fine? You're the one who rarely asks stupid questions like that." Wasungzan smiled as well, but it was rather forced. Compared to Li Qingshan, he had truly made a trip to the gates of hell. The White Lotus Mother only needed a single thought, and he would be a dead man. "Commander Gu wants to see you." Chapter 330. Li Qingshan did not expect that the place where Gu Yenying wanted to meet him was on Cloud Wisp Island. The bamboo forest was quiet, and the white clothes were whiter than snow. It was another winter. That dreamy figure was already in front of him. Li Qingshan calmed his mind and walked forward. Li Qingshan pays his respects to Commander Gu. Gu Yenying suddenly looked back. Her eyes were like an eagle's, as if she wanted to see through him. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked into her eyes. The memory from 2 years ago was suddenly confirmed. Everything was true, and it was not a dream. He used to be a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger, but after experiencing so much and seeing so much, did he still have that courage? Gu Yenying suddenly smiled, like a chilly spring breeze, warm yet cold, as it spread out. "You." The white clothes floated in front of him. Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. She specifically summoned him, but did not say a word. What was the meaning of this? Gu Yenying stopped and looked back. "I had prepared some words for you, but now it seems that there is no need." In his eyes, there was no anger or dissatisfaction, no inferiority or self-mockery. There was only a firm awareness. There was no need for her to say much to such a man. She only needed to see how far he could go in the future. Li Qingshan said, "Why don't you say it?" "Then I'll say one thing. Even after 100 years, a piece of trash like you will not be qualified to drink tea with me. How about it?" Gu Yenying could not help laughing and laughed. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. Very old-fashioned. Gu Yenying propped her chin with her folding fan. "Is that so? I can't think of anything worse. It's fine as long as it's like this." A true expert would not keep talking about ants all day long. They would only unconsciously step over an ant's nest. Who would specifically squat on the ground, point at a bunch of ants, and say, "You stupid and weak insects." Unless there was something wrong with their brains. Li Qingshan said, "Is this the second sentence you've given me? Qing province is 30,000 miles long, and the martial world is but a corner." This was the first sentence. He had already done it. He had walked out of the disputes of Jianghu and arrived at the 100 schools of thought. This was a stage for cultivators to compete with each other. Gu Yenying raised her folding fan. A strong wind swirled around her, and she placed it on a bamboo nearby. "Trash like you, even after 100 years, you still won't be qualified to drink tea with me." With another wave of the fan, a piece of bamboo was peeled off and blown in front of Li Qingshan. "Keep it well. In the future, you can throw it in front of me and feel proud. Goodbye, little brother Qinghan." His voice was still reverberating in the bamboo forest, but he was already above the clouds. Not a single trace was left. In this battle, the White Lotus sect was basically annihilated. Only the White Lotus Mother managed to escape. His cultivation was also greatly damaged. Now that he was heavily injured, he would never be able to do anything. Perhaps he could recover his strength in the future and stir up trouble again. However, he no longer had the right to be her opponent. To her, this game of chess had already come to an end. As a result, when the White Lotus Mother fled, she did not even chase after her. She only watched this old opponent of hers go on her final journey, hoping that she would stop being so tactless and wait patiently until she left the Rui commandery at the very least. Li Qingshan returned to the courtyard of the bamboo loft. Hua Sengzan was waiting there. He asked, "What did she say to you?" "Yes." Li Qingshan passed the piece of bamboo to Hua Sengzan. Hua Sengzan's expression was very strange. "Do you want me to give it to you? I think you're more suited to the sentence than me." "Screw you. You can keep it for yourself." Hua Sengzan tossed it back. Lu Chuanfeng emerged from the door and rubbed his sleepy eyes. "Qingshan, you're back." "Ah, it's already so late. This alcohol sure has a kick." Li Qingshan and Hua Sengzan looked at one another with bitter smiles. While the others trembled in fear and fought for their lives, he was sleeping soundly. Hua Sengzan said, "It's a joke, but it's also the truth." "You understand how I feel now, right?" Li Qingshan said, "That's the truth. Don't compare me to you. If it weren't for the fact that you're a little more handsome, I would have cut ties with a piece of trash like you a long time ago." "You're saying I'm trash?" "Trash, if you're so capable. Show me when you establish a foundation." "All right, just you wait." The next day, Hua Sengzan went into seclusion. Although he didn't show it, the shock that Hua Sengzan received was probably even greater than Li Qingshan's. From the beginning to the end, he wasn't told any details, and he almost died in the ambush. In the end, that person didn't even say much to him. In this aspect, he was even worse than Li Qingshan. If you think that my special treatment at the beginning is a reason for you to abandon yourself, then I'll only treat you as a qi practitioner. Since we're destined to be people of two different worlds, why waste each other's time? Li Qingshan studied the black lotus pod carefully under the lantern light. He also tried to take out a lotus seed. It was like a black pearl, sparkling and translucent. It contained a wondrous power. However, it wasn't a miraculous elixir that could directly convert it into demonic qi or true qi. Since this black lotus was grown with the sacrifice of the entire ancient Wind City and tens of thousands of lives, did that mean that what was stored inside was the essence of flesh and blood? I'll let little and take a look. With a thought, a petite gray figure silently stood in front of the door and pounced into Li Qingshan's arms. It was little and, "What's wrong?" "I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again." The scene of two golden core cultivators fighting was like a natural disaster. No matter how strong a qi practitioner was, they would still be in a precarious situation and feel uneasy. Her performance wasn't without reason. Although she didn't care about life and death, she couldn't let go of them meaninglessly. "Don't worry, we'll see each other again. We're going to the 9 heavens together." Li Qingshan kissed her hair and showed the lotus to her. "Look, do you have any use for this?" Gang held the lotus in her hand and felt a surge of life force. Only this kind of power could be converted into her own cultivation through her flames. Li Qingshan smiled. "Looks like this trip wasn't without gains." "I don't know why, but that altar master Black Lotus didn't take the entire lotus with him, so we got lucky instead." At that time, Altar Master Black Lotus had unleashed all of the Black Lotus's power and assumed a stance of mutual destruction. If he plucked the entire lotus, the Black Lotus would instantly lose its core and wouldn't be able to unleash any power. The various clan masters weren't 3-year-old children. They definitely wouldn't be scared off by a bluff. And it was precisely that intense explosion of energy that turned the entire Gu function into ruins. And at the core of the explosion was an area of absolute darkness. Even the vision of the various patriarchs could not enter that area. It was at that time that the lotus had fallen into the pond. The big red carp leaped up and swallowed it, but it couldn't digest it, so it spat it out. The lotus itself didn't emit any spiritual light or qi, so Li Qingshan didn't notice it even though he was standing beside the pond. The various clan masters were in a hurry to kill Altar Master Black Lotus and return to help the 100 schools of thought. They didn't search carefully, so they ended up in the big red carp's collection. RT. Chapter 331. Under Li Qingshan's indication, and tried consuming a black lotus seed. Immediately, an extremely pure essence of flesh and blood was released under the heat of the flames. It was comparable to the flesh and blood of over 1,000 people, and immediately began to cultivate, completely refining the lotus seed. Li Qingshan stopped worrying too. Originally, he wanted to take it out for another round of missions, but that would waste a lot of time and would easily raise suspicion. His bloodthirsty nature could explain why he killed, but the disappearance of the corpses was not easy to explain. It would be terrible if they were targeted by someone with ulterior motives. With these lotus seeds, and could at least cultivate for a long time. At the very least, she would not be held back by the lack of flesh and blood to devour. After leaving in here to cultivate, Li Qingshan pushed open the door to his room. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. White snow filled the courtyard. He needed to make some preparations for his own path. That night, Li Qingshan went to Benevolence Island and Wuwei Island to find Juchenzi and Ru Xian. The schools of Taoism and medicine were both skilled in refining pills. As the top disciples of the two schools, they each controlled a batch of pills. He chose some of the higher grade and bought them, instructing them not to tell anyone else. After this great calamity, the two of them were extremely busy. Ru Xian was busy treating the sick, while Juchenzi was taking over the affairs of the school of Taoism in place of the sloppy Taoist who had yet to return. After exchanging a few words and hurriedly exchanging pills, they went about their own business. Even Ru Xian was no longer in the mood to smile. Finally, he went to the school of Miscellaneous Treasure Island. In the general store of miscellaneous goods, he exchanged all his remaining spirit stones for pills. He paid some attention to the prices of other items and discovered that the prices of spiritual artifacts and talismans had begun to rise. One could imagine the impact this battle had on the cultivators. Li Qingshan considered for a moment, but still did not sell the talismans and spiritual artifacts in his possession. He returned to Cloud Wisp Island, and was still sitting quietly. It looked like it would take some time to refine this black lotus seed. Li Qingshan did not disturb her. He summarized his gains from the night. Because he had tried to choose the higher grade pills to buy, there were not many of them. However, it should be enough for him to cultivate the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength to the 3rd layer. He did not intend to cultivate in seclusion. As long as he took the elixir every day and practiced his fist technique, it wouldn't take long for him to succeed. At that time, his strength and physique would become stronger once again, and his chances of transcending the heavenly tribulation would increase significantly. At dawn, Hao Pingyong came to visit and told Li Qingshan a piece of news: Zhang Lanqing was dead. He died at the hands of an altar master of the White Lotus sect. With just a single strike, he was reduced to nothingness without any room for resistance. If that altar lord, if they didn't want to capture Hao Pingyong alive, he was also dead. At this point, Hao Pingyong's voice was hoarse. His eyes reddened. Li Qingshan was silent for a long time. What can I do? I'm just here to tell you that I've already avenged him. I'm going to go to his house. Hao Pingyong said a few more words and then left. This was the last bit of existence left behind by that dark-skinned, well-behaved man. Li Qingshan was silent for a while, then began to practice his fist technique. In the empty and silent bamboo forest, he practiced the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength again and again until he exhausted the last bit of his strength. Just now, he was lying on the ground, panting. The sky gradually brightened. On this day, a mass funeral was held on Contention Island. It was a funeral, but most of the dead cultivators didn't leave behind their corpses. Even if they did, they were sent back to their hometowns for burial. The disciples of the various sects lit lanterns on the Dragon Snake Lake to commemorate their classmates, whether they knew or didn't. Li Qingshan watched from afar as the lanterns scattered in the darkness, gradually moving further and further away. He returned to Cloud Wisp Island and continued his cultivation. One by one, the elixir transformed into wisps of medicinal power that fused into his body. Then, they turned into waves of power that surged and surged in his body, waiting for the moment to be released. A building rose up from the ground on Contention Island. Under the effects of the mechanical arts of the school of Moism, the construction speed was startlingly fast, not to mention there were many mechanical structures too. At the very top of the building, the 12 school leaders gathered together. The slovenly Taoist priest was filled with indignation. He had failed to hunt down Altar Lord Black Lotus in the end. The one-thought master glanced at him, and he almost leapt up and cursed aloud. However, he did not do that in consideration of the current atmosphere. Earth Elder Huang sucked heavily on his pipe. The School of Agriculture had suffered great losses, not because of the disciples, but because of his precious fields and orchards. They had suffered quite a lot. The disciples of the White Lotus sect saw so many spiritual fruits and forcefully plucked them without caring whether they were ripe or not. Although they managed to retrieve all of them, they had lost quite a lot. Diagonally behind them were the primary disciples of the various sections. They also knelt silently. Only the seat behind Wang Puxi was empty. Hua Sengzan had entered secluded cultivation. With his personality, it was evident just how determined he was to ignore the bigger picture like this. And was dressed in black clothes. Her long, soft, curvy hair was barely coiled into a bun with a wooden hairpin, but it still draped down her back. She had digested the black lotus seed, and her cultivation with the path of white bone and great beauty had increased once again. She also pushed her cultivation as an artifact refiner to the 8th layer, which was more befitting of a primary disciple. It was also worthy of the pills the one-thought master had given her. Li Qingshan glanced past Ru Xian. She nodded slightly, and the corner of her lips curled up slightly. This major event that had shaken up the 100 schools of thought did not seem to affect her at all. He believed that if it were not for the feelings of others, she would still be able to smile fearlessly. She was not just uncaring as a doctor. She was basically heartless, which made Li Qingshan glare at her in exasperation. As the main caretaker, Lu Chongqing remained in the main seat. He cleared his throat and attracted everyone's attention. He said, "The 100 schools of thought has undergone such a great change." After a series of mourning, he suddenly changed the topic. But it has also exposed many loopholes. Some school leaders are weak and useless. They can't even keep a close eye on their waste tablets, so how can they still claim the position of school leader in shame? He did not mention any names, but everyone looked at Lu Chuanfeng, who sat at the very end. In the end, this drunken dream had not allowed him to avoid this disaster completely. Lu Chuanfeng became embarrassed, but he had grown used to it. It was not like Lu Chongqing had the right to remove him from his position as school leader. The reason why he had lost his waste tablet was all because of that person's plan, so how was he supposed to stop it? Lu Chongqing said, "Our 100 schools of thought is in urgent need of a capable and responsible school leader to watch over the formations of Cloud Wisp Island." Li Qingshan was perplexed. Surely they could not take over 2 islands in one go. The school leaders would be overwhelmed too. Lu Chongqing said, "In order to replenish the power our 100 schools of thought has lost as soon as possible, I suggest a new school be stationed in the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture to watch over the formations of Cloud Wisp Island. Fellow Chu, please come out." Chapter 332. Thump, thump, thump. The walking stick struck the ground again and again. An old man with a hunched back made his way into the room under the support of a young man. His face had already deteriorated to a rather terrifying degree. Only his eyes remained clear. Li Qingshan had never seen someone so old. He believed that if it were not for his cultivation at Peak Foundation Establishment, he would have been reduced to a pile of bones a long time ago. "I am Chu Sherdao. Greetings, fellow cultivators." Chu Sherdao pushed aside the young man's support with one hand and let go of his walking stick with the other, bowing to everyone. Everyone stood up and returned the greeting. Even Earth Elder Huang could no longer regard himself as a senior. He put down the tobacco pipe in his hand and said to Lu Chongqing, "You've actually invited Master Chu. Is Master Chu planning on becoming the school leader?" Chu Sherdao was not a nameless figure. He was renowned throughout the entire Rui Commandery. No one dared to not gasp in admiration at his skill in painting. Obtaining a painting from him was an extremely honorable matter. However, it was rumored that he was close to the end of his life, so he had stopped painting a long time ago and secluded himself in the Forest of Springs. No one expected him to actually appear here. I'll be honest with you all. I don't have much time left, so I don't dare to occupy the position of school leader for too long. When the time comes, my disciple will take over. Danqing, why don't you bow to the seniors? Only then did the patriarchs realize that Chu Sherdao had come to guide the handsome young man next to him. The young man looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, but his cultivation base was already at the 10th layer of qi refinement. He was definitely worthy of the word genius. They had heard a long time ago that Chu Sherdao had taken on a final disciple and remained in seclusion for a decade just to teach this child. Now that they had seen him today, it really was true. There were no objections. If a figure like that was willing to join the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture and gain a school of painting, it would be an honor for the 100 schools of thought. And it was rumored that he had many disciples who were not his direct disciples. He could even replenish the strength of the 100 schools of thought. Another seat had been added. He ranked below Lu Chuanfeng. Lu Chuanfeng probably only had one chance in his life to gain the upper hand. However, the ownership of Cloud Wisp Island could not be decided so easily. When Lu Chuanfeng heard that his foundation was about to be taken away, he grew anxious. Cloud Wisp Island. For thousands of years, it has always been the island of our school of novels. We have carefully maintained it for many years. Are we going to take it away just because of a small mistake? This is too unreasonable. There were also some differences in opinion among the various family heads. But of course, it wasn't because of the trash Lu Chuanfeng, but because of Li Qingshan who stood behind him. Li Qingshan laughed at himself because of what he had gone through this time. However, in the eyes of the patriarchs, he was a genius with a bright future. Or the power of battle. They were all impeccable, and he had even been personally summoned by that person yesterday. Such a person was not someone who could be casually suppressed. Lu Chongqing put on a straight face and said, "That's not it. You know very well what you've written in the past." The One Thought Master said, "That might not be appropriate. Although we've never accepted the way school leader Lu conducts himself, not only has he stopped writing those obscene books in the past half a year, but he's even recalled and destroyed all the books he's written in the past. It's a testament to his sincerity. Everyone makes mistakes. Making mistakes is the best way to improve oneself. School leader Lu, you better reconsider your decision." Lu Chuanfeng was extremely touched. "Thank you for speaking for me, Master." Right now, no one cherished the title of Master of Wind and Moon more than him. After comprehending the righteous path of the School of Novels, he recalled all his books voluntarily. The One Thought Master glanced at Little and, "This is all because of you." This humble Taoist also feels like Master Chu shouldn't be in such a hurry to take over. The slovenly Taoist priest spoke up as well, supporting the One Thought Master for once. A person who's about to die still dares to come to our 100 schools of thought and strut around. He's utterly despicable. To Lu Chongqing's surprise, even Wang Puxi and Han Anjuan objected. Out of the 5 school leaders, 4 actually disagreed with his opinion. No matter how great Chu Sherdao's reputation was, no matter how great his cultivation was, he was still an outsider. As soon as he arrived at the 100 schools of thought, he wanted to take over. It was extremely easy for it to lead to xenophobia. Li Qingshan's relationship with these people played an extremely subtle role as well. Ever since he came to the School of Novels, coupled with Lu Chuanfeng's own efforts, the School of Novels' reputation had indeed changed bit by bit before he knew it. Although it was still a pile of mud, it was worth supporting at the very least. Otherwise, who would be crazy enough to speak up for the guy who originally wrote obscene books? Chu Sherdao said, "I wonder when can a Qi practitioner become the leader of a school? Nor have I ever heard of a school only having a single disciple." Lu Chuanfeng was speechless. Cultivation would always be the most important standard of evaluation for cultivators. It was also his greatest shortcoming. "It won't be long before I transcend the heavenly tribulation," Chu Sherdao said. "It won't be long before I have to return as well." I've long heard of the wonders of the School of Novels and how they can turn fiction into reality. It just so happens that the School of Painting, have the same ability. Why don't we have a competition to determine the ownership of Cloud Wisp Island? How could Lu Chuanfeng dare to compete with a Foundation establishment cultivator? He immediately tried to reject the challenge. I won't bully the weak, and it's not good for a school leader to compete in front of others. Chu Shidao's gaze suddenly turned to Li Qingshan. This must be your disciple. I'm Li Qingshan. Greetings, Grandmaster Chu. I've long heard that you're skilled in battle and that your body tempering technique is astonishing. Do you dare to compete with my disciple? How would we compete? Li Qingshan glanced at Chu Danqing. Paintings and novels are both elegant matters. It would be too vulgar for painters and authors to fight with their fists and feet. Why don't we hide behind the scenes and turn fiction into reality? My disciple will produce a painting while you'll produce a novel. We'll let the painting and the characters in the novel decide who's better. What do you think? Cloud Wisp Island will belong to whoever wins. Even the school leaders present had never heard of a competition like this, but they all felt like Chu Shidao was looking down on their opinions far too much. Lu Chuanfeng shot a glance at Li Qingshan, telling him to turn it down. Now that so many school leaders supported them, what was the point of competing? Li Qingshan had no intentions of agreeing in the first place. If it were a duel, he was confident regardless of whether Chu Danqing was at the 9th or 10th layer. However, he had absolutely no confidence in a duel like this. The old man had some understanding of him now, so how could he fall for a trick like this, where the upper hand could take on the lower horse? If that's the case and you still don't agree, then all I can do is submit a petition to the 100 schools of thought of the Rui Commandery, asking them to abolish the School of Novels of the Clear River Prefecture. Chu Shidao stomped his walking stick against the ground forcefully, demonstrating his unwavering determination. It's just that doing things like this is far too vulgar. I don't want to do that. All the school leaders knew why Chu Shidao was so fearless. Chu Shidao was not exaggerating. He had come from the commandery city of Rui in the first place. He wanted to use his connections to abolish this cheap practitioner school leader as well as the school of novels that only had a single disciple. Most importantly, all the school leaders present had once submitted a petition together. Perhaps Chu Shidao only needed to give it a slight push and it would be done. Surely they could not submit a petition to protect the School of Novels at a time like this. Lu Chuanfeng paled. He had some understanding of Chu Shidao's influence. The School of Novels had just set foot on the right track and was currently developing. If they were really abolished, then all of their previous efforts would go to waste. However, it was impossible for him to give up on the ancestral property of Cloud Wisp Island. He looked at Li Qingshan for help. Li Qingshan said, "All right, I can agree to it. However, the path of the School of Novels cannot be like the School of Painting, which requires time to spread and gather the power of belief. Only then can it become real. I can publish a book, but I'll need a year at the very least to spread it everywhere. A year is too long. Anyway, I need time. If Master Chu doesn't agree to it, then there's no need for the competition. Please submit a petition to the Commandery of Rui and abolish our School of Novels." In the end, after Lu Chongqing's mediation, it was set at 6 months. Chu Shidao had his concerns too. He had already incurred the displeasure of the school leaders by taking over the School of Novels. If he used even more drastic methods, he would probably incur the wrath of the masses. He had already gained a deep understanding of the School of Novels before this. Li Qingshan had already written a book, but the book was about the illusory matters of the Jianghu, so it was impossible for it to oppose Danqing's paintings. As a result, all he could do was write a new book, which would take a few months at the very least. Even if he succeeded, there would not be enough time for it to spread, and he would not be able to gather enough power of belief. The gathering dispersed. Chu Shidao and Chu Danqing followed Lu Chongqing to the residence of the School of Confucianism. Li Qingshan and Lu Chuanfeng returned to Cloud Wisp Island to discuss a plan. Lu Chuanfeng became frantic. "Oh my, 6 months? How's that enough? You've agreed far too rashly." Li Qingshan said, "If I don't agree, do you have any other ideas?" Lu Chuanfeng said, "Hurry up. I'll grind it for you, so hurry up and write." "Whatever. Why don't I make some changes to that book of yours before it's sent out?" Wielding the dragon-slaying blade, Zhang Wuji split open the top of Radiant Peak in a single stroke, shocking the cultivators of the 6 great sections. Zhang Kun has buried 12 devastating chaotic thunder seeds under the Shaolin Temple. He wants to destroy all the cultivators. What do you think? Li Qingshan was startled. He couldn't help but admire Lu Chuanfeng's quick wit. He hadn't thought of this idea at first. The wuxia novel had been changed to Black Tortoise, and its combat power had increased by more than 10 times. Then what about drifting overseas? Cultivators can't be trapped on an island, can they? Are you stupid? Beyond the 9 prefectures is the boundless sea. Even if you go there now, you definitely won't be able to return. It's all up to us novelists, Yun, how to write it. Li Qingshan thought for a moment. Then change it. Lu Chuanfeng was overjoyed when he received the instruction. He left in a hurry. Li Qingshan shook his head. He was thinking of another idea. Lu Chuanfeng's idea was naturally not bad, but it might not be able to collect that much power of will. In his previous life, this book was first published in the newspaper and then promoted by TV series. Only then did it reach such a level of popularity. Rome wasn't built in 6 months. So what if it was changed to destroy the 9 prefectures? If there wasn't enough power of will, coupled with the limitations of the divine talisman of great creation itself, it might only be able to shatter a boulder on the chest. Li Qingshan returned to his room, unfolded a piece of white paper, and began to write. He continued with the plan he had thought of and made preparations for both sides. These stories should be able to quickly gather the purest and truest power of will. Chapter 333. There couldn't be some defensive formation here, could there? Xu Danqing pondered as he stepped on the cobblestone path. There was a thick layer of snow on top and a layer of bamboo leaves, but no one swept it. The bamboo forest was mainly green, but there was also a hint of yellow mixed in. It stretched high into the sky, and in his eyes, it naturally turned into flower green, light green, emerald green, goose yellow, Garcinia yellow, dusky yellow, and so on. The myriad of colors changed from 3-dimensional to flat, forming an exquisite, meticulous painting. He shook his head and threw these thoughts out of his mind. He had been studying in the mountains for 10 years and was almost going crazy from studying painting. Sigh, the outside world was still better. The senior apprentice sister from the School of Medicine just now was really beautiful. Although his master often said that there was a Yen Ryu in the painting, and he also had the power to make Yen Ryu walk out of the painting, it was a living beauty. It was different from a painting. This was also the biggest difference between him and his master. His master had a distracting thought, but he still wanted to keep it. It's you. Li Qingshan looked at Xu Danqing, who was walking over, looking left and right. It's me. I'm here to see the future territory of the painter. Xu Danqing puffed out his chest. Xu Shidao had asked him to find out the truth about Li Qingshan. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. However, he had not thought of what to do yet. Do you want a drink? Li Qingshan did not seriously sprawl in front of his desk to write. Instead, he leisurely leaned against the corridor, holding a jade cup in his hand and surrounded by jars of wine. Although he had decided on the direction of his writing, he still felt troubled when it came to actually writing. He walked around the room a few times and suddenly remembered that he had not drunk the 100 jars of wine Sun Fubai had given him. He wanted to imitate the story of Li Bai's 100 poems on drinking, so he took them out and drank a few cups alone. Although they were all fine wine, he felt that it was lacking in flavor. Li Taibai wanted to raise his cup to invite the bright moon, to form a trio. This wine was indeed not easy to drink. After thinking about it and was preparing for the assembly, Millipede was hibernating, while Sungzan was in seclusion, and Han Tie was busy with military affairs. He could not get away. Just as he was feeling miserable about not having a drinking buddy, he suddenly saw Xu Danqing and invited him over. Xu Danqing was stunned for a moment. The words he had prepared in his stomach could not come out. He had never drunk much. A painter was not a poet. He couldn't be drunk all day. Only when he was clear-headed could he be confident and steady. Smelling the fragrance of the wine, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was a clear stream. The wine was poured into 2 jade cups from the jar. Chu Danqing's real name was Gooden. He was 21 years old. Because he had a delicate baby face, so he looked very young. He was discovered by Chu Shidao in his hometown when he was a beggar on the streets. Possessing a strange bloodline, he was known as the verdant blood of painting. Hence, he was called Danqing, following his master's surname. At the age of 11, he had been brought to the mountains by Chu Shidao to learn painting. He had only come out of seclusion a month ago. This time, he had come to investigate Li Qingshan's situation. After drinking a dozen jars of wine, Chu Danqing had already confessed everything before Li Qingshan could get any information out of him. He hooked his arm around Li Qingshan's neck and spoke from the bottom of his heart. "I want a woman," Chu Danqing shouted. His voice echoed in the bamboo forest. Then, he laughed foolishly. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. Look at what a good kid had become. You're drunk. I'm not drunk. Drink. Let's continue drinking. I can't drink anymore. Why can't I drink? I have money. Chu Danqing searched his 100 treasures pouch for a long time, but he really couldn't find any silver. He took out a pile of paintings. I'll pay with my paintings. Then, Li Qingshan also obtained a pile of ready-made samples to understand the painter's abilities. You guys. With a cry of surprise, Han Xiongji came to the bamboo loft. Since Hua Sengzan wasn't here, she, as the second seat of legalism, was extremely busy. However, when she heard that Li Qingshan wanted to bet with someone, she still took the time to come and take a look. However, she saw a handsome young man almost leaning into Li Qingshan's embrace. He was even holding a wine cup and feeding wine to Li Qingshan. She immediately felt as if she was struck by lightning. So this was his hobby. No wonder he was so indifferent to her. Then, she remembered that before Hua Sengzan went into seclusion, he once said to her, "If I don't work hard, I'm afraid that someone will cut off all ties with me." Could it be that the flower had also fallen into his hands? This Li Qingshan was really a scumbag. The flower had just gone into seclusion, and he already had a new lover. Sigh, what am I thinking? Don't misunderstand. He likes women. Li Qingshan immediately saw through what Han Xiongji was thinking and quickly said. However, he definitely didn't expect that Han Xiongji's thoughts would be so complicated in an instant. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Danqing also saw the 3 Han Xiongjis. He raised the wine cup in his hand. "Ah, 3 beauties, come and drink." "Me?" Li Qingshan shrugged. Where did this drunkard come from? 10th layer Qi refinement? After hearing Li Qingshan's explanation, Han Xiongji finally realized that the person in front of her was Li Qingshan's future opponent. She really didn't know whether she should be happy for him or not. He came to inquire about information, drank a few jars of wine, and spoke freely. He even gifted Li Qingshan a pile of paintings. Thinking about it, great official Li's opponents were either geniuses like Chu Tian or the 700 fierce warriors of the school of militarism. Even enemies like Altar Master Black Lotus could be fought with him and came out unscathed. Now, he had to face an opponent like this. It was really hard to explain. Don't look at him. His paintings can defeat ordinary 10th layer Qi refinement cultivators. Although people had the habit of bragging after drinking, Li Qingshan believed that this wasn't drunken talk. The 4 words, "Jade blood of vermilion," definitely weren't just drunken talk. From a beggar to a 10th layer Qi refinement cultivator in 10 years, his level of genius was no less than the reincarnation of Chu Tian. Artists could concentrate their blood and spirit energy into their paintings. Once they needed it, they could summon it. It was similar to the school of militarism. However, they didn't need to gather the power of wishes. As long as they had enough time, they could build an army. The world was vast, and there were indeed many talented people. No one could be underestimated. Han Xiongji carefully examined Chu Danqing. She really couldn't see any sign of genius in this drunkard. Even that guy Chu Tian could be considered a bit arrogant. Li Qingshan picked Chu Danqing up and found an empty bedroom. He casually threw him on the bed, and Chu Danqing immediately started snoring. Li Qingshan snorted. I haven't had enough yet. As a result, Han Qiongji crossed her legs casually and sat down before Li Qingshan. She accepted a new cup of alcohol from Li Qingshan and drank it all in one gulp. She smacked her lips. Apricot blossom brew from the 10-kilometer store. You've been there before? Just when Li Qingshan wanted to refill her cup, she had already taken a jar for herself. TSK. In the tower. What kind of alcohol haven't I drunk before? This group of young masters mingled around in a prosperous place like the Clear River Prefecture, in a place of luxury like the tower. It could be regarded as satisfying the desires of the mouth and the senses of the eye. Li Qingshan glanced at her. Actually, I like women too. Han Xiongji had only drunk half of her cup when she suddenly found herself unable to drink anymore. Things like being alone with a woman, keeping a distance between men and women, and so on. These thoughts that rarely ever appeared in his head suddenly popped up, and his face became slightly flushed. He feigned anger. If you want to drink, then drink. What's with all this nonsense? For some reason, she wanted to hear him continue. She wanted to see what kind of nonsense he could come up with. She was a magnanimous person, so there was no need for her to blame him too much. However, Li Qingshan felt like Han Qiongji was very right. If you want to drink, then drink. What's with all this? Don't tell me you're going to copy Chu Danqing? Shout that I want a woman? His gaze landed on the pile of paintings. Although he would have to return them to Chu Danqing once he woke up, he might as well use this opportunity to study them. He picked up one of the paintings. It depicted a lifelike oriole bird. Li Qingshan remembered how to use the cursive sword calligraphy and tried channeling his true qi into it. As if it had triggered something, the oriole bird suddenly began to move. It flapped its wings and let out a crisp cry, breaking free from the restraints of the painting. It circled around Li Qingshan a few times before suddenly diving into the bamboo forest and vanishing. It flew away. Li Qingshan looked at the white paper in his hand and was stunned for a moment. His figure suddenly disappeared, and in the span of a breath, he returned to his original position. He was holding a struggling oriole bird in his hand, thinking about how to shove it back into the painting. Han Qiongji was also attracted by this strange scene. She also took the opportunity to extricate herself from her messy and awkward thoughts and picked up another painting. They were almost done drinking, but the more Han Qiongji drank, the more energetic she became. She didn't give Li Qingshan any chance to take advantage of her. She felt slightly regretful. She was also almost done studying the painting. At the very least, she knew how to return it to its original position. She could consider returning it to Chu Danqing. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head and revealed a strange smile. It ran away. Chu Danqing abruptly woke up from his dream. Thinking about how he had behaved when he was drunk, he felt as if his heart was being scratched and he wanted to smash his head against the wall. Not only had he not drunk much, but this was the first time in his life that he had drunk. Back then, when he was living on the streets, he could only drool at the tavern. In the mountains, his master had never drunk alcohol. He only hated that his childhood memories had been evoked. He wanted to make up for it, but he had lost so much face. Even more, he hated that he had only stayed in the mountains for 10 years. He had forgotten that the hearts of men were sinister and that the world was difficult. Hearing the voices of Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji in front of the court, he leaped out of the window and soared into the sky, fleeing Cloud Wisp Island. He didn't want those paintings anymore. Fortunately, he still had a trace of sobriety. What he took out were all unimportant exercises. It didn't matter if he gave them to that detestable Li Qingshan. Otherwise, it would really be too late for regrets. These paintings are mine now. Li Qingshan put away the pile of paintings. He already had a plan in mind, knowing what he should write. The most naive people in the world were children. Adults might be mesmerized for a moment, but they would eventually know that it was nothing more than an illusion. However, children would believe it to be real, believing in the existence of these inconceivable things. The demonic ghost that the first ancestor of that family saw back then was one that specialized in harming children. Of course, Li Qingshan couldn't harm children. However, he knew that among the many categories, there was one called fairy tale. The power of wish that each believer could provide from their pure hearts was probably equivalent to that of 10 adults. Fairy tales were short and concise. They were easier to spread than bulky tomes. However, fairy tales were also as vast as the sea, leaving Li Qingshan with no choice. Western fairy tales might not be able to adapt to the climate. Which Eastern fairy tale should he focus on? The King of Farting? Simple, interesting, easy to spread, and powerful and practical. A fart that could send mountains flying. However, when he thought of summoning such a character under the watchful eyes of the public, with his bare buttocks sticking up, even though Li Qingshan was thick-skinned, he still felt hot. Until he met Chu Danqing and saw his paintings. He couldn't help but think of an extremely famous character. Along with the Black Cat Sheriff and the King Kong Calabash brothers, he was one of the 3 great childhood idols. Coincidentally, his ability was the same as that of a painter. And these paintings would prove his existence. I want a monthly vote. 3 fellow cultivators, come and cast 3 monthly votes. Chapter 334. Han Xiongji saw that Li Qingshan was distracted. She smiled and waved her hand in front of his eyes. What are you thinking about? Li Qingshan said, I'm thinking of a way to deal with this little brother Chu. Han Xiongji frowned. Is there really a way? I might as well give it a try. Li Qingshan smiled. His bronze-colored face was brimming with sunshine confidence. Han Xiongji's heart rippled. The cup in her hand stopped. Senior Sister Han, the commander has invited you back. Qian Rongji came to Bamboo Loft Qian and bowed with her head lowered. It was as if she had not heard anything. Thank you for the wine. Han Xiongji put down the wine cup and left in a hurry as if she was escaping. Li Qingshan watched her leave. His gaze fell on Qian Rongji. His smile disappeared immediately. It was replaced by a cold winter day. Qian Rongji, I was just about to look for you. Can you explain to me what happened in Ancient Wind City? Gu Yenying had issued a gag order regarding what Qian Rongji had done, which could be regarded as a form of protection for this Nighthawk, who had performed the most meritorious deed. As a result, not a lot of people knew about the inside story. Li Qingshan could only guess a thing or two based on his understanding of Qian Rongji. Qian Rongji made her way to the veranda and sat down diagonally. She picked up the cup of alcohol that Han Xiongji had left behind and drank by herself under Li Qingshan's gaze. Afterwards, she began to explain everything that had happened. After hearing everything, Li Qingshan could not help but sigh. During the few months he had been in secluded cultivation, her cultivation had not advanced by much, but she had not been idling around. She had been using her own methods to curry favor. You won't be in any danger. Little and won't be in any danger either. I have no right to remind you. Are you sure there won't be any danger? No, but we can only blame ourselves for being too weak. I can't leave the 100 schools of thought anymore. Qian Rongji drank cup after cup. Li Qingshan understood. No matter how heavily injured the White Lotus Mother was, killing her would be as easy as crushing a bug. As the greatest traitor of the White Lotus sect, she would have to live her days carefully from now onwards. Profit from betrayal. He would have to pay the price for his betrayal. Commander Gu promised me that if I could reach Foundation Establishment, she would take me to the Rui Commandery. Li Qingshan said, so she has already arranged a way out for you. Escape route? Without the 100 schools of thought, how long will it take for me to reach the Foundation Establishment stage? 10 years? 20 years? 50 years? The biggest possibility was that he wouldn't be able to reach Foundation Establishment. Even if he managed to, would he be able to live in peace in the Rui Commandery? Qian Rongji smiled bitterly. Gu Yenying had given her a generous reward, but she was not little and Chu Tian or even Li Qingshan. With her talent, it would already be a miracle if she could reach the 6th layer of artifact forging. She hated Gu Yenying uncontrollably. She hated how she manipulated her like a chess piece. She hated how she clearly saw through her hatred, yet she did not take it to heart. She hated how she did not even have the ability to bite back. Li Qingshan fell silent. There was no longer a place in the world that could shelter her now that she was hated by a golden core cultivator. This vicious woman who had made it to the 100 schools of thought with him might seem glorious, but she had actually reached a dead end. Qianrongji suddenly stood up and fished out a pile of items from her 100 treasures pouch. There were a great number of pills and spiritual stones. There was even a virtue accumulation pill among them. There were also many mid- and high-grade spiritual artifacts, as well as a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. The virtue accumulation pill and the supreme-grade spiritual artifact had all been given to her by Gu Yenying. To a Qi practitioner, they could basically be regarded as supreme treasures. Li Qingshan also suspected whether Qianrongji was drunk or not, and even more drunk than Chu Danqing. I'm going to carry out a mission, so I'll leave these items with you for now. If I don't return, I'll give them to Little and, right now. Li Qingshan was taken aback too. He had heard that powerful cultivators all knew some divination techniques. If she left right now, she would basically be walking into a trap. She would probably be tortured to death by the White Lotus Mother. I don't want to die. I just don't want to live like this. Qianrongji smiled charmingly and combed her hair. She had only just tamed fate. She could plan and scheme according to her own will. Yet now, because of the White Lotus sect, she had lost the leeway to maneuver. Any plan was filled with the possibility of failure. Compared to death, she found this situation even more intolerable. Right now, she wanted to gamble with fate again, just so that she could no longer rely on it to survive. At this moment, the sky twisted. Dense mist sealed up the islands of the 100 schools once more. After several days of repair, the formation of dragons and snakes finally operated once more, protecting the disciples of the 100 schools. Many disciples of the 100 schools of thought stopped and emerged from the buildings, gazing up. They discussed with one another quietly, "Now it's great. In the past, I felt like I was rather restricted, but now, without the formation, I feel like I have no clothes." Countless fearful and uneasy souls calmed down with the reactivation of the formation. Qianrongji smiled self-deprecatingly. She left Cloud Wisp Island, left the 100 schools of thought, and stepped into the treacherous waters of fate. Li Qingshan stowed these items away silently. He did not bless her, nor did he curse her. Glancing at the sky, he returned to his room and began to write. The paper balls scattered on the ground. Li Qingshan was vexed. Li Bai had written hundreds of poems in a drinking contest, but could he, Li Qingshan, not write a fairy tale in a drinking contest? An idea flashed through his mind. Li Qingshan stood up. This isn't how the story should be written. When he arrived at the Cloud Wisp Society, Sun Fubai and Lu Chuanfeng were anxiously revising his novel. However, the amount of work required was not small. A novel that was 1,000,000 words long had to be revised in its entirety. Moreover, it had to be able to match the beginning and the end. Even if they did not sleep or rest, it was not something that could be finished in a few days. Sun Fubai also said, "Qingshan, this is too rushed. We can only try our best." Li Qingshan then said to Lu Chuanfeng, "Help me draw some things." "I don't have the time," Lu Chuanfeng shouted. "Then I'll go find other artists." Li Qingshan remembered that the Cloud Wisp Society also had many artists who specialized in drawing illustrations for novels. Li Qingshan selected a young artist who could draw meticulously, then voiced his thoughts and asked them to draw. After Li Qingshan's visit, the members of the Cloud Wisp Society knew that he was one of the 3 masters. They did not dare to be negligent, and they hurriedly drew with all their might. Li Qingshan meditated. After a while, an artist handed over a sample drawing. "Boss, what do you think?" The other artist hurriedly sped up. Li Qingshan took a look. It was indeed lifelike and extraordinarily exquisite. The image of a poor youth was vividly painted on the paper. However, Li Qingshan shook his head. "No, it's too well drawn. How could a good drawing not work?" The 2 artists looked at each other in dismay. "This is for the child. I have to make it as simple and clear as possible and don't leave any white space. I want full color." Li Qingshan confirmed his thoughts. This story could only be expressed with pictures. Back then, he had read a picture book, and he had to ensure that he could understand the meaning of the picture. Children's literacy was very limited. On second thought, what he was making now was no longer a so-called novel, but a comic book or a comic book. However, the original novelists had always been based on hearsay. They did not rigidly adhere to words. No matter what method was used, it was enough as long as people knew and believed it. He wanted to use the methods of artists to defeat artists. He stayed in the Cloud Wisp Society until nighttime and finally decided on the style of the drawing. However, no matter how simple it was, the drawing produced by the two artists was still much more exquisite than the picture book in his memory. Then, he immediately gathered all the artists who were skilled in meticulous drawing and began to imitate the drawing. The story was very simple, and there were less than 100 pages in total. In the end, Li Qingshan added a voiceover that was so simple it was almost childish at the bottom of the drawing, and it became a picture book. Li Qingshan weighed it in his hand. The original manuscript was crucial to summoning the characters in the book, as well as his trump card to defeat Chu Danqing the painter. In a small town 30 kilometers away from Clear River City. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. A peddler chewed on a rattle drum and carried a shoulder pole, making his way through the alleyway paved with limestone. In the alleyway, a door opened and a little head poked out. "Peddler uncle, do you have candy?" "Yes, sesame candy, maltose candy, sweet candy. We have everything." The peddler shouted at the top of his lungs, listing off a string of goods like he was singing. A group of children scurried over like little monkeys, surrounding the peddler as they held a few copper coins in their hands. "What's this?" A child saw a pile of brightly colored picture books on the goods. There were 4 words written on them, but he only recognized the word horse. The peddler said, "You're the sharp-eyed one. Take a look." The children held a book in each hand and flipped through it. Perhaps they didn't quite understand the contents of the book, but the beautiful drawings alone were enough to attract their attention. Their hearts suddenly wavered. Should they buy candy or books? "How much is this book?" "I'll buy it," said a chubby kid. He had a little more copper coins than his companions. "I'll buy it too," said the oldest child. He had learnt how to read in the private school, so when he understood the words below, he was immediately drawn in by the story in the book. Even if he did not want to eat the candy, he would buy it. The peddler said, "It's free. It's a gift. 1 book per person. You're not allowed to take more." The children cheered. "Can I take it too?" A child said timidly. Compared to his companions' cotton-padded jackets, his patched clothes seemed particularly thin. He did not have a single copper coin on him. He had only come to join in on the fun. "Take it." The peddler casually stuffed another 2 pieces of candy into the child's mouth. The money he earned from giving these books away was even more than what he earned from selling the entire load of goods. He was extremely happy to be able to have a good new year. The peddler walked far away, and the children gathered together. "It's so beautiful. What's this drawing?" The oldest child coughed twice, mimicking the teacher. "Come, I'll read it to you." Sun Shuping took a new chapter from Sun Fubai. He was prepared to go back and revise it. After he had thought of how to say it, he would teach it to the other storytellers. Although he felt that the book would not be as charming as it was when it was not changed, there were not many changes. If he could explain some of the key points well, it would be more interesting. Cutting off the bright peak with a single slash was quite interesting. The young owner looked young, but his writing skills were really impressive. He was much better than the second owner, the mistress of Moonbreeze. P.S. Treat Singles Day as if it doesn't exist. Yes, just ignore it. Women are not important. As long as you have the monthly votes, that's enough. He 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 he. Chapter 335. Although time was tight, Sun Shuping's footsteps were steady. His face was flushed, and his cloth clothes had been replaced with fur. He looked energetic, very different from the impoverished old scholar of the past. His current job was to train young scholars for the Cloud Wisp Society, and he earned quite a lot. Although he usually did not need to show his face in public, he often could not help but want to go on stage and win the applause of the audience. Firstly, he was itching to show his skills. Secondly, The money he earned from the stage belonged to him, and the Cloud Wisp Society did not take a single cent. Sun Shuping, on the other hand, often felt embarrassed and advised his boss to think about the long term and withdraw some money. He now considered the Cloud Wisp Club to be half his home. Naturally, he hoped that the Cloud Wisp Club could have a long history and flourish so that lowly artists like him could walk with their backs straight. When he returned to his room, he saw his disciple, Stone, lying on his stomach and reading a picture book. He frowned and said, "Stone, what are you looking at instead of going on stage to study?" Sun Shuping had originally not planned on letting his disciple continue in this line of work, but after joining the Cloud Wisp Society, he changed his mind. He wanted to nurture him properly. Stone raised his head. "Master, I want this book." Sun Shuping had read Li Qingshan's picture book once before. Although it was interesting, it was just a story to coax children. There were almost no words, and the length was too short. It was not suitable to be used as a book or song, so he did not think much of it. Now that he heard Stone say this, he felt that it was not a bad idea to make this story into a segment. It was a good chance for Stone to practice his eloquence on stage. Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai knew of the existence of this picture book. It was all thanks to Sun Fubai's connections that it had been able to spread so quickly. However, they also felt that this picture book, which did not conform to the family's standards, could not possibly compete with Chu Danqing of the School of Painting. In the blink of an eye, they threw this matter to the back of their minds. They focused even more on revising Li Qingshan's book. Every time they finished revising a chapter, they would immediately spread it everywhere through the mouth of the writer. The effects were excellent. The Cloud Wisp Society's reputation soared, filling the two with confidence. More than 10 days had already passed. Li Qingshan sat in the meditation room and examined his body. Inside the divine talisman of great creation, specks of power of will gathered and glowed brightly. His book and painting quickly spread among the two groups. In every tea-house and tavern, every child whispered to each other Li Qingshan's name. It was spreading out bit by bit, turning into bits of faith and gathering into the ocean of wish power. Meanwhile, as for the cultivation of Ox Demon's fist of great strength, there had never been a day when he stopped using spirit stones to buy medicinal pills. He was already halfway there. In another half a month, he would be able to reach the next level. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Qingshan thought that it was about time for her to arrive. After waiting for another half an hour, In finally appeared outside the door and threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms. She looked a little angry. "Who made us so angry?" Li Qingshan stroked her long hair with a smile. During this period of time, In was extremely busy. The eminent monks that the One Thought Master had invited all hurried over from various places, and would visit every single one of them, chanting the Buddhist Dharma a few times and exchanging a few words of Buddhist wisdom. It was basically a test. If the eminent monk just happened to bring a disciple or two with them, then it would be even more troublesome. They would have to compete to see whose disciple was better. Even when there was no wind, there would still be waves. With An's cultivation in Buddhism, the One Thought Master obviously achieved complete victory. He was filled with pride, so he was in a jubilant mood every single day. In, on the other hand, was extremely vexed. This greatly affected the time she spent with Li Qingshan. Compared to arguing with the monks, she was much more willing to stay in his arms peacefully. She switched to a more comfortable position. The path of white bone and great beauty really is right. These bald donkeys should all be burned to death. Today, the nun that the old nun brought clearly couldn't win against me in an argument, yet she insisted that I shave my hair, or I wouldn't be clean at all. It's my loss. She did not care about the outcome, but she did not want to waste time. Li Qingshan broke into laughter and pinched the tip of her nose. Looks like your comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty has improved yet again. Exactly. And held his hand and carefully studied the patterns on it. Her large eyes blinked a few times, and she suddenly thought of something. Let's go into secluded cultivation. Since when did dull secluded cultivation become her favorite activity? That was solitude where she would never be disturbed. Li Qingshan said, "The assembly of Dharma is about to formally begin. If I go into secluded cultivation now, The one thought master will definitely eat me up. You should just listen carefully. You'll definitely gain an even deeper comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty. And was only acting coquettishly. Before him, she would always become a little more normal. Li Qingshan said, "There's only the two of us on the island right now, so let's just treat it as secluded cultivation. We'll go into secluded cultivation for a few hours." And said softly, "All right." The next morning, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted into the air, and had already left. Ever since the first eminent monk arrived, she had been in charge of every single morning class in the Ansrava temple. This should have been an extremely great honor, but it also left her particularly troubled. The one thought master knew that his disciple was not easy to appease. He was afraid that she would stubbornly insist on doing things her own way and become a laughingstock, so he promised her many pills. In order to earn a portion of pills for Li Qingshan, all she could do was shoulder the responsibility of the primary disciple of the school of Buddhism seriously. As long as she could help him, she could endure this momentary separation. Li Qingshan accepted the pills from her. Apart from being happy and relieved, he also felt that it was rather strange. He shook his head and tossed this strange thought out of his head. He had not told him about what Qianrongji had left behind. As her guardian, he did not want him to have anything to do with a woman like that. Of course, if Qianrongji really did die outside, he could tell dead people would not affect Anne's future anyway. However, he had never heard anything like that. He had only heard from Han Qiongji that after Qianrongji completed a mission safely, she immediately accepted a second mission. The location of the mission was even further away from the main headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard in Clear River Prefecture. She basically seemed like she was seeking death. However, Li Qingshan had a feeling that she would not die outside so easily. If she were not quite confident, she would never have done something like that. Whatever. Her life or death had nothing to do with him. Li Qingshan stood up and made his way into the depths of the bamboo forest. He began practicing, and was working hard for his sake, so how could he slack off at all? There was an unnatural rustle from the leaves. Li Qingshan suddenly turned around and threw a punch. With a thump, it landed in a hand that seemed to be forged from metal. Li Qingshan said, "Tie, why have you come?" "I've come to pay my debt." Han Tie was slightly surprised. The power of the punch actually made his hand ache slightly. "I almost forgot. Tang Zi still owes me 2 punches." Li Qingshan swung his fist. Han Tie retreated rapidly, vanishing into the bamboo forest. "Come to the main martial arts stadium of the School of the Military. Don't forget, you have a debt to pay as well." "Unfortunately, I like collecting debts the most, not paying them." Li Qingshan shot off like an arrow, directly pursuing him. Chapter 336. The bamboo forest turned into a field of colorful green shadows that retreated to both sides of Li Qingshan. The dazzling dragon snake lake suddenly appeared in front of him. A wave of water rushed towards Great War Island. In front of the wave, Han Tie walked on the water as if he was walking on flat ground. Li Qingshan leaped up and stepped on a cloud. He rode the cloud and chased after him, leaving a long cloud trail behind him. Huge pillars of different heights reached the sky. The military school's great martial arts field was right in front of him. Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Several hundred disciples of the school of the military stood in neat rows in the martial arts stadium like statues. There were at least 100 to 200 military disciples that appeared this time. They had died in the calamity of the White Lotus sect. Although all of them were expressionless, there was a sense of sorrow lingering in the air. After going through a baptism of life and death, their momentum was even fiercer than before. An army with righteous indignation was bound to win. Han Tie passed through the formation and suddenly turned around. His body was still sliding backward due to inertia. His feet plowed 2 shallow grooves in the ground. He raised his arm high like a spear and pointed it at Li Qingshan. "Revenge! Revenge!" The roar was like a landslide and thunder. Li Qingshan jumped down from the cloud. He squatted down and landed heavily on the ground. He stood up and extended his right hand as if inviting, "Come." This time, there were no spectators on the island. Other than the military disciples, no other disciples were allowed to enter the island. The only two exceptions were Han Qiongji and Ru Xian. Han Qiongji stood together with the 10 military disciples. She was full of interest and fighting spirit. This time, Li Qingshan would definitely lose. He had not seen the true power of the military school. However, she felt that this man was extremely charming when he fought against so many without fear. Ru Xian stood on the other side of the great martial arts field on a pillar platform that was several meters tall. Looking down at the entire battlefield, her crimson lips parted, and infused her voice with Jinqi. It was transmitted into Li Qingshan's ears. "Go harder." Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear. This time, he couldn't hold back even if he wanted to. He moved his feet and ran forward briskly. In the next second, he transformed into a black tiger and charged into the military formation. Several military disciples were sent flying by the collision. When he turned his head, his eyes were like a tiger's. His wolf-like eyes met hers. "Set up the formation," he roared. The military disciples surrounding Li Qingshan restrained themselves from attacking. They all retreated, revealing the strongest 12 people and slowly advancing. If it was a joint attack, none of the schools could defeat the militarists. Sure enough, that's more like a military strategist. Li Qingshan grinned. From weak to strong, it was better to give it his all. In the eyes of the military disciples. However, it was like a wanton mockery of the humiliation from the crushing defeat last time. The grief of losing a comrade instantly turned into the flames of anger. When they attacked at the same time, their Jinqi turned into swords, spears, ice, and fire. Last time, they didn't even use the joint attack until the end, but now they directly used it. Such a decision flashed in their minds. This time, I only need one move to make you fall. On the contrary, Li Qingshan's heart was as calm as still water. He used his sixth sense to sense everything in front of him. As expected, there wasn't a single flaw. Then, he would create a flaw. Li Qingshan raised his arms. Wave-like blue Jinqi wrapped around his arms. However, he didn't attack any military disciple. Instead, he fiercely smashed his arms into the ground. Bang! The ground trembled and a deep pit was formed. A ring-shaped shock wave spread in all directions. Every military disciple couldn't help but tremble. Having no flaws was perfection. Once perfection was destroyed, it would become full of flaws. Looking at Li Qingshan again, he had already used the rebounding force to leap into the air. The swords, spears, ice, and fire all passed under his feet. He was half a beat too slow. Li Qingshan looked down at the battlefield. He pushed his palms backward. His body was like a straight spear, piercing towards a large group of weaker military disciples. The world of cultivators was a world that pursued individual strength. The strong ruled everything. They weren't restricted by the weak. How could it be so easy to win by surrounding them? Seeing that the previous situation was about to repeat itself, Han Qiongji shook her head. Ru Xian squatted at the side of the pillar without a care for her image. She smiled happily with her red lips and white teeth. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to get so much consultation fee this time. However, it was worth it to see him suffer. A huge snake opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Li Qingshan. The snake's head seemed solid, and the snake's neck seemed illusory. However, when it reached the snake's body, it became faint and merged with the 500 military disciples surrounding it. Unknowingly, they had formed a strange rotating formation. The strongest trump card of the military formation. Through strict training, everyone's spirit and willpower were merged into one. With the combined power of everyone, they formed a single attack. The coiling snake formation was specially set up to kill powerful cultivators. Vital energy surged out. Li Qingshan turned around and punched out. With a bang, Li Qingshan was sent flying. He crashed into a pillar and slid down. His body felt like it was about to break. The huge vital energy contained in the snake's head was probably only comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. "Hey, I'm fine." Li Qingshan raised his head and met Ru Xian's smiling eyes. He laughed loudly and said, "Interesting." The first time he defeated the military disciples was interesting. If he had the same experience again, even he would feel bored. Only a strong opponent was worth challenging. Han Qiongji clenched her fists tightly and revealed a worried expression. However, when she saw the eccentric woman from the medical school talking and laughing, a nameless fire immediately rose in her heart. She waved her fist and said, "Revenge." Han Tie glanced at her and waved his hand. "Advance." Li Qingshan supported his body with his knees. Seeing the army slowly approaching and a long snake spitting out its tongue in the sky, he smiled and moved forward. Boom! The snake's head bit down and smashed a large pit on the ground. Li Qingshan was already prepared and dodged. Relying on his superhuman speed, he lingered outside the military formation. He tried to attack a few times, but he didn't know where to attack. The weakest military disciple was the snake's tail, which was hidden in the middle of the formation. The snake's outer body was like an iron wall, blocking all damage. However, the disadvantage was also very obvious. Their movement speed was too slow. Even among the 12 experts, only 1 or 2 could keep up with Li Qingshan's speed. However, they didn't dare to approach him, afraid that he would kill them one by one. They could only let him move about freely. Han Tie shook his head slightly. This brat's reaction was too fast. Just now, when an ordinary person faced such a terrifying attack, they would definitely think of dodging. If they dodged, they would be completely forced into the formation and would only end up being strangled to death. However, he did the opposite and met force without hesitation. He also had the qualifications to meet force with force. If an ordinary 7th-layer Qi practitioner dared to meet force with the snake's head, even if they didn't die, they would be heavily injured. However, he just stood up and patted his butt as if nothing had happened. Li Qingshan continued to move, leading the entire military formation. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Finally, he saw the weak spot. With a leap, he charged into the military formation. After a while, in the great martial practice field, 500 military disciples were lying on the ground. However, as long as they were still conscious, they all cheered. Many of them shed tears of excitement. They had won. That monster like Li Qingshan had finally fallen. The depression and humiliation that had been suppressed in their hearts for many days seemed to have been relieved at this moment. Li Qingshan charged into the coiling snake formation and quickly pulled the military formation apart. However, he immediately fell into a bitter battle. Because he had received that attack just now, he had suffered internal injuries. Finally, his true Qi was exhausted and his physical strength could not take it anymore. He collapsed. He lay on his back and looked at the clear sky. Suddenly, a figure blocked the sunlight. Han Tie stretched out his hand. Li Qingshan grasped that hand and stood up. The group of military disciples looked at Li Qingshan. When their anger and humiliation dissipated, they all felt a sense of admiration. This man, after all, had fought against all of them with his own strength. Even though he had lost, it was still an honor. "Do you want to learn the military's battle techniques?" Han Tie's handsome face that seemed to be cast from ice and iron seemed to have become slightly gentler. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Of course, but I need to rest first." He shouted, "Ru Xian. I'm here. Thank you for your patronage." 3,000 spirit stones. Ru Xian arrived on a green leaf and said with a smile, "I don't have a single spirit stone right now." Li Qingshan's words were not false. He had used all his spirit stones to buy medicinal pills. Naturally, he would not use the ones Qian Rongji gave him. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay if you have spirit tools or talismans. Later, I'll choose my own. Sleep. Ru Xian waved her hand and the green leaf scattered, lifting all the heavily injured military disciples up. "How can I sleep?" Li Qingshan said to Han Qiongji, who was beside him, "Senior sister Han, help me keep an eye on her. Don't let this woman steal my things." He was exhausted and fell asleep, snoring everywhere. "Why me?" "Hey, don't sleep." Han Qiongji saw that Li Qingshan was heavily injured. She originally wanted to follow him, but in front of so many military disciples, she could not bring herself to do it. Everyone seemed to know what she was thinking. She was hesitating, but when she heard this, she was inexplicably happy. Han Tie said, "You go. I'll take care of the military disciples and help negotiate with the price. I get ripped off every time." Han Xiongji found an excuse. Whether it was the military disciples or her Han family, they did not lack the consultation fees. Although Ru Xian's mouth was unforgiving, the fees she charged were considered fair. On Benevolence Island, the military disciples who were waiting to be taken care of by the first miss were nowhere to be seen. Han Xiongji sat in front of the bed, holding her cheek and looking straight at Li Qingshan. She had never been so moved by a man in her life. Since she was young, Han Tie was often taught a lesson by the old man until he was covered in injuries and bedridden. She would also stand at the bedside and laugh loudly. Knock, knock, knock. Have you seen enough? Ru Xian knocked on the door and said with a smile. When did you? Han Xiongji jumped up. I've been standing here for 2 hours. Didn't you see? Ru Xian said in surprise. What? Of course I saw it. That's why I'm asking if you've seen enough. You're joking. I've only just arrived. Ha ha. Han Xiongji could not resist her gaze. Her face flushed and she said, Don't touch his things. I'll go take a look at the others. Then she rushed out the door. Ru Xian walked to Li Qingshan's bed and saw the 100 treasures pouch on his waist. She reached out to grab it, but halfway through, she suddenly clenched her fist and punched Li Qingshan's lower abdomen. She said with a smile, You're awake. Li Qingshan held his abdomen and propped himself up. You're crazy. Ru Xian said, Who told you to break the contract? I told you to be more heavy-handed. Victory and defeat are common in the military. I've already tried my best. Going easy on him isn't considered trying your best. Ru Xian suddenly pressed on Li Qingshan's shoulder. Her gentle face was inches away. She shook him lightly and breathed out. Chapter 337. I didn't go easy. Li Qingshan casually pushed her away. Ever since the misunderstanding was resolved, he no longer had any thoughts about Ru Xian. This woman's temperament was too twisted. She was always in a state of mischief. He did not want to be fooled by others for no reason. Ru Xian said, You clearly could have won, but you lost. Isn't this considered going easy? 500 people working together was not an easy task. It required an extremely high level of discipline. Maintaining the coiling snake formation was even more exhausting. As long as Li Qingshan dragged it out, it would not take long for the formation to collapse on its own. He could then use the same method he used last time to defeat them one by one. It would be even easier to defeat this group of military disciples who had lost a lot of their numbers and morale than last time. Don't you think it's boring to win like that? Li Qingshan lay back down on the bed. It was not a life and death battle, so there was no need to waste so much effort. Winning or losing was not a big deal. The key was to gain enlightenment from it, train one's body, hone one's skills, and prepare for a day in the future. Of course, I won't be boring when I have spirit stones to take. Women just like to haggle over every ounce. Don't you understand the principle of a small stream running for a long time? Io, you look down on women. Ru Xian pinched Li Qingshan's shoulder. Your strength seems to have increased again. 1 spirit stone, 2 spirit stones, you. Ru Xian was stunned. Li Qingshan grabbed her slender white hand again. Right now, we are in a state of balance. Feel as much as you want. Although she was always mischievous, he felt much more relaxed when he was with her. You wish. Ru Xian laughed, but her face darkened. Ha ha ha, Li Qingshan, you have such a day. What are you two doing? Ru Xian, tell me, what is going on? What's going on? Chu Tian rushed in like a whirlwind. He pointed at Li Qingshan and laughed, but when he saw the two of them, he could not accept it. Li Qingshan. You. Han Xiongji was about to stop Chu Tian when she saw the scene. Even Ru Xian rolled her eyes. What's wrong with us? It was as if he had been caught in the act. Li Qingshan returned to Great War Island. He found Han Tie. Han Anjuan was lecturing the military disciples while Han Tie stood beside him. When he saw Li Qingshan, Han Anjuan pouted angrily. Han Tie walked over and said to Li Qingshan, "Follow me." Li Qingshan followed Han Tie to an iron gate. Han Tie took out his waist token, opened the iron gate, and walked into the darkness. The gates opened one by one. More and more doors closed, and the two of them went deeper underground. Li Qingshan never thought that beneath Great War Island, it was a completely different world. He was even more curious about what kind of battle technique Han Tie would teach him. Finally, when they reached the lowest level, they saw a formation emitting a spiritual light, spitting out a huge spiritual light. It turned out that the school of the military's formation was built here. As expected of the school of the military, the security of the formation was definitely not something that the school of novels, which had casually built in the middle of a bamboo forest, could compare to. However, it was not the book collection vault that Zheng Shen had imagined. Han Tie stopped, turned around, and said, "Thank you." If Ru Exine could see it, he could also see it. Although the original purpose of summoning Li Qingshan was to give the military disciples a sense of danger and a chance to fight, after experiencing the chaos of the White Lotus sect, they could not lose again. Losing once or twice could boost their morale, but if they kept losing, it would weaken the army's willpower. They urgently needed a victory to boost their morale. Li Qingshan said, "What's there to thank me for? I said I did my best." Defeating a military disciple did not bring him any practical benefits. Instead, he had lost a great opportunity for actual combat. After this battle, the effects of practicing the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength were much better than practicing boxing in the bamboo forest. Han Tie said, "You can punch me a second time." Li Qingshan said, "If I want to fight, I'll fight openly and not sneakily. I don't like punching bags, so you can fight back as much as you want in the future. Then don't even think about touching my face again." In the darkness, Han Tie's mouth seemed to curl up, but it was only for a moment. Li Qingshan said, "I usually do what I say." "Less nonsense. Where are the battle techniques?" Han Tie took out a dozen or so jade scrolls from his 100 treasures pouch. "These are all battle techniques suitable for Gui Water True Qi." "You didn't call me to such a secret place just to say those words, did you? So what if I did?" Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked down. The so-called battle technique was a battle technique that combined qi and blood. It was similar to spells but different from spells. In a sense, it was a superior martial art. The people of Jianghu not only had to cultivate inner force, but they also had to cultivate all kinds of martial arts in order to unleash their battle power. Cultivators were the same, and the profoundness and variety of true qi was even greater than inner force. For Li Qingshan, who was good at close combat, it was a necessary skill. In a battle that could change in an instant, being a bit faster at a critical moment was the difference between life and death. Just like martial arts, there was also a difference in strength between battle skills. What Han Tie had brought out were all rare and powerful battle skills. Even if he was a military disciple, if he didn't have an outstanding performance, he wouldn't be taught. Although the 100 clans could communicate with each other, the core things couldn't be taught to outsiders. Not to mention, there were battle techniques that the Han clan had collected themselves, and they were only taught to Han clan disciples. Without Han Anjuan's permission, Han Tie didn't have the right to take them out. This was no longer just for the sake of training Li Qingshan for the military. That day in Ancient Wind City, Li Qingshan let Han Qiongji leave first, and then he personally opened a path for her to escape. Han Anjuan saw it with his own eyes. Although he didn't say it, he had his own plans. Li Qingshan also felt something about this. His gaze suddenly froze on a jade scroll, and he let out a soft sound of surprise. This battle technique had an extremely majestic name, Ocean Wielding. The introduction said, "Absorb the power of 100 rivers, wield the vastness of the ocean, and achieve boundless merit." 5 words immediately popped up in Li Qingshan's mind. Boundless Ocean Technique. And this wasn't the first time Li Qingshan heard this. In order to help Li Qingshan make the right choice, Han Tie also said, "You have a good eye. This is the strongest battle technique out of all, but it needs a specialized cultivation method to activate it. Although your true qi is pure, it's still a bit lacking. You should change to another one. This further confirmed Li Qingshan's guess. This ocean wielding was most likely a battle technique derived from the boundless ocean technique. A sect naturally couldn't be supported by just one cultivation method. After the fall of the vast sea sect, various cultivation methods were scattered, and ocean wielding fell into the hands of the Han clan. Li Qingshan hurriedly said, "Do you know where I can find the cultivation method to activate this battle technique?" You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.